Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ecchi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. He was knocked down by a little girl's elbow. The next day, you didn't see the girl who accidentally injured you. You didn't see her again after that. 6 years old, you started elementary school. You still had your group of admirers around you, and you were used to it, knowing they were only around because of your wealth. At your father's request, you began practicing combat skills for self-defense. You were in good shape and talented, making quick progress. 8 years old, a peaceful year, and your family welcomed a pair of twin mothers who were 10 years older than you. Father, is your stamina made of iron? 10 years old, you mastered 3 foreign languages and had achieved a small level of skill in combat, able to handle 3 peers at once. 12 years old, you graduated with the top score in your school and moved on to middle school. 13 years old, some of the admirers around you had bad habits. They told you that smoking was great and would make you more popular with girls. They wanted to tempt you into smoking so they could enjoy expensive cigarettes by following you, but you were unmoved, mocking them. You've always known that cigarettes are extremely harmful, and you would never let such trash enter your noble body. To you, smoking and drinking are foolish acts of self-harm. Even more so with drugs and gambling, which aren't just self-harm but self-destruction. Chapter 60. My mom's loves me more. 14 years old, on your birthday, a friend of yours, who is less wealthy, invited you to his home to celebrate. His insistence made it hard for you to refuse, so you agreed. When you arrived at his house, you discovered that he had invited more than just you. You saw flashy girls from school, models and celebrities often featured on TV and magazines, and even well-known female athletes with great figures, and of course, there were also summer-style bunny girls and maids. You look at the 3-story cake in the hall and then at the crowd of admirers around you. When the wealthy friend approaches you, you coldly ask him what this means. The wealthy friend leans in and lewdly tells you that you can choose anyone present, or even all of them if you want. He will arrange everything, and the 5-meter luxury bed is already prepared. No matter how many people sleep on it, it won't feel crowded. Your response is: 1. I want the hot girls my age. 2. I want the glamorous, sexy star in evening wear. 3. How about the athletic big sister with an amazing figure? 4. I want them all. 5. You can keep them. I think it's gross, so this is the so-called party. It's an event that many LSPs, lecherous perverts, dream of but can't achieve, and here it is in this simulation. There are 5 options, but which one to choose? Chisato instinctively rests his chin on her hand and gently strokes it. Although there are 5 options, the first 3 can be ignored. In reality, he would only choose between options 4 and 5. The school hotties, the celebrities on TV, and even the athletes. It's hard to believe that all of this is just offered to him freely. There's no such thing as a free lunch after all. If he accepts, this wealthy friend will definitely ask for something in return later. Moreover, Women who do such things are likely experienced, and safety is a concern. Does the son of a top tycoon really need someone to arrange a party for him? When he's older and inherits the family business, just showing a little interest will have women fighting to get into his bed. The main reason is that Chisato isn't interested in these unknown women. He just wants to know when the two main female characters will show up. It's been a long wait. Although you're virgin and have recently experienced frequent nocturnal emissions due to a good diet and health, you still show complete disinterest in the surprise prepared by your wealthy friend. You coldly respond that you think it's gross and leave the party. A few weeks later, you hear in the upper-class circles that your wealthy friend suddenly dropped out of school due to a sexually transmitted disease and is now receiving treatment. Chisato crosses his legs. It's good that he didn't give in to momentary temptation, otherwise, this simulation would have likely ended badly. 15 years old, after graduating from middle school, your father, who had always been joyful, suddenly announces something to you on the night of your graduation. For the 3 years of high school, he will give you 50 million yen, but beyond that, the family will not provide any further help. You need to get through these 3 years on your own to prove your ability so that he can trust you with the family business in the future. Faced with his sudden 3-year trial, you choose to, 1. Dad, are you crazy? How could 50 million be enough for 3 whole years? 2. Dad, get a new account and try again. 3. You underestimate me. I only need 5 million. The options and their meanings are accept the trial but ask for more initial funds. Refuse to endure hardships after being pampered for 15 years. Accept or even mock the trial, asking for only a tenth of the initial funds. The second option is ruled out. Chisato doesn't want to slack off and doesn't want to give up his golden inheritance to others. Between options 1 and 3, which one to choose? Option 3 might give him some pride and probably make his father more pleased, but it means his life for the next 3 years might be very tight. After all, as a pampered young master, he is used to spending money freely. He might not be able to manage without running out of money and having to work. Choosing option 3 just for personal pride, is that really okay? Chisato hesitates for a long time, feeling indecisive. Ultimately, he decides to choose option 3. He admits there's an element of gambling in his choice. But he doesn't believe that his extremely wealthy father would only be willing to give him 5 million yen. After hearing your father's words, you smile and easily say that you don't need 50 million. 5 million is enough for you to live comfortably for 3 years. Your father laughs heartily, proud of you. He agrees to your request, and the housekeeper packs your clothes and hands you a bank card with 5 million yen. You will move out today to start your 3-year independent life, and the family will not provide any help during this time. Is this really his biological father? Chisato has doubts. Well, 5 million yen is still quite a lot. Rent a modest apartment, save money, and maybe work a bit. 3 years will pass quickly. Before you leave, your 10 mothers pull you aside and kindly remind you to take care of yourself and eat well. 30 minutes later, you leave home with red lipstick marks on your face and 10 credit cards in your pocket. Your dad is hopeless, but it's your moms who really care. Despite receiving credit card support from your moms, you, being proud, only consider using it as a last resort when you absolutely can't manage, and plan to use it sparingly. Ding. The system will go offline for an unspecified amount of time. System shut down in 3.2.1. System offline. Chapter 61. Suspicious simulation. Leaving home at night and arriving on the streets of Tokyo, you face the first problem of independent living. You haven't had dinner and are now hungry. Looking at the neon-lit restaurant signs on the street, you decide, 1. Just enough to fill your stomach. 2. That ramen shop on the street looks clean. 3. What are you thinking? To celebrate your first day of independence, you should definitely treat yourself to something good. High-quality wagyu beef and sushi sound great, don't they? Without any hesitation, Chisato chooses option 1. He feels reassured now. If every financial decision in the future has options like this, he's confident he can manage his expenses precisely. Surviving 3 years on 5 million yen might not be so difficult after all. To you, 5 million yen seems like a small amount. Your mom's lipstick costs more than that. You decide to save money and go to a convenience store to buy instant noodles for dinner. Later, you stay at a friend's house, but that night you experience an unexpected problem, abdominal pain, and you are taken to the hospital. The doctor carefully examines you and asks about what you have eaten recently. You answered the doctor's questions while holding your abdomen. He removed his stethoscope and told you that you had chronic abdominal pain caused by functional dyspepsia. You needed an foreign medication. The cost for the foreign medication came to 27,000 yen. Watching the 4 drip, you begin to understand. You're like a top-tier sports car, sleek and powerful on the outside, but your internal systems are just as expensive. You need premium fuel, like high-octane 98, not the cheap 92. Using low-quality fuel could cause issues, as clearly shown by today's incident. It's crazy. Even with a pampered lifestyle, who gets stomach pain from eating a bowl of instant noodles? There must be some system manipulation going on. Learning from your previous experience, you were much more cautious in choosing your apartment. You picked a standard, clean one with good ventilation, a balcony, a bathtub, and a bubble massage feature. It's wasteful. Just having a place to live is enough, and this apartment must have cost a lot. The school's opening ceremony soon arrived. After experiencing 2 months of ordinary life, your once flashy noble demeanor had toned down a bit, but you still exuded an evident air of wealth. With your handsome looks and exceptional academic abilities, you quickly became a well-known figure on campus. Your desk started to mysteriously fill with chocolates and cute handmade cookies. Your shoe cabinet was also frequently stuffed with colorful love letters, some from inside the school, some from outside, from both boys and girls. You ignored these obvious expressions of affection because you had other goals in mind. One of your targets was the senior who spoke on stage with you at the opening ceremony, a model student named Kusagakure Uchiha. Before officially going on stage, you had a brief conversation with her. She had a gentle voice, a full figure, and a stunning appearance, especially her legs. They were a real standout feature. Wrapped in black stockings, the curves were subtly visible and enticing. You thought she could be a great candidate for a potential partner. Another target was Sawamura, also a first-year student. You easily noticed her due to her distinctive golden hair. What really piqued your interest in her happened by accident. As you were going upstairs, she accidentally missed a step and fell into your arms. Her clear, blue eyes looked like a fawn's, with a hint of panic and shyness. Her hair brushed past your nose, and her small hands, not knowing where to go, rested on your arm, and one slipped through the gap in your shirt, touching your abdomen. For the second time, you felt a thrilling rush. You realized how fragrant and soft a girl's body could be. You thought she'd make a perfect partner, someone who would gently help out on the first occasion, then be sweet and eager to please, offering her delicate lips for a kiss. You were already thinking about a blissful life after a complete conquest. This was still an idea before any real action had taken place, but you were quite bold in your imagination. So far, everything was normal, and you continued reading. The Suzumiya Group is a top conglomerate in Japan, controlling countless companies and businesses within the country. You found one of your company's subsidiaries that had undergone a change from shady to clean. After meeting the owner, you, as the Suzumiya Group's heir, entrusted him with investigating Kusagakure Uchiha and Sawamura's backgrounds and obtaining their medical examination reports from the start of school. As expected, the owner, fearful and not taking any payment, used his connections and quickly obtained the information you needed, confirming that both had clean backgrounds and were in good health with no messy pasts or diseases. You decided to officially start pursuing them. Having had a smooth life without many setbacks, you didn't think pursuing them would be too difficult. With this thought, you decided to pursue just one of them first and chose 1. Kusagakure Uchiha, 2. Sawamura. The choice seemed indifferent. Considering you spent the night with Sawamura recently, you decided to start with Kusagakure Uchiha. During the lunch break, you went to the second-year floor. After asking a senior to call Kusagakure Uchiha, there was a small commotion in the class. You invited her to have lunch together. You were too young and direct with your invitation, so it was likely to be rejected. However, you planned to make up for it through a series of actions to build rapport. Kusagakure Uchiha agreed, went to get her lunchbox, and asked you to wait at the classroom door. Chisato sat up abruptly. This didn't seem right. Looking at the text on the simulation screen, Chisato frowned. He sensed something was off but couldn't pinpoint what. The simulation text continued smoothly despite his doubts, and he could only keep his concerns to himself and proceed. You invited Kusagakure Uchiha to the school courtyard. The courtyard was lined with lush trees on either side, providing shade from the glaring sun and prying eyes from classroom windows, perfect for couples to dine. Kusagakure Uchiha seemed unaware of your intentions. She calmly followed you to a quiet spot and sat down by a bench. You both opened your lunch boxes and began eating. Perhaps due to previous interactions behind the scenes at the opening ceremony, she seemed familiar and even a bit warm. She answered your questions openly and tried to liven up the conversation when it lagged. Contrary to your earlier findings, she wasn't the cold and aloof type. Feeling more confident, you attributed this to your looks and charm. Indeed, you believed there was no woman you couldn't win over if you wanted to. You both had a good first impression of each other and got along very well. During lunch, you even counted how many times Kusagakure Uchiha smiled 21 and how many times she looked at you 37. This seemed like a good sign that she was enjoying herself and interested in you. With no plans for the weekend, you thought it might be a good opportunity to advance your relationship with her. So, you decided to 1. Ask Kusagakure Uchiha to go to the aquarium to see dolphins. 2. Ask Kasumijoka Utaha if she's interested in games, and if so, invite her over to play games at your place since no one will be home. 3. Wait and see how things go with Sawamura Ariri. Chisato finally realized what had felt off earlier. Since Kasumijoka Utaha and Sawamura Ariri's appearances, everything has gone too smoothly. He initially thought the simulation would be challenging, but it was surprisingly easy. The problem was the smoothness of the developments, which felt unnatural and inconsistent with the characters' personalities. Kasumijoka Utaha's overly eager acceptance and behavior seemed off. He suspected something was wrong and needed to determine if this was a deliberate manipulation. Considering that Sawamura Ariri seemed to have developed some interest from the stare incident, he wondered if this simulation was somehow skewed. The golden talent might be making all the girls fall for him unconditionally. His noble demeanor might be leading others to fawn over him. Still, he decided to focus on the third option to better understand the situation. You observed Kasumijoka Utaha's beautiful side profile, controlling your own impulses. Your pride told you not to rush or act on her signals too quickly. As the heir of the Suzumiya group, you needed to be reserved and dignified, avoiding being overly impatient in matters of affection. Showing some interest was enough. Further emotional displays should be saved for more suitable opportunities, ideally prompted by the other party. As lunch break ended, you pretended not to notice Kasumijoka Utaha's anticipation, waved goodbye, and didn't exchange contact information, as if the lunch was simply a casual meal. Later, in the final gym class of the day, your class and Sawamura Ariri's class had a joint sports session. The boys played basketball, and the girls played doubles badminton. You were skilled at basketball but let the opposing team win to quickly end the game and move on. Afterward, you headed toward the badminton courts as planned. On the way, you unexpectedly ran into Sawamura Ariri. She looked at you, and you looked at her, as the evening glow painted the scene. She eventually blushed, lowered her head, and handed you an unopened bottle of water. Chisato's eyes narrowed, his suspicions rising. The certainty of his earlier guess increased to 20%. Wednesday's lunch break arrived, and you received a friend request with a black cat avatar and enticing wine-red eyes. After accepting, the sender introduced herself as Kasumijoka Utaha. You were surprised but didn't get a chance to ask questions before she quickly sent a message inviting you to meet at the usual place, as she needed a favor. Kasumijoka Utaha's sudden action puzzled you, and you were unsure about her reason for the meeting. Since she was your chosen partner, you didn't hesitate, agreed, and arrived at the courtyard bench where you had lunch earlier. Chapter 62. Kasumijoka Utaha's worry in a dating game. Considering normal thinking, options 1 and 2 can be dismissed with a glance. The third option is the classic romantic plotline. Think about it, the heroine is facing difficulties and dangers, becoming increasingly anxious. At this moment, a righteous hero arrives, protecting her like a brave knight and sweeping away anyone who dares to harm her. They overcome challenges together, develop feelings for each other through various events, and eventually, under a sunset backdrop, they share a passionate kiss, confirming their commitment to be together forever. It's so beautiful. However, in Chisato's view, this simulation isn't just a simple dating simulation. He suspects there might be hidden elements behind this simulation that he doesn't know about. His task now is to uncover them. He chose the first option, which is something a normal person would never choose. You heard this, but strangely, there wasn't much emotional upheaval inside you. You looked at Kasumijoka Utaha, and just as you were about to ask why she didn't seek help from your elders or the police, Kasumijoka Utaha spoke first. She said her father is the editor-in-chief of a magazine focused on landscape geography. A week ago, he went abroad for work, and her mother went with him. They won't be back for another 10 days. She also said that she had tried asking the Japanese police for help, but the officer who handled her case only advised her to stay safe, avoid walking through empty alleys to and from school, lock her doors and windows at night, and call the police immediately if she was in danger. Did he get predicted? Kasumijoka Utaha closed her eyes silently, thinking that if she truly encountered danger and was hurt, calling the police afterward wouldn't change anything. The harm she suffered wouldn't disappear, and no matter how much the perpetrator was punished, the damage she experienced couldn't be undone. She looked at you, placing her cold palm on the back of your hand. She said she had no other options, and with no other friends at school, you were the only one she could rely on. As a guy with a tall and strong appearance, she hoped you could pretend to be her boyfriend. If the stalker saw you, he might be scared and stop following her. Your response was, 1. Agree to help her, 2. Sure, but with conditions. Despite trying to avoid it, he has reached a point where all other options are blocked, and there's no escape. Chisato chose the more prudent option 1. You agreed to Kasumijoka Utaha's request, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. The gloom on her face faded, replaced by brightness. You both sat on a bench and discussed the details of pretending to be a couple before returning to your classes. After school, You were planning to wait for Calamity Uchiha to head home together when, just outside the classroom door, you were stopped by Sawamura Ariri. You went to the end of the hallway, where it was empty. After discussing a few trivial topics, Sawamura Ariri shyly extended an invitation. She said her relatives had sent high-quality fresh seafood from Hokkaido, and she wanted to thank you for helping her avoid injury by catching her from falling down the stairs. She invited you to her home to enjoy the seafood. Your response was, 1. I still need to take Kazumi-Joka-senpai home. 2. Sorry, maybe another day. 3. Sure. I haven't had high-quality seafood in a while, and fresh seafood sounds great. Chisato thought for a moment and chose the second option. He felt it was better not to let Sawamura Ariri know about his agreement with Calamity Uchiha, even if it was just pretending to be a couple. You declined Sawamura Ariri's invitation. You thought this would end your conversation, but Sawamura Ariri unusually persisted. She asked if tomorrow would work instead if today was not possible. Seeing her hopeful yet slightly anxious expression, you couldn't stay firm and agreed to meet her this weekend. Sawamura Ariri happily nodded and arranged to meet at her house this weekend. She said she would freeze the seafood and wait for you to come and taste it. Chisato sighed, realizing that the simulation was likely not a solo effort. With the repeated proactive approaches, it didn't fit the personalities of Sawamura Ariri and Calamity Uchiha. Unless there was a bug in the simulation, they might have memories from previous simulations, just like him. The situation was getting complicated. This wasn't part of his expectations. The car veered off the main road and sped through the wilderness, heading toward an unknown destination. Chisato felt weighed down. But once a simulation begins, unless it ends abruptly, there's no way to stop it. In the simulation, he continued to follow the path laid out for him. Chapter 63, Seduction. After saying goodbye to Sawamura Ariri, you arrived at the school gate, where Calamity Uchiha was already waiting. Your 10-minute delay didn't seem to upset her. Following the initial agreement to pretend to be a couple, Calamity Uchiha walked beside you, and after leaving the school, she affectionately held onto your arm. To others, you appeared to be a loving and well-matched couple. You kept an eye out, but didn't spot any sign of a stalker. Calamity Uchiha thanked you for your help. She said that perhaps the plan worked, making the stalker less bold. She invited you inside for fruit and tea, showing you to the bathroom. As you walked over to wash your hands, you saw a pair of black, thin, and alluring stockings draped over the sink. The light, black stockings on the sink clearly belonged to Calamity Uchiha. You heard the sound of fruit being peeled from the kitchen, indicating that Calamity Uchiha won't be coming over immediately. You decided, 1. To pick them up and sniff them to check if they were forgotten after washing or if they were worn and not cleaned. 2. To put them away and examine them at home. 3. Since you're wearing long pants, maybe you could just wear them. None of these options seem right. Isn't there a fourth option? No matter what, it feels inappropriate. Isn't he supposed to be a top-notch rich young master? What happened to his dignity? His pride? Doing any of these actions would completely ruin his character. Chisato thought to himself, but it didn't help. The 3 options just hung there, waiting for his choice, with no changes. After thinking for 5 minutes, Chisato tried to find the best option among these. But he failed. All the actions seemed inappropriate. He gave up and randomly selected the first option. You stepped forward, calmly picked up the stockings, and casually sniffed them. They didn't have an unpleasant smell but rather a natural fragrance, not like laundry detergent. You realized that the stockings were likely left there intentionally by Calamity Uchiha to tempt you. There was no need to smell them, it was obvious. You put the stockings down, acted as if you hadn't seen them, and returned to the living room. After eating fruit and drinking tea, as evening approached, you prepared to leave. Calamity Uchiha asked you to stay for dinner to thank you properly, saying it felt too formal to just give you money. Seeing her sincere eyes, you nodded and sat back down. This simulation hadn't yet switched to a first-person perspective. Maybe it was because of the lack of intense scenes, but Chisato hadn't thought about this until now. Now, being alone with Calamity Uchiha could provide more information than just reading the text. With his heart swayed and senses heightened, the environment changed to a warm and cozy living room. Uchiha was smiling at him. Please wait a moment, I'll go prepare dinner. She picked up the empty fruit plate and went to the kitchen. Chisato followed. Knowing his cooking skills were poor, he didn't plan to help. He just stood outside the kitchen and asked Calamity Uchiha, do you know how to cook? I thought you were going to order takeout. Takeout isn't healthy. I may only cook simple home meals, but they're clean and healthy. The taste is average, though. If the taste isn't great, I might leave. If you dare to leave, I'll cry right here. She swiftly tied her hair into a ponytail and put on an apron. Her delicate earlobes and white neck were exposed. Seeing her like this, Chisato felt a sense of traditional grace from her. Despite being a high school student, she gave off a wife-like aura. Watching her gracefully wash rice and cook, Suzumiya Chisato sincerely said, "You'll definitely make a great wife and mother in the future." Uchiha stopped her actions because of his words. "Hey, the fire's too high, the pot is already smoking," Chisato reminded her. Uchiha quickly lowered the heat. After adding the vegetables to the pot, she responded to his previous comment, "Thank you for your kind words." Dinner was ready quickly. Chisato noticed a new quality in Kasumijoka Uchiha. Her cooking skills were quite good, evoking a strange but undeniable sense of nostalgia in him. Despite being just ordinary home-cooked dishes, Chisato rarely ate 3 large bowls of rice in one night. After the meal, Uchiha cleared the table and went to wash the dishes. Chisato sat on the living room sofa and turned on the TV. After finishing her chores, Uchiha joined him on the sofa. She leaned back against the couch and, without Chisato noticing, fell into a deep sleep. When Chisato prepared to leave again, he saw Uchiha peacefully sleeping. She had taken off her school uniform jacket, and her chest rose and fell with her breathing. Upon closer inspection, he could even see the black fabric underneath her white shirt. Chisato poked her cheek but got no response. He initially intended to wake her up but decided against it. He got up and, after locating Uchiha's room, gently picked her up. Perhaps his movements were too abrupt. Uchiha's eyes, which had been closed, opened. She didn't get angry upon realizing she was being carried. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck. "Senpai, if you're awake, you should just go to your room and rest." "No, I'm too tired and weak. Whoever carries me has to make sure I'm settled." "That's so sneaky." "I don't care." With no other choice, Chisato continued carrying her to her room. When he pushed open the door and stepped inside, Uchiha stretched out her toes to close the door behind them. Her slippers fell off, and her beautiful feet trapped in black stockings were exposed to the air. Chisato placed Uchiha on the bed. However, the arms that had been around his neck didn't loosen, instead, they tightened even more. Chisato sighed helplessly. "Senpai, you can't be so willful." Uchiha looked at him with eyes that had become very moist, saying, "I'm scared. Please don't leave tonight, okay?" It was as if everything around them had been put on pause, and the world stood still in that moment. Chapter 64, just very much liking, Uchiha wrapped her arms around your neck, her voice trembling with worry and shyness, asking you to stay the night. Your responses are, 1. No way, you can't just take advantage of me. 2. Okay, where should I sleep tonight? 3. If you let me play with your feet, I might consider it. Chisato didn't choose to refuse or immediately agree. Instead, he deliberately chose the third option with excessive demands. By now, he roughly understood the hidden mechanisms behind this simulation. It seemed that the female leads retained memories from previous simulations. His dissatisfaction with the simulation increased, but he couldn't help but be captivated by the unfolding storyline. It was so well done that, despite knowing the pitfalls, he couldn't refuse and willingly jumped in. So, instead of overthinking, he decided to choose the most interesting option. Uchiha, who had feelings for him, would definitely not refuse. Time resumed in the first-person view. Chisato looked at Uchiha's tearful eyes and gently pried her arms from around his neck. He deliberately kept a neutral expression, deepening her emotions, then softly said, "Staying is fine, if you let me play with your feet." Hearing this, Uchiha's previously downcast mood instantly lifted, and she was overcome with happiness. "You little brat." Her tear-filled eyes looked away, and she quietly said, "If it's just feet, it's okay." "Who said just feet? I also mentioned legs, including the skin on your calves and thighs, which need to be thoroughly checked." "You didn't say that before." "If you're unwilling, I'll just leave." "Wait." Uchiha, holding back her shyness, curled her toes tightly covered by black stockings. "I understand, but I need to take a shower first." "Can it be now?" "No." This was the only point Uchiha would not compromise on. Chisato had to follow her wishes and let her take a shower. The seemingly weak girl who claimed she couldn't move without being carried quickly got up and grabbed fresh clothes after receiving Chisato's assurance of staying the night. The sound of her walking barefoot on the floor was full of energy. 40 minutes later, Uchiha returned to her room. Chisato moved from the desk to the bedside and patted the spot next to him. Uchiha shyly looked away and instead went to her wardrobe to get a set of pajamas and a clean towel. "You should shower first." "But I'm not the one who will get their legs played with, so it's not necessary." Chisato wasn't very willing, looking at Uchiha's smooth, appealing legs beneath her nightgown, eager to feel them. "No, it must be after the shower." Uchiha noticed him looking at her legs, and though her legs remained together, she insisted, "After you've showered, I won't ask for anything else. I don't have a habit of wearing someone else's clothes. These pajamas are new and match mine." I washed them myself, so no one else has worn them. Oh, okay. Chisato didn't ask the tactless question of why she bought matching pajamas, but instead, focused on the pink towel. Uchiha bit her lip. The towel is indeed mine. I'll get you a new one. No need. If it's just used by you, I don't mind. Chisato took the pajamas and towel from her, and before leaving, asked her to lie down on the bed and position her legs appropriately. After he left, Uchiha set her phone and Chisato's phone to silent mode. Then, she turned off the lights in the room, leaving only a dim nightlight by the bed. When Suzumiya Chisato returned, he saw Uchiha lying on the bed, her nightgown raised to mid-thigh, obediently waiting. He didn't hesitate and immediately went over, first playing with her soft feet for over 20 minutes. When his attention shifted from her feet to her calves, the room's temperature rose, and she breathlessly said, Chisato. Yes. Can we stop pretending to be a couple? Chisato feigned confusion. Don't you need me to help you get rid of the stalker? No. I mean, let's stop pretending and actually be together. Everything around seemed to pause, and options appeared. 1. Sure. 2. I like Ariri. 3. Let me see how much you like me first, then I'll decide. Chisato chose the third option. Things started moving again. He stopped stroking her and looked at Uchiha, who had covered her face with a pillow. After a moment, he lay down next to her. Gently removing the pillow from her face, he softly asked, Do you like me? Did you make up the stalker story to get me to stay tonight because you like me? Are you enduring the embarrassment to let me touch your feet and legs because you like me? You're so cute, wanting to be with me. It's not impossible. Show me your determination, and if I'm satisfied, being with you isn't out of the question. Really? Is it okay? Yes. If you see my determination, can we officially be together? Of course. I like you too. If it were someone else, I definitely wouldn't be their bodyguard. Well, I understand. In the dim room, you could smell the rich fragrance from Uchiha, heightened by her emotions. This natural scent led you, usually quite restrained, to act impulsively. That night, you and Uchiha crossed that line together. It felt like floating on soft clouds, far more comfortable than you could have imagined. Uchiha eventually fell into a deep sleep, exhausted. Chapter 65. Suzumiya Chisato's clever plan. Chisato lay in bed, his gaze clear as he stared at the ceiling, entering a peaceful and calm state. All his worries seemed to vanish in that moment, along with his desires. In the current state, it's possible to think clearly about many things. In the simulated life, he fell into a trap carefully set by Uchiha. That devious woman first pretended to be anxious, claiming that she was being followed by a scary stalker. She used a pitiful, helpless appearance to stir up his protective instincts. Then, she naturally proposed that we pretend to be a couple. Starting from the way home after school, we began holding hands and engaging in physical contact. Once we got home, she used the excuse of needing to wash her hands to go to the bathroom, where she had prepared stockings to further use her natural advantages to stir my hormones. Afterwards, she pretended to fall asleep, allowing me to carry her to the bedroom. During this, she brought up the idea of staying overnight because she was scared of being alone at home with the stalker still around. She made a series of well-planned requests and tricks. Even though he figured out her plan halfway through, it was of no use. Under Uchiha's tactics, our relationship in the simulated life was officially established. This time, it wasn't about him deceiving her or catching her in a trap. From the start, she had set her sights on him and made a decisive move after a brief pause. With Uchiha attacking with all her might, using her body as a weapon, who could resist? Chisato felt troubled thinking about this. The reason for his unease was that he anticipated once this simulation ended smoothly, Uchiha might soon come knocking on his door in real life. He could distinguish clearly between simulation and reality, but that didn't mean she could do the same. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been stalking him like she did today. He didn't mind some romantic luck falling into his lap, but if someone came at him with marriage in mind from the start, it would only frighten him. He was still a high school student. If possible, he wanted to naturally experience one or more sweet and sour phases of youth. He wanted to make friends with many girls, rather than being bound to one person before even starting, and then being dragged off to get married once he turned 18, according to new Japanese laws. Even if the person was as attractive as Uchiha, it wasn't acceptable. Having just experienced the release of his desires and hormones, Chisato now even felt that Uchiha, dressed in black stockings and lying on him, making cat-like sounds and actively seeking kisses, didn't really impress him. It was okay. Not to the point of being sick of it, but he didn't feel she was indispensable. With this mindset, Chisato recalled his initial thoughts before the simulation started. He wanted Uchiha and Ariri to stop following him. Given the current situation, what actions could make them lose interest in him in real life while still retaining their memories of the simulation? In his sage mode, Chisato had a clear idea, and the faint notion he had been pondering began to take shape. After much contemplation, he finally found the right solution. Overjoyed, he jumped out of bed, not even putting on slippers, and ran to the corner where his dark companion was sleeping. He excitedly petted the sleeping creature. Satisfied, he returned to bed, leaving his dark companion dazed and confused at the edge of his little nest. The morning light fell on you, and you felt a tickle on your nose. As you open your eyes, you see Calamity Uchiha, who made you a man last night, smiling shyly and softly. She gently brushes her hair against your nose, causing the tickling sensation. Seeing you awake, her smile becomes even more radiant, breathtakingly beautiful. She wraps her arms around your neck, her toes lightly brushing your leg. She speaks tenderly, "From now on, please take care of me. I hope we can always be happy together, my dear Junior, my love." Simple, direct words of affection are often the most moving. Touched, you gaze at her, seeing the love in her wine-red eyes, and your heart beats faster, eager to respond to her declaration of love. So, you say, 1. Please take care of me as well, my dear senior, my love. 2. Enough talking, we still have some time. Let's go again. 3. What are you saying? Are you some old-fashioned person? It's modern times now. It can't just be the two of us. Come on, get up and get ready for school. Chisato grins. Just as he expected, the simulation options wouldn't force him into a single choice. With his goal in mind, he immediately chooses the third option. Facing Calamity Uchiha's affectionate gaze, you gently tuck her hair behind her ear and give her a quick kiss on the cheek. When she opens her eyes to look at you again, you smile and casually say, "What are you talking about, senior? Are you some ancient person? There's no way it's just the two of us. Don't be silly, get up quickly. We have to go to school." Your casual words hit Calamity Uchiha hard. Her face instantly turns pale as she stares blankly at you, getting out of bed without a second thought to get dressed. 20 minutes later, you leave Calamity Uchiha's house. That day, Calamity Uchiha did not come to school. Perfect, just as planned. Chisato watched the events unfold in the simulated life and was thrilled. This was exactly what he wanted. If they still had feelings for him in the previous simulation, this time, they would see his true colors. If they couldn't let go of a husband who loved only them, then how could they love a complete scoundrel who just wanted a harem? They would surely come to hate him, even in real life, and lose interest forever. Chapter 66, Ariri's plan in motion. The choice he made was undoubtedly correct, and the simulation continued to develop. Chisato thought that if nothing unusual happened, it should soon be Ariri's turn. Uchiha didn't come to school today. You sent her a concerned message, but the phone page only shows read, with no response from her. This was expected. After all, most people in this world still hold on to the traditional one-man one-woman mindset, so you understand Uchiha's current indifferent attitude towards you. Of course, understanding her doesn't mean you have to comply with her views. Growing up in a family with 10 mothers, you were taught from a young age that capable people have the right to break rules. Therefore, you don't think your own views are wrong. You even believe that wanting 2 wives is a concession to Uchiha, and she should understand this and accept it. Otherwise, there would be no bright future between you two. With this understanding, you stopped paying special attention to Uchiha, giving her time to think things over. Your focus shifted to Ariri. On this weekend, at the agreed time, you arrived at her home for seafood. You brought a gift, expecting to meet her parents, but instead, only Ariri was at home. This familiar situation made you take a closer look at Ariri. She was dressed casually in home clothes, with a low-cut tank top revealing a lot of skin and a short skirt reaching only mid-thigh. Despite the hot weather, her outfit seems excessively cool, which made you feel somewhat hot. As with before, in the solo environment with Ariri, Chisato chose to experience it from a first-person perspective. In Ariri's dimly lit room, with the curtains open, the faint moonlight coming through the window barely illuminated the room. The view zooms in on Uchiha sleeping in bed, her closed eyes fluttering, and her mouth tightly pursed, as if she were having an unpleasant dream. Switching angles to Ariri's futon, she appeared to be sleeping peacefully, her mouth curved in a happy smile, likely having a pleasant dream. Ding dong, Ariri, confirming through the electronic peephole that the visitor was Chisato, quickly bent down and clasped her arms across her chest, enhancing her modesty. After checking to make sure everything was okay, she opened the door. "Come in, isn't it hot outside?" "Yeah, the sun is quite strong today." Chisato handed over the gift he had brought, and his eyes were uncontrollably drawn to Ariri's chest. Although he immediately averted his gaze, Ariri noticed it. Feeling both shy and pleased, She didn't show it on the surface and quickly invited him to sit in the living room. Seeing his curious gaze, she explained, "My parents are working. So today, it's just me at home. It must be tough working on weekends." "It's okay, they're used to it." Ayuri served the watermelon juice she had prepared and told Chisato to relax while she cooked the seafood so they could have lunch soon. Instead of following her instructions, Chisato followed her into the kitchen. Watching Ayuri skillfully prepare the ingredients, he remembered Uchiha preparing dinner for him a few days ago. He wondered, are high school girls really this skilled in domestic tasks? They all seem like seasoned housewives with top-notch cooking skills. But he kept this thought to himself and praised her sincerely. At lunch, Chisato was very satisfied. The oysters were sweet, the crab legs were full and fragrant, and the clam porridge was exceptional. Compared with Uchiha, it seemed that Ayuri, who looked more like a wealthy young lady, had better cooking skills. Ayuri ate very little, mostly watching Chisato enjoy his meal. She had a different intention for this meal. It might seem unbelievable, but she seemed to have memories of a past life. In her past life, she and Chisato were a loving couple. They lived happily together until they passed away. She vaguely remembered that in her past life, Chisato had a special fondness for her seafood dishes. So she arranged this opportunity to observe his reaction to her cooking. Seeing him enjoy the meal so much and feeling the familiar sensation, her expression brightened, and her thoughts became clearer. After lunch, Ayuri took out 2 tickets to the aquarium, looking at Chisato with bright, hopeful eyes. "These were given to my parents, but they didn't have time to go, so they gave them to me. If you're free this afternoon, would you like to go with me?" Chisato hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Sure, I don't have anything planned for the afternoon." His agreement made Ayuri very happy, and she smiled with anticipation. She changed into a light-colored dress and sandals, exuding youthful energy. "Let's go." "Okay." In her previous life, he loved her deeply and secretly used calculations and hard work to finally win her heart. In this life, she would take the initiative and even use unscrupulous means to leave a mark on his heart. There was no way she would let him be taken by that awful Uchiha. Ah! On the way to the train station, Ayuri tripped and fell by the roadside, her bag falling to the ground. Chisato crouched down. "I'm so sorry, I'm so clumsy. I accidentally twisted my ankle." Facing his gaze, Ayuri lightly touched her white ankle, looking very distressed and teary. Chapter 67, Trap. After lunch, Yu and Ayuri, who had dressed up carefully, set off for the aquarium. However, things didn't go as planned. Shortly after starting out, Ayuri accidentally twisted her ankle. She looked pained, with tears welling up in her big blue eyes, as if she might cry any moment. Her pitiable appearance made Yu feel a surge of sympathy. Yu immediately crouched beside her and prepared to 1. Take out your phone, switch to camera mode, and say, "Come on, smile." Stick your tongue out 2. Decide that since she twisted her ankle, there's nothing to be done. You should go home and cancel the plans for today. 3. Mention that the food was great and offer to carry her as thanks. At this moment, options appeared. The meanings of the 3 choices were clear. The first option was just for fun, the second was to cancel the plans and go home, and the third was to show chivalry and continue the date. However, given the previous experience with Uchiha, Chisato found it hard to believe that Ayuri had truly injured her ankle. It was likely that she was faking it to get closer to him through physical contact. It was a simple and crude tactic, but undeniably effective. In summer, both were dressed lightly. The girl on the guy's back would be pressed closely against him. The guy would feel her warm breath near his face, her fragrant hair, and the soft touch of her ear. For a young man, it was almost impossible to resist such an enticing tactic. But from a third-person perspective, Chisato could make a calm judgment. The third option seemed like the traditional correct choice in a dating game, but for some reason, he chose the second option. You crouched beside Ayuri, showing concern as you gently held her small foot in your hand, probably due to the intense sunlight. Ayuri's ears were flushed red. After carefully checking her injury, you suggested that since there was no other way if she was injured, it would be best to cancel the day's plans and go home to rest. Ayuri stubbornly shook her head, saying she didn't want to miss the dolphin show she was looking forward to. Reluctantly, you helped her to a shaded area by the roadside. After rubbing her ankle, she said the pain had improved and wouldn't affect the rest of the day. You took the train and arrived at the aquarium. As expected, in the simulation, if you didn't choose to carry her, she would find another way to continue the date. She was quite clever. However, this kind of cunning to get close to him was undeniably charming. Chisato, with mixed feelings, continued to watch the unfolding events. At the aquarium, which was located by the sea and was quite large with many exhibits, Yu and Ayuri happily looked at various marine creatures and took many photos. During a break when Ayuri went to the bathroom, You held her bag and waited outside. Looking at her bag, you decided to 1. Open it and check inside. 2. Leave it alone. Options appeared again. Chisato chose the first option with interest. You opened Ariri's bag and found tissues, a hand warmer, earphones, a hair tie, and gum. Nothing particularly noteworthy. You closed the bag with a neutral expression. At the dolphin show, Ariri, excited, dragged you to the front row. The splashes from the dolphins soaked both of you, though you looked messy to others. After exchanging glances, you both laughed joyfully. The staff gave you dry towels, and with the hot weather, your clothes soon dried. After leaving the aquarium, Ariri told you that she had read online that the nearby beach was a great spot for sunset photos, and she wanted you to accompany her. Seeing her pleading eyes, you decided to 1. Nod and agree. 2. Shake your head and refuse. Chisato chose the first option. Even if he had refused, Ariri would probably find another reason to extend the date. So, he decided to go along with her plan. You agreed to Ariri's suggestion and went to the nearby beach. As she said, the beach at sunset was beautiful and crowded with people, mostly couples. You and Ariri stood out among them. You took off your shoes and walked in the shallow water. Ariri started splashing water on you, and you both played around. You didn't leave until nightfall. There were many small stalls near the beach. Ariri wanted to eat yakitori, but seeing the greasy grill, you felt uneasy about eating it. You suggested having dinner at a nice Western restaurant instead. An hour later, as you were finishing up, Ariri started sneezing. She seemed a bit dizzy, likely due to getting wet earlier. You showed concern and suggested taking her to the hospital, but she refused. She said she disliked the smell of hospital disinfectants and that it was just a mild cold. She'd buy some medicine and be fine. After leaving the restaurant, she asked you to buy a hot drink while she went to the pharmacy. When you returned with the drink, you found Ariri on the phone, sounding agitated. From what you heard, she seemed to be arguing with her parents. She ended the call with a loud, angry tone, saying she'd stay at a friend's house tonight and then hung up. Chapter 68. Ariri's wish fulfilled. You waited for Ariri to hang up before approaching her and handing over the hot drink. You asked what had happened. She briefly explained that her father was being too controlling despite her being in high school. She asked you not to worry, as she would stay at a friend's house tonight. She called her friend, Miharu, who quickly answered but said she had many guests and couldn't accommodate Ariri. Ariri panicked for a moment but soon recovered, asking her friend to cover for her if her family called, and her friend agreed. Seeing Ariri looking troubled, you approached her. It was already past 10 at night. You decided to 1. Invite her to your place, saying you could stay up all night playing games. 2. Suggest the hotel you noticed on the way. 3. Tell her to go home and avoid spreading her cold to you. Late at night, with nowhere else to go, Ariri seemed like a familiar character in the storyline. Chisato chose the first option. He didn't have any other thoughts. He was just curious to see if Ariri would agree to stay over and if they'd really spend the night playing games. Facing Ariri, who was looking troubled and hesitant, you made the invitation. You mentioned that you lived alone and if she didn't mind, she could stay at your place. You had recently bought some new games, and since it was Sunday, they could stay up all night playing. Ariri agreed after confirming it wouldn't be a problem and came with you to your apartment. Your apartment wasn't exactly tidy but didn't smell bad. It was just a bit disorganized. The first thing Ariri did was tidy up the living room a bit. After both of you took a shower, you sat on the couch, playing the critically acclaimed game It Takes Two. As the hours passed, you and Ariri ended up sitting close together on the couch. She didn't have a change of clothes, so she wore your t-shirt and shorts. Her small frame in the ill-fitting clothes made her look even more petite and cute. Her hair occasionally brushed against your arm, and her feet, touching your thigh, made the space between you more intimate. As you played, the game character's movements became clumsy, and mistakes increased. At 1 a.m., Ariri's coughing increased, and though she insisted she was fine and wanted to keep playing, you insisted she go to the bedroom, take her medicine, and rest. Reluctantly, Ariri complied. After you poured her a cup of warm water and placed it by her bed, you gently closed the door and lay down on the couch. You reflected on the day's events, thinking about your date with Ariri, with the girl you liked now in the next room, sleeping in your bed. You thought you'd stay awake all night, but you clearly overestimated yourself. Half an hour later, you fell into a deep sleep. Some time later, in the middle of the night, you woke up, struggling to breathe. Opening your eyes, you discovered the cause of your discomfort. Ariri had her legs on either side of your waist, straddling you. Before you could say anything in surprise, Ariri, gasping, collapsed on top of you. Realizing something, you touched her forehead and felt an abnormal heat. Ariri weakly said she was getting worse, possibly with a fever. You carried her back to the bedroom, placed a cool cloth on her forehead to reduce her fever, and noticed the water you had prepared for her was still untouched. You asked if she hadn't taken her medicine. Ariri admitted she hadn't, and when you prepared to get more warm water for her to take the medicine, she held onto your fingers. Through her embarrassed explanation, you understood why she hadn't taken the medicine. The cold medicine she picked up at the pharmacy was suppositories, not pills to be taken orally but ones to be inserted, similar to the shy medicines found in adult content. You felt that despite the embarrassment, the medicine needed to be taken. Ariri covered her face, saying she couldn't do it and couldn't bring herself to use the medicine that way. Faced with this situation, you decided to 1. Go to the 24-hour pharmacy downstairs and get regular cold medicine, which would only take about 10 minutes. 2. Persuade her to try harder. 3. Offer to help her with it. 3 options. Chisato chose the third option. Chisato sat up on the bed immediately. There was no room for hesitation in this situation. Not only that, he immediately switched to a first-person perspective. In the room with the nightlight on. With his left arm blocking Ariri, who was breathing heavily and obviously distressed. Chisato, worried about her condition, looked at the unused cold medicine on the bedside. After a moment of thought, he held the medicine and proposed, "If you're sick, you need to take medicine, or it will get worse. If you don't mind, I can help you with it." Ariri, covering her eyes with her arm, lowered it to cover her mouth. Her beautiful blue eyes were trembling uncontrollably. "If you don't want to, I'll go downstairs and buy regular medicine." Chisato said this without forcing her and turned to leave. "Wait." Ariri quickly called out to stop him. Chisato turned around, but she looked away, unable to meet his gaze. "It's not necessary to go through all that trouble. I'm not forcing anything, it's just that I'm afraid you might find it too dirty." Chisato shook his head. "I won't think that way." "Then, let's do it. I'm sorry to trouble you." "All right." Chisato took the medicine from the bedside. Though he appeared calm, his heart was racing as he prepared to use the medicine for the first time. He carefully read the instructions. Pay attention to fingertip hygiene. It's best if there are no nails. Ensure the medicine is inserted deeply, otherwise, it might not be absorbed properly, delaying treatment. Confirm by inserting it up to the second joint of the index finger. Chisato. "What is it?" "Don't read it out loud." Ariri's weak voice trembled with shyness and almost sounded like she was about to cry. "Sorry." Chisato took a deep breath, quickly skimmed the instructions, and put them aside. He took out a piece of medicine. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he said, "Okay, I'll start now." Chapter 69. How did she know? Turn off the light first." "Sure." He turned off the light and closed the curtains. The room was now completely dark. He heard rustling sounds from the bed. "All done." Ariri weakly spoke. "All right, then I'll." Chisato fumbled in the darkness, first finding Ariri's ankle. He clearly felt her body tremble intensely when he touched her. He tried to calm himself and began administering the medicine. However, in the darkness, Ariri suddenly pulled away, and it seemed like she was really crying. "No. Not there." Chisato's mind went blank for a moment, and after 2 seconds, he realized what she meant. He apologized repeatedly, adjusted his mood, and tried again in the dark. This time, he was sure he was in the right place and was about to administer the medicine when Ariri stopped him again. "I don't feel as bad as before. You can't give up now." "No. Really, you can come feel my forehead, the fever seems to have gone down." "Is that so?" Chisato touched her forehead and found it cooler than before. "So, no need for the medicine now?" "Yes. I think so." He felt a bit of disappointment, but also relief. "I'll turn on the light then." "Wait." In the dark, Ariri suddenly pulled him close, causing him to topple onto her. "Eerie. Maybe it's because I sweated a lot." "What?" "Because of the sweat. I feel much better." "Really?" "Yes. I can feel my body." So? You don't need to give me the medicine. Instead, can you help me sweat a bit more?" "How?" "Just hold me and cover us with the blanket." Chisato didn't respond because Ariri was already holding him and pulling the blanket over them. Was she really sick? Can someone with a cold have this much strength? Chisato was puzzled. In the small apartment, Chisato slowly opened his eyes, his gaze calm and wise. Despite knowing he had been schemed against, he couldn't feel angry. The next morning, you informed Ariri, who was cuddling happily in your arms, about what you had noticed. Ariri's eyes widened, and she stiffened. She had planned this carefully, thinking through every detail. She believed she had covered all her tracks but didn't realize she had made a fatal mistake. She should not have handed over her handbag for convenience during the day. That brief period exposed the most critical evidence of her crime. Her plan was to use the fake fever to fast-forward their relationship, aiming for intimacy to naturally progress to a relationship. However, you saw through her scheme, making her anxious that you might think she was manipulative and untrustworthy. Seeing Ariri silent, you touched her smooth hair and slowly said, 1. Do you like babies, Iri? 2. Should we announce our relationship on social media? 3. Let's all get along well with Uchiha from now on. Chisato considered the options and decided to end things swiftly and clearly. He didn't want to engage in further manipulations. He wanted to ensure that despite the same names and appearances, the person she was dealing with now was not the same as before. He chose the third option. It was time to end everything, and let them transition from love to disillusionment and clarity. Ariri enjoyed your touch and relished being in your arms. She saw your softened gaze and felt her previous worries fade. She thought you accepted her completely, even knowing her elaborate plan. Believing this, she carefully looked at you, wrapped her arms around your neck, and after confirming your acceptance, she kissed you. Seeing your response, she was thrilled and became more active and passionate in her kisses. Her eyes sparkled as she breathed rapidly, saying she liked you and wanted to be with you always. You responded that you liked her too, found her cooking delicious, and that her cunning behavior was cute. You suggested that the three of you, including Uchiha, should get along well. Ariri was overjoyed by your initial words but was crushed by the latter part. Feeling as if she had fallen from a great height, she experienced the complete emotional range from great joy to deep despair. Her reaction was as expected. You took her to the bathroom for a bath. During this time, she didn't say a word or react to your provocations, though her body still responded adorably. After the bath, Ariri, with a flushed face but visibly upset, left your apartment. You followed her at a distance until you saw her enter her home before leaving. In the following week, Ariri, like Uchiha, didn't contact you and avoided you at school. You understood this was a normal reaction and were confident that they would reassess their perception of you and stop stalking. Chisato felt relieved but also a bit regretful. He hoped that, with their memories intact, they would no longer be affected by the fictional lives and return to their normal lives. Unfortunately, the evaluation for this simulation is unlikely to be very high. Perhaps he'll only get a small reward. 1 month has passed. Various girls often come around you, but you show no interest in them and always use a cold attitude to make them back off. 2 months have gone by, and the semester has ended. They still have the same attitude as before, and even with your patience, you can't help but feel some anxiety. On the first day of the long vacation, the situation changed. Uchiha proactively visited in the morning. You thought she had finally come to her senses and welcomed her warmly, but she left by noon, and despite your attempts to persuade her, she was unmoved. After Uchiha left, you sat on the couch, thinking. You had just been playing poker, and during the game, she had even removed her jacket and stockings. The mood seemed right, so why did she leave? Half an hour later, the doorbell rang again. You thought Uchiha had returned and quickly went to open the door, but it was actually Ariri. You realized suddenly that you had never brought Uchiha home or told her where you lived, so how did she find out her address? Chapter 70, The Final Choice. On the first day of the long vacation, Uchiha came in the morning. You played poker, won more often than lost, and managed to make her take off her jacket and stockings, revealing a lot of skin. Just as you were about to take advantage of the situation, she got dressed and left. In the afternoon, Sawamura Ariri came over. You intended to ask her about the decision you previously mentioned, but she skillfully changed the subject. She brought a game you hadn't completed yet. By evening, you asked her to stay overnight, but she firmly refused. The next day, the situation was the same. Uchiha came in the morning and left by noon, while Ariri came in the afternoon and left by evening. On the third day, the timing of their visits changed. On the fourth day, the situation was the same as yesterday. Chisato's expression changed slightly. Even someone slow should notice that something is off, especially someone as smart as you. You began to realize that Uchiha and Ariri must have had a private conversation you didn't know about, leading to an unspoken agreement between them. They refused to appear together but cleverly divide your time, coming at different times and no longer mentioning the harem declaration you made earlier. From their behavior over these days, you understand this is their way of resisting. They do not agree with having another woman around you, so they're using their actions and will to show their feelings. You can only choose one of them. During the long vacation, while interacting with you, Uchiha often showed you her new stockings in various styles and colors, semi-transparent, lace-edged, with letter patterns, and with cute cat paw prints on the soles. She earnestly asked you about the feel of each style and which one you liked better. On the other hand, Ariri suddenly developed a liking for changing outfits, frequently dressing in different styles, sailor uniforms, non-costumes, Lolita dresses, magical girl costumes. She came to your home, changed clothes in front of you, and explained that as a painter, she needed to understand different clothing styles to accurately depict them in her art. Their actions were a visual delight but only a visual one. Whenever you got excited and wanted to develop a closer relationship, they always refused you. The closest they would accept was holding hands, hugging, and kissing. Even the most intimate kiss was merely symbolic, with no chance for deeper contact. They offered plenty of temptation but stopped just short at the crucial moment, playing the game of inch-by-inch challenge. Their behavior made you increasingly frustrated. You looked at your increasingly energetic body and realized you couldn't go on like this. You needed to make a change, so you decided to 1. Change your approach and focus all your efforts on winning over either Calamity Uchiha or Sawamura Ariri. This might make things much simpler. 2. Challenge them to see who breaks first. 3. There are other women in the world besides them. Note, this is the final choice in this simulation. Each choice leads to different future developments, so choose wisely. Chisato, who had been relaxed, became cautious upon seeing this choice. For the first time in the simulation, there was a hint attached to the options. Given the principle that unusual situations often hide problems, these options might not be as simple as they seem. He read the 3 options carefully, 3 times each. Considering the situation, he used all his brain power to analyze them. The first option was somewhat indirect but not too difficult to understand. Rather than continuing to delay, take proactive steps to win over either Uchiha or Ariri. If he could completely win the heart of either one, make her accept the idea of a harem, and get her help, plus with his wealthy and powerful family, achieving a perfect ending shouldn't be a problem. However, this wasn't what he wanted. After some thought, he decided to skip it. The second option was to maintain the current complex relationship and see where it leads. Honestly, Chisato wasn't sure where this would go in the simulation. The third option was more straightforward and blunt. If they kept tempting him but wouldn't let him touch them, then he would simply look for other women. This was very much in line with the logic and behavior of someone from a wealthy family. Chisato looked at the 3 options and didn't hesitate long. He had already made up his mind. He didn't want a perfect ending in this simulation but wanted Uchiha and Ariri to give up on him. It was clear which option to choose. But just as he was about to choose the third option, he hesitated. Would the third option really develop as he thought? Wouldn't there be unexpected outcomes? For instance, a previous simulation participant who messed up relationships got sick and had to drop out for treatment. Or more bizarrely, a randomly chosen woman might exist in real life and also dream of joining this confusing situation. Chisato thought about the various chaotic scenarios in the simulation and felt there might be a possibility of unexpected outcomes. The more he thought, the more he couldn't decide. The decision he was sure about was now very shaky, and he looked back at the other 2 options. Weighing the pros and cons, he rejected the original decision and chose the second option. Hope my intuition is right. Chapter 71, Simulation ends. You saw through the intentions of Calamity Uchiha and Sawamura Ariri. Being inherently competitive, you were not planning to compromise with them. Whenever Calamity Uchiha showed you her newly bought stockings, you would make yourself imagine Sawamura Ariri's cute little tiger teeth when she smiled. When Sawamura Ariri changed clothes in front of you, deliberately displaying her youthful and beautiful body, you would remind yourself of the majestic mountains of Calamity Uchiha and imagine a white spring flowing from them, far surpassing the small hill of the blonde girl before you. By using this method, you avoided falling into their carefully crafted seductive traps, significantly improving your control. Of course, you weren't just defending. Through constant testing, you discovered Calamity Uchiha's weakness. It's not only men who appreciate the curves of women, women do too. Calamity Uchiha had a preference for your body. To be more precise, she liked your well-defined abs, your strong arms, and your fit, powerful physique. Even the sweat on your skin after exercising made her look at you with an involuntary gaze. So, you began to display these aspects intentionally and unintentionally. You started wearing tank tops and shorts at home, exercising in front of her when she visited. Not only did you make her watch, but you also had her participate. You would have her squat with you, lie on the floor while you did push-ups on her, or sit on your lap while you did sit-ups, deliberately lifting a corner of your shirt to let her appreciate the changing muscles of your abdomen. You learned Sawamura Ariri's weakness the night you crossed that line with her. Her preferences were not as direct and rough as Calamity Uchiha's. She had a slightly perverse side, perhaps from reading too many humiliation-themed works. She liked the feeling of being forced and helpless, and a slight physical pain without psychological harm. Of course, only you could fulfill such needs. Sawamura Ariri triggered a new switch for you. As you gradually explored, your home accumulated various props, eye masks, feathers, pink handcuffs, soft little whips, and heart-pattern stickers. In the second semester of high school, Calamity Uchiha, having endured for a long time while you did sit-ups, suddenly tackled you. Not long after the new school year started in your senior year, Sawamura Ariri, after losing a competitive game and facing punishment, could no longer control her emotions. She bowed her head, tears welling up, and bit your finger. Both of them undoubtedly lost in their struggle against you. Compared to Sawamura Ariri's straightforward pleading after being punished, Kasumijoka Utaha remained stubborn even after you gave it your all. She couldn't accept that there was another woman by your side. She was a greedy woman who wanted to monopolize and didn't want to share. She used her busy college schedule and demanding career as an excuse to gradually distance herself from you. You remained calm and didn't complain or try to hold her back. On graduation day, you returned to your family, and your father began gradually transferring some of the family business to you. You used your connections to attend Kasumijoka Utaha's university with Sawamura Ariri. You bribed relevant school staff to allow you free access to Kasumijoka Utaha's dorm every night. A month later, Kasumijoka Utaha, seemingly overwhelmed, moved out of the dorm and rented a small apartment on her own. You bought the apartment from the owner and, 3 days later, used a key to enter the apartment late at night, heading to Kasumijoka Utaha's bed while she was asleep. In the dark, she made incoherent noises and scolded your shamelessness intermittently. Reflecting on it, you were surprised she still had the energy to speak. You intensified your efforts, rendering her temporarily speechless. You sent people to keep a close watch on Kasumijoka Utaha, ensuring her safety while constantly knowing her whereabouts. You built an enormous invisible cage that seemed to give her freedom but required you to provide her with food at regular intervals. After graduating from college, you proposed to Sawamura Ariri. Your wedding was held on the sandy beaches of Okinawa, and amidst the witnesses, you embraced and kissed. That night, you took Sawamura Ariri back to the hotel where you were staying. Kasumijoka Utaha sat on your wedding bed, glaring at you. Sawamura Ariri took off the ring from her ring finger and handed it to you. You smiled, shook your head, took the ring from her, and put it back on her finger. You took out a new ring box from your pocket, knelt in front of Kasumijoka Utaha, and proposed. Kasumijoka Utaha gritted her teeth, remembering the humiliation and resentment of being trapped in this room and watching your wedding through the window since the morning. She raised her left hand high but couldn't bring herself to strike. Tears rolled down her cheeks. You took her left hand, put the diamond ring on her finger, and gently kissed the tears from her eyes. Ariri became your publicly recognized wife, while Kasumijoka Utaha became your mistress. This slightly deviated from your initial plan but didn't matter much. Afterward, Utaha's behavior remained restless. She always showed dissatisfaction and apparent disgust in front of you and Ariri but couldn't help making soft, emotional sounds when in bed with you. You were busy with your career, traveling worldwide, but you took them with you wherever you went. At 24, you and Ariri had a baby. At 25, you and Utaha had a daughter. She insisted on naming her Chaya, which you agreed to. She was very happy, and afterward, you noticed her previously aloof and unreserved personality becoming much gentler and more accommodating. At 30, you formally took over your father's business. At 40, Utaha noticed an inappropriate gaze from one of your female subordinates, directly dismissed her, and filled the position herself. At 52, as your energy waned, you chose to hand over the family business to your children. At 92, Utaha passed away. You and Ariri also passed away the following month. You were buried together on a gentle slope facing the sea. The simulation ends. Chisato rubbed his temples, sighed lightly, and slowly closed his eyes. Although there were some minor issues along the way, the final outcome was undoubtedly positive. Everyone lived long, healthy lives until the end. It was a joyous and congratulatory result. But the problem was, this wasn't the ending he wanted. What did he think about so much at that time? It's better to pick option 3. Chapter 72. After the two wake up, simulation ended. Evil Path Index, 68. Evaluation, B. Overall rating, you started strong, but your actions in this life were rather routine. You did what was expected and found love, but nothing particularly outstanding. In your youth, you could have explored broader horizons, but for some reason, you hesitated, missing out on a more fulfilling future. Seriously, what were you thinking? The simulator actually criticized him. Reward summary, you've gained considerable experience in voice skills, horsemanship, and rope techniques. Finally, it's not just voice skills and horsemanship, though rope techniques don't sound like a proper reward. Did he really live that wildly in this simulation? Chisato looked at his hands, examining his palms carefully. You've received a B-tier gift box, randomly determining. You've acquired combat skills at a competitive level. Suddenly, Chisato felt a slight headache. A surge of combat experience flooded his mind without warning, moving through his brain like a chaotic whirlwind. This warm flow started from his head, spreading through his body, making him groan softly in comfort. Nearby, the sleeping dark wing slowly opened its eyes at the sound, looking towards the bed. Seeing its master twisting on the bed in a strange posture, it confirmed there was no serious illness or danger before silently turning away and closing its eyes again. The newly unlocked 72 event scenes of Kasumijoka Utaha and Ariri Spencer Sawamura have been added to the CG gallery, and can be revisited at any time. For completing the double heroine route for the first time, you've received an additional random gift box. Would you like to open it now? After finishing the experience infusion, Chisato, who had settled back on the bed, silently thought, yes. Congratulations. You've gained the nobleman's impressive demeanor. Regardless of your actual financial status, others will perceive you as wealthy. Your charisma has increased, making you more noticeable in a crowd, and it will be easier to attract admirers. Chisato clenched his fists. Despite his somewhat lackluster performance in this simulation, he still received 2 pretty good rewards. It was an unexpected joy. The cost was only 2 hours of simulation time, during which he just needed to make a few decisions. Of course, aside from that, Chisato thought of the 2 people who stayed with him until the end in this simulation. The joy of the rewards was replaced by complex emotions. He turned off the light and pinched the bridge of his nose. In the darkness, he remained wide awake, lying in bed silently for a long time. Tonight, he did not revisit the CG gallery. It was just past 6 a.m., and the sun was rising from the horizon. On the road, there were elderly people out for a morning jog, and a few birds occasionally flew across the sky. At the Sawamura residence, Uchiha slowly opened her eyes on the bed. Her gaze was clear, not at all like someone who had just woken up. She stared at the ceiling for a while, then gently propped herself up and turned her head to look at Ariri, who was sleeping on the floor beside the bed. Seeing that she hadn't woken up yet, Uchiha blinked her beautiful eyes slowly, as if deep in thought. Not long after, Ariri stirred slightly, her eyelids twitching before she slowly opened her eyes. She turned her head, meeting the silent gaze of Uchiha, who had been staring at her. The 2 of them quietly looked at each other for a while. Neither spoke first, as if there was something unusual about the other that they hadn't noticed before, something that needed careful observation. Silence began to spread throughout the room. Eventually, Uchiha broke eye contact first. She calmly removed her nightshirt in front of Ariri and began putting on her underwear. Ariri averted her gaze, got up, and took a small sip of water from a cup on the table like a cat. After drinking, she looked back at Uchiha, who was now taking off her pajama pants and putting on tights. It's still early for school. Ariri finally broke the silence. I'm just getting dressed. I'm not planning to head to school right now, Uchiha replied as she finished putting on her tights. She adjusted her skirt and walked directly over to Ariri, taking the cup from her hand and placing it back on the table. What are you doing? Ariri asked warily. Uchiha didn't answer. Instead, she suddenly raised her hand and smacked Ariri's butt. The crisp smack sound was followed by Ariri's involuntary yelp, "Ah! Uchiha repeated the sound Ariri had just made, her eyes mocking and her face showing disdain. Your face is turning red. Do you actually enjoy pain, you masochist? Ariri clutched her butt, flustered. Who would enjoy that? You're the pervert here. You pretend you're not interested, but when it comes down to it, you're louder than anyone. And whose fault is that? You promised a fair competition, but you betrayed me at the critical moment. Huh. You've got some nerve. The pillow and bed in his room still smell like you. You broke the agreement first, didn't you? Always trying to get ahead, you sneaky woman. What about the wedding? You actually accepted his proposal. How could I refuse? Ha. Now you're jealous? Serves you right for being so difficult at the start. You deserved it. Jealous? Jealous of you being a hogtied mess, unable to move in bed? Should I describe in detail how pathetic you looked then? What right do you have to talk? When you were pregnant with Chiharu, your belly was so big, yet you still clung to him every day, like you couldn't get enough. Who's the real pig here? That was due to an excess of pregnancy hormones. You were the same way when you were pregnant. At least I didn't barge in and interrupt halfway through. Uchiha and Ariri's hands locked together, their foreheads pressed against each other, as their expressions grew increasingly wild. Chapter 73, A subtle shift in their relationship. Their heated argument passed through the door, word for word, into Mrs. Sawamura's ears, who had been about to knock. She slowly withdrew her hand, covering her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide with shock. A masochistic pig? Was that Ariri? Pregnancy? Excess hormones? Was that about Uchiha? Handcuffs and blindfolds, insatiable desires, forced interruptions. And who is the he they're talking about? These 2 kids haven't even graduated high school. What on earth are they talking about? Mrs. Sawamura always prided herself on being young at heart, but now, she truly felt her age for the first time. She was overwhelmed by the feeling that she couldn't keep up with her own child's thoughts. She slowly backed away, the sounds of scuffling and shouting from the room unable to snap her out of her daze. She left the doorway to her daughter's room in a daze. Inside, Uchiha and Ariri were panting, lying on the bed. After counting down together, They simultaneously released their hold on each other. "Ah! You awful woman, you pulled out so much of my hair." Ariri fumed, glaring at the few golden strands on the white sheets. "You think that's bad? Do you know how much these tights cost? You've ruined them." Uchiha shot back, not one to back down. And so, another round of exaggerated slapping and punching ensued. A little while later, Uchiha curled up, rubbing her chest, while Ariri rolled around on the bed, clutching her unnaturally red cheeks. These two, considered the epitome of beauty at Toyosaki Academy, were now in such an unkempt state that anyone who knew them would be shocked. "Let's stop doing pointless things. Only if you don't provoke me first." Ariri sat up, watching Uchiha remove the torn tights. Her eyes silently drifted away. "How much?" "I'll pay you back." "No need. At least borrow mine. Your legs are too short. They won't fit. Don't push it. Why don't you say it's because your legs are too thick? Fine, give them to me." Uchiha laughed lightly at Ariri's sudden outburst, extending her hand. "What? Don't think my legs are too short now." Ariri raised an eyebrow. "It's the best I can do. Better than going out there legged." "Humphrey." Ariri rummaged through her closet and handed her a new pair of over-the-knee socks. She watched as Uchiha put them on, noticing the red marks on her thighs from the earlier scuffle. "Hey. Does your leg still hurt? I have some medicated oil at home. If you need it, I can go get it for you." After hesitating for a moment, Ariri couldn't hold back her concern any longer, though she still tried to sound a bit tsundere. Even though she acted tough, she ended up saying it anyway. In the dream, they spent a lifetime together because of someone. Even though they seemed at odds until the very end, people aren't made of stone. After spending so much time together, even plants would develop feelings. Uchiha's usually cold expression softened a bit after hearing Ariri's offer. She got up and walked over to the full-length mirror, pretending to check how her over-the-knee socks looked. In reality, she was turning her back to Ariri to hide the blush that had crept onto her face. "No, it's fine. It doesn't hurt much. It'll be better soon. I don't need the oil. Oh. By the way, I think I might have accidentally scratched your face with my nails earlier. I dodged it. You didn't scratch me at all. Is that so? That's good. Yeah. Just moments ago, they had been at each other's throats. But now, in this enclosed room, after that brief exchange, the atmosphere between them suddenly felt a bit different. "I'm going to brush my teeth." "Oh, do you know where the bathroom is?" "Right, the disposable toothbrushes are in the third drawer below the sink." "Just open." "Never mind, I'll come with you." Ariri led the way as they both headed to the bathroom. She handed Uchiha a set of disposable toothbrushes. After taking one, Uchiha stood on the left side of the sink to brush her teeth. Noticing that Ariri seemed lost in thought, she intentionally patted the empty space on her right. Ariri got the hint, grabbed her own toothbrush, and the two of them began brushing their teeth side by side. The sink in the Sawamura house wasn't particularly large, so it felt a bit cramped with both of them using it shoulder to shoulder. Despite the tight space, they didn't seem uncomfortable at all. Instead, they moved in sync, as if it was the most natural thing. In the dream, this had been a common scene in their daily lives with Chisato. After marriage they often got up together and brushed their teeth side by side. They didn't like having anyone else in the house, so they had no servants. After brushing their teeth, one of them would usually prepare breakfast while the other woke up the kids and helped them get dressed and make their beds. Many similar experiences were vividly etched in their minds, subtly changing the relationship between the two of them. "Mom seems to be still sleeping. She didn't wake us up today. Let's not bother her. She needs the rest. We'll just grab a quick breakfast and head to school." "Okay. You or me?" "You go ahead. I'm not familiar with your kitchen. I'll help you out." "All right." The two headed to the kitchen and divided the tasks efficiently. Ariri took out a frying pan to make tamagoyaki. Meanwhile, Uchiha heated the milk and placed buttered toast into the toaster. By the time Mrs. Sawamura had calmed down and realized she hadn't made breakfast yet, she rushed to the living room only to find steaming hot milk and sandwiches already on the table. There was a note on the table from her beloved daughter, saying that they had gone to school and reminding her to reheat the breakfast in the microwave if it got cold. My daughter, who's never lifted a finger in the kitchen, actually made breakfast? And it tastes quite good? For the second time that day, Mrs. Sawamura found herself questioning her understanding of the world. On the way to school, Ariri and Uchiha walked side by side. Ariri gently nudged Uchiha with her elbow. "What is it?" "It's about Chisato." "Yeah." Uchiha nodded, signaling she was listening. Trying to appear indifferent, Ariri asked, "What do you plan to do?" "What else?" "I'm going to see him, of course. Whether he's had the same experience as us or not, I need to see him." There's no point in worrying about everything else right now. We can figure things out after we meet him. Exactly, I was thinking the same thing. But there's no rush. Why not? I haven't been sleeping well these past few days. When I looked in the mirror this morning, I noticed my face looked a bit off. Plus, I need to go on a diet, slim down a bit, and then meet him. Ayuri glanced at Uchiha's flat Kusagakure, then touched her own. She hadn't thought of this at all, and didn't see it as necessary, but after hearing Uchiha mention it, she immediately decided to do the same. For lunch today, she'd just have some yogurt to keep it light. There's one more thing I want to say. Ayuri looked at Uchiha with a hint of caution in her eyes. Uchiha smiled slightly. I know what you're thinking. I won't do anything behind your back. Promise. That's so childish. I don't need to make a promise. Have I ever gone back on my word? You better not. Ayuri felt reassured. Although the person beside her often had a rather nasty personality, one good thing was that she never broke a promise. However, after making this promise, Uchiha frowned slightly. She had the nagging feeling that she had forgotten something important. She couldn't remember. It must have been just her imagination. Chapter 74. Speaking this might sound a bit exaggerated and cheesy, but there is no doubt that cooking is infused with the love of the person who made it. Huh? So every day, with a heart full of gratitude, I make sure to eat every grain of rice in this love-filled lunch. Huh? You might not fully understand what I'm saying now, Chisato, but when you have someone in your life who makes lunch for you, you'll understand how I feel. Even if I don't, it's fine. But after all the talk, who exactly makes your lunch? My mom. Chisato struggled to resist the urge to flip him off and instead took a bite of the bread in his hand. Satoshi chuckled. Just kidding. But seriously, eating bread for lunch every day isn't good for you. You'll end up with an unbalanced diet. If you don't mind, I can share some of my fried chicken and broccoli. No need. You said this lunch is filled with your mom's love, so I wouldn't dare take even a bit of it. I'll stick to my cold, machine-made food from the assembly line, thank you very much. Now that you put it that way, I'm even more worried. Don't worry. I eat well otherwise. Just last night, I had a huge bowl of katsudon. Appearing disinterested, but actually eavesdropping on the conversation to her right, Kazusa finished her pudding in 2 bites. She got up, tossed the container into the trash at the back of the classroom, and then left. Chisato let out a small sigh. What's up? What do you mean? You look like something's bothering you. Maybe. Also, today, you seem a bit different. In what way? Chisato glanced down at himself. Same uniform, neatly buttoned, no word stains. I'm not trying to be weird here, but you've always had nice eyes. Today, though, you've got this aura. It's like you've suddenly become a movie star or something. There's this magnetic vibe about you. You get what I mean? Chisato suddenly remembered the reward he received last night. He also realized why so many people had been staring at him all morning. Even the teachers couldn't help it, he got called on in every class, leaving him no time to nap. And Kazusa. She'd been sneaking glances at him, thinking she was subtle, but he'd counted at least 10 times by now. She even stole another glance at him before leaving. Is this what the noble aura effect is like? You're imagining things. Chisato denied Satoshi's accurate observation without showing any reaction. He crumpled the bread wrapper in his hand. Take your time eating. I've got something to do. Going to see Kazusa? Satoshi grinned suggestively. Chisato smiled but didn't answer, tossing the trash and walking out of the classroom. He didn't plan on seeing Kazusa. Even though the school nurse had asked him to walk her home yesterday, they still didn't talk much in class unless he initiated it. They were still stuck in the same place. Today, he was going to meet Gota Hitori, the lonely girl with no friends who seemed a bit pitiful. They had agreed yesterday that she would bring her guitar to school and perform for him during lunch. The meeting spot Hitori had sent via line was the lawn behind the club building. Occasionally, members of the orchestra club would practice their double bass or tuba there, but it was lunchtime, the sun was blazing, and he doubted anyone else would be around. Choosing such a secluded spot showed how careful Hitori was about not bothering others. In contrast, the 2 people he connected with in his simulated life were entirely different, complete go-getters with unmatched drive. As Chisato headed to the meeting spot, he looked at the information displayed on his phone. Private Toyosaki Academy. Just a half-hour train ride away. He thought back to what Satoshi had joked about earlier. Cooking is filled with the love of the person who made it, huh? He whispered the words to himself. And then he thought about the meals those 2 had made for him in the simulation. Whether it was a simple home-cooked meal or seafood dishes, everything was incredibly delicious. Maybe even too delicious. If those 2 were acting on their own will in the simulation, Then he couldn't just stay in the background, pretending nothing had happened. Maybe the bloodless solution he had initially thought of wasn't the best approach after all. He needed to meet them, talk things through. Maybe that was the best way to resolve this, he thought. Chisato put his phone back in his pocket and rubbed his eyes, sore from lack of sleep. Once he confirmed what was important, his steps became lighter. He quickly reached the club building and moved around to the back. From a distance, he saw her wearing a pleated skirt over her pants, looking safe from behind, not giving off any approachable vibes. He raised his hand to greet her but then noticed something odd. Why was Kota Hitori, holding her guitar, crouched against the wall, looking so sneaky? She was clearly peeking at something. Chisato quietly approached, careful not to startle her, and when he got close, he heard her audibly gulp. He also noticed the silly way the oja on the side of her head bobbed, unsure whether it was because of the wind or something else. He stood behind her without making a sound and peeked over her shoulder, imitating her. The answer to his question wasn't surprising. A couple was making out passionately in front of them. Their lips were pressed together so intensely that strings of saliva glistened in the sunlight, and they made loud smacking noises. No wonder Hitori was so engrossed in watching. Chisato was about to tap her on the shoulder to let her know he was there when the guitar that Hitori was holding in her right hand slowly got wedged between her legs. Chisato looked puzzled, like he was making a confused face. Chapter 75, Too close, too close. What are you doing, Goto-san? No matter how excited you are, this is still school. Just because you don't have it yourself, you can't use someone else's lovey-dovey scene as your own form of entertainment. No matter how you look at it, that's just too sad. Absolutely not. Aren't you even thinking about what will happen to your pants afterward? Even if you let them dry naturally, it'll take time, right? 40 minutes isn't even enough. Wait. Maybe it is. Chisato watched as Hitori Goto slowly wedged her guitar between her legs, leaving him momentarily stunned. His instincts told him that what she was doing wasn't good and that he should stop her. But his rational mind warned him that if he interrupted her now, she might experience a lifetime of unforgettable shame, the kind that would make her pull her hair out and roll on the ground in embarrassment, no matter the place. This girl also suffers from severe social anxiety. If she's caught doing something so embarrassing, it could make things even worse, maybe even causing her to kneel down on the spot and meet her end. Maybe it's better to pretend I didn't see anything and quietly leave. Just as he thought this and was about to act on it, Chisato noticed Hitori scratching her back with her free hand before pulling the guitar out from between her legs. Why do I suddenly feel so disappointed? Chisato gently poked Hitori on the back. Hitori flinched in surprise, turning her head so quickly that her forehead collided with Chisato's chin with a thump. Ow! That hurts. Tears welled up in Hitori's eyes as she clutched her forehead and crouched on the ground. Chisato, being a guy with a higher pain tolerance, instinctively held his chin with one hand, while his other hand skillfully caught Hitori's guitar. The noise drew the attention of the completely absorbed couple nearby, who quickly ran off hand in hand. Chisato crouched down to make eye contact with Hitori, aligning their viewpoints. Are you okay? I'm fine. Too close, too close. Suzumiya-kun, you're too close. I can't think straight like this. As Hitori inhaled deeply, she caught a familiar, faint lemon scent mixed with the refreshing aroma of mint. While secretly taking in another breath, Hitori, though somewhat reluctant, quickly stood up, still holding her head. Were you just spying on someone kissing, Hitori-san? You seemed really absorbed. Are you that interested in those kinds of things? And no. It's not like that. Just sometimes. Hitori's voice grew quieter as she spoke, her words sounding less confident, and her face turned even redder. She felt a bit lightheaded, like she might faint at any moment. This girl is so easy to tease. Seeing her reaction, Chisato decided to stop messing with her and quickly tried to put her at ease. You saw it by accident, right? Yes. Well, if it was by accident, there's nothing you could do. It's really annoying, though, how some couples just don't care about time or place. Why yes. Hitori forced a smile and lightly patted her chest, trying to calm her heart, which was racing as if she had just gotten off a roller coaster. If the cool and kind Chisato, who was willing to be her friend, had found out that she had been spying out of curiosity, their newly formed friendship would have ended right then and there. He might have even given her a look of disdain before leaving, saying in a disgusted tone, I didn't think you were such a pervert. How disappointing. I'm so glad that didn't happen. Chisato's eyelid twitches. For some reason, Hitori suddenly looked at him with a gaze full of gratitude and emotion. Is this your guitar, Hitori-san? Chisato handed the guitar back to her, trying to steer the conversation back on track. Yes. Hitori nodded vigorously as she took the guitar, eager to confirm. Maybe because they were talking about something she was good at, she seemed a bit more confident and began to speak more. This is my dad's guitar. I've been using it ever since I first started learning to play. It's like a true companion, then. Yeah. I'm really looking forward to hearing you play, Hitori-san. Chisato sat cross-legged on the grass. Are you going to start now? Hitori still felt a bit shy. Chisato took out his phone and checked the time. Waiting a bit longer is fine, but we only have about half an hour before class starts, so we don't have much time. Time went by that fast. Please wait a moment. I'll get ready right away. No need to rush or be nervous. Just play the way you always practice, Hitori-san. Okay. Hitori took her guitar out of the case and slung it over her shoulder. She made a few quick adjustments before turning to face Chisato, who was gently clapping his hands in encouragement. It's okay, there's no one else here. Just imagine Chisato-kun as a carrot, broccoli, or a camera. I'm the guitar hero with over 30,000 followers online. He'll definitely be super impressed when he hears me play. Maybe he'll even start to admire me. If I really do my best, maybe the scene I just saw could be recreated. With me and Chisato-kun instead. Hitori-san? After watching Hitori stand there giggling to herself for over 2 minutes, Chisato felt the need to gently remind her. I'll start playing now. This is one of my favorite guitar solos. I hope you like it, Chisato-kun. Okay. Under Chisato's expectant gaze, Hitori took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and then opened them again, her whole demeanor changing as her fingers began to strum the guitar strings. After she finished the song, Hitori nervously looked over at Chisato. How was it? Chisato scratched his head, thought for a moment, and then gave her a bright smile. How should I put it? The sound was interesting. It kind of felt like fluffing cotton. Fluffing cotton. Hitori's face, which was actually quite pretty if you looked closely, visibly lost all color. There's no doubt about it, he was mocking me. Instead of admiring me, I've become a joke to him, haven't I? A joke is just another word for a clown. Who would want to date a clown? The fantasy of being drawn into a romantic kiss with Chisato, which had been playing out in Hitori's mind, shattered at that moment. She collapsed softly onto the grass like melted ice cream. Hitori-san? Hitori-san? Are you okay? Did you get heat stroke? Chisato's voice sounded muffled, as if it were coming from underwater. She vaguely felt herself being held and saw Chisato's concerned face close to hers. Hitori slowly raised her left hand. Hitori-san, how do you feel? Dizzy? Do you need to go to the nurse's office? It smells so nice. Huh? Chapter 76, The master of the first music room at Chisato's school, Hueco University-attached high school. There are 3 music rooms in total. The second music room is located in the main school building and is usually used for music classes. After school, it's often borrowed by music clubs that need the space. The third music room is reserved for special music scholarship students. It's situated on the top floor of the main building, right next to the special music class, so regular students don't usually go near it unless they have a reason to. And then there's the first music room. It's located on the top floor of the club building. After the second music room was newly established, all the musical equipment, desks, and chairs were moved there because it was newer and closer to the classrooms. As a result, the first music room became an unused space. Logically, the school should have repurposed this empty room for use by other clubs. However, due to certain circumstances, this room became the exclusive domain of a particular person about a year ago. Only a few people, including some teachers, know the real story behind this. From time to time, music would drift out from this room, sometimes gentle and melodic, other times powerful and passionate. But whenever a student, drawn by the sound, climbed to the top floor of the club building and stood in front of the long-abandoned room, the music would suddenly stop, and they would find the door locked. Over time, curious students started to spread rumors that the abandoned music room is haunted by a vengeful spirit. Like the spirit with a creepy laugh in the stairwell, this tale became one of Hueco University-attached high school's 7 mysteries. Kazusa knew nothing of this. She had always been a loner, and her first year in the special music class had been a particularly unpleasant experience for her. So, she's completely uninterested in what others at school are talking about, or what kind of music and TV shows are trending lately. Except for that person. Today, for the first time since the new semester started, she's stepping into her secret hideout. Feeling inexplicably irritated, she finds herself wanting to glance at that guy repeatedly, feeling a strong urge to do something to distract herself and calm down. She climbs the stairs, and the voices from various club rooms gradually fade away. On the top floor, only the steady sound of one person's footsteps can be heard. Maybe it's because the assigned staff are slacking off, but the continuous foot traffic has stirred up a lot of dust. The sunlight streaming through the windows illuminates the floating dust particles. Kazusa glances at the cardboard boxes, festival props, and a bunch of random handmade items, jars, and doll costumes wrapped in transparent plastic bags piled in the corridor. She thought that the place would be cleaned up with the start of the new semester, but instead, the stuff seemed to be accumulating. Perhaps because the top floor of the club building is rarely used. Most clubs just dump their things here, considering it a natural storage room for items that are too bulky but not worth much. Kazusa feels somewhat dissatisfied, but it's within her tolerance. As long as she closes the door, she won't have to see the pile of annoying junk. She reaches the end of the corridor, takes out her key, and opens the first music room, then naturally locks the door behind her. Soon after she enters, a boy steps out from the staircase at the top floor of the club building, a place rarely visited by anyone. He stares at the door of the first music room, his originally calm expression gradually turning sinister. Even with the windows closed, it's still dusty. Kazusa mutters to herself. She carefully removes the cover from the piano and uses a tissue from her pocket to wipe off a thin layer of dust from the piano bench. The stuffy, unventilated room feels a bit oppressive, so she opens all the windows, letting in the fresh air. After doing all that, she sits at the piano, her slender fingers resting on the black and white keys, but she doesn't press down. She squints her eyes and thinks again about that arrogant and unreasonable guy. Even though she repeatedly said she didn't need it, he still had the nerve to take over 1,000 yen from her, claiming he borrowed it and would pay it back. Seriously, who needs you to return the money? You're the type who looks so happy just eating pork chop rice, and you got outsmarted by someone in a long-distance run. If you have time to worry about others' bodies, you should take care of yourself first. Eating only cheap bread and rice balls from school every day, how could you not be weak? Eat properly. Thud. Her open hands clenched into fists and slammed down on the piano keys, making a dull sound. At this moment, an unnatural sound from outside the window interrupts Kazusa's thoughts, which had been focused on her own irritation. It's cotton candy. No, it's the sound of an electric guitar being played without an amplifier, and the performer has solid skills. Kazusa, who inherited her mother's world-class musical talent, quickly deduces this. The guitar melody drifting in with the wind helps calm her irritated mood a bit. She follows the sound to the window and looks down. She sees the performer, a girl with pink hair whose fashion style Kazusa finds a bit confusing. Why is she wearing long pants under her skirt? Is it hot or cold? The girl playing the guitar has a single audience member sitting in front of her. Due to the angle, Kazusa can't see his face, but she can tell from his uniform that he's a boy. So, once again, it's those idiotic couples playing house behind the club building? Kazusa has seen this kind of scene countless times over the past year. Her curiosity, piqued by the performer's solid technique, quickly fades away. She leans against the windowsill, closes her eyes in silence, and waits for the performance to end before returning to the piano. When she places her hands on the keys again, her keen ears catch the conversation between the two downstairs. The girl's voice doesn't move her, but the familiar voice of the boy disrupts her hard-earned calm. She runs back to the window, carefully sticking her head out. That's definitely the guy she knows all too well. She doesn't notice that her expression grows even colder when she sees him hugging the pink-haired girl. The row of cypress trees planted behind the club building, with black crows perched on their branches, watch the girl by the window with their dark, unmoving eyes. Chapter 77, The Little Foolish Bird. Chisato, once again in the infirmary in a short period, is not only feeling a bit uneasy but is also breathing heavily. Although Hitori, who fainted for some unknown reason, isn't very heavy, the distance from the club building to the academic building is not short. Moreover, it's not just carrying the girl, he also has to hang her guitar around his neck. Added to that is the fatigue from being outpaced in the long-distance run. Arriving at the infirmary in one piece is already a major achievement, and gasping for breath is nothing in comparison. When she arrived, the school nurse was napping with her head resting on the desk. It took some effort to wake her up to help lay Hitori on the bed and conduct a preliminary examination, which took about 5 minutes. The very pretty nurse, Mrs. Kumikawa, removed her stethoscope from Hitori's chest. Considering the situation Chisato had described, she determined the cause of the girl's fainting. Her heartbeat is normal, her temperature is normal, and there are no injuries. It's probably just due to being overly excited. Excited, huh? Chisato glances at Hitori, who is sleeping peacefully on the bed, feeling frustrated but unsure how to express it. Well, just like when you brought her in before, her condition is mostly due to psychological reasons. So, even if you leave her alone, she'll wake up on her own after a while. Next time you encounter this situation, It's recommended to gently shake her shoulder or lightly pat her face. Mrs. Kumikawa demonstrates these actions on Chisato. After giving these instructions, she extends her index finger and lightly taps her forehead. Also, regarding school matters, it's better to keep a low profile. If you can't help yourself, locking the door at home and focusing on your own matters might be better. Chisato is about to argue when Mrs. Kumikawa, smiling, slides her finger down to his lips. She pulls something out of her white coat and, without looking, shoves it into Chisato's pants pocket. Even though Japan is facing a serious declining birth rate, it's not a responsibility you need to shoulder right now. Just remember to stay safe. I'm not involved with Gota. I understand I won't say anything about Ma. The class preparation bell has rung, so you should head to class. I'll take care of Goto here. What does Ma have to do with this? Alright, I get it. I'll definitely keep it confidential. Chisato, with a resigned look on his face, is gently pushed out of the infirmary by Mrs. Kumikawa. Back in the classroom, the lesson has started. He reports to the teacher and returns to his seat. Chisato notices the empty seat next to him. Kazusa is absent. It's not the first time, so he doesn't think much of it. The first class of the afternoon is classical literature, which is Chisato's strong subject, thanks to his talent for Kasamijoka's unceasing writing. It's a subject where not paying attention doesn't affect his grades. After a night of poor sleep, he rests his chin on his left hand and lowers his head, preparing for a brief nap. Chisato, please read the next passage. Called by the teacher, Chisato stands up with a smile, while internally grumbling. After struggling 3 times to open the door, Kazusa still can't manage to get it open. With clenched fists, her anger rising, she prepares to slam her fists against the door, but just before she makes contact, her mother's voice echoes in her mind. As a pianist, you must always prioritize protecting your most important hands. This thought makes Kazusa's fists fall uselessly to her sides. Remembering her mother's words at a time like this seems foolish. She's left you behind. How silly. With a self-deprecating smile, Kazusa sits back down at the piano. She understands her situation. She's been locked in this rarely visited first music room by a scheming person. It's afternoon class time, and the club building is almost empty. She has a slim chance of getting help by shouting loudly. Even if she knew that might get help, Kazusa likely wouldn't do it. She's not used to interacting with others and has forgotten the necessary steps to seek help. So, she'll just have to wait. Wait until afternoon classes end and the students almost all leave. After that, the school janitors with flashlights will likely come to inspect the building. By then, they'll surely notice the oddity of the door handle on the outside of the first music room, and she'll be able to leave. But that's still over 5 hours away. Kazusa looks at the time on her phone, and finds only 3 contacts: her mother, the caretaker who looks after her daily needs, and the delivery number for her favorite dessert shop. Nothing else. Forget it. She puts the phone aside and rests her head on the piano. Having just witnessed that situation outside and now dealing with such an annoying problem, she feels exhausted and has no energy left for more thoughts. COO. Just as she closes her eyes, Kazusa slowly lifts her head. On the windowsill, a black crow is staring at her intently. She doesn't mind birds with the same color as her own hair, as long as they don't make those annoying caw-caw noises. The crow in front of her might be a young one, and thankfully, it doesn't make those irritating sounds. Its chirps are quite pleasant, somewhat like a magpie. I don't have anything for you here. Try your luck elsewhere. Kazusa, who usually doesn't show much kindness to others, is able to speak kindly to a bird. COO. The little crow doesn't leave. Instead, it flies into the room and lands on the floor. Hey, how did you know I had something to eat? But this isn't something birds can eat. Kazusa takes a small pudding from her pocket, unwraps it gently, and places it on the floor. COO. The little crow, under Kazusa's watchful eyes, backs at the edge of the pudding's plastic wrap and shakes it until the pudding falls out. Then it carries the plastic wrap in its beak and flies out the window. Little foolish bird, that's not something you can eat. Watching the dusty pudding on the floor, Kazusa's mood sinks again. She slowly sits down and rests her head on the piano, closing her eyes once more. Chapter 78, What do you think? The first class of the afternoon had ended. Chisato closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead. He walked out of the classroom and headed to the bathroom, where he turned on the faucet to wash his face. The cold water seeped into his skin, helping him feel a bit more awake. As he dried his wet face with a tissue, he walked back down the corridor. On the windowsill by the corridor, a black-winged bird was deliberately flapping its wings as it landed. Chisato noticed it, glanced at the busy hallway, and then turned to walk toward the staircase at the end of the corridor. Like someone who doesn't show off their wealth, Chisato wanted to keep the fact that his pet crow was unusually intelligent and almost human-like a secret from everyone. The black-winged crow understood Chisato's intention as soon as he turned around. It flew a short circle around the school building and then re-entered through a window on the other side. When Chisato reached the staircase and saw no one around, the crow flew directly onto his shoulder. Sitting on the steps, Chisato pulled out a small packet of chopped walnuts from his pocket. He tore open a small corner and poured some into his palm, carefully breaking the larger pieces to make them easier for the little guy to eat. He had bought the walnuts earlier from a convenience store. The packet contained 5 small portions and cost 860 yen, which was quite expensive for Chisato's current financial situation. But what could he do? The crow just loved walnuts. Eat up, eat a lot and grow up fast. When the time comes, I'll take you to the bird market for a mate. Whoever you pick, I'll buy them for you. The black-winged crow perched on Chisato's outstretched hand, holding a small pudding cup in its beak. It stared at Chisato without moving, showing no interest in the walnuts. Chisato reached out and took the pudding cup, examining it closely. You want to eat this? The crow flew onto his head and pecked at his forehead with its beak. Ouch! If you don't want to eat it, then why did you bring it back? Or do you want to use it as your food bowl? The crow started pulling at Chisato's hair with its claws. Wait, why are you getting so worked up? Let's talk this out. Chisato, feeling helpless, pulled the crow down from his head. It circled restlessly in his palm, as if annoyed that its owner didn't understand and frustrated that it couldn't speak. Chisato looked at the pudding cup again, trying to guess. You're trying to tell me something about the pudding? Finally, he understood. The crow nodded its head with a very human-like gesture. Pudding. Something related to pudding. Chisato fell into deep thought. At the same time, the crow made a move. It spread its wings, closed its eyes, and then lay down flat in Chisato's palm, completely still. Chisato couldn't help but laugh at its dramatic performance. But with the hint from the pudding cup, its message became clear. That person who loves sweets and is always napping on the desk. Are you talking about Kazusa? Chirp. The crow immediately opened its eyes and stood up. What happened to her? The crow flew back onto Chisato's head, grabbed a small lock of his hair with its beak, and pulled it in the direction of the right staircase. You want me to go downstairs on the right side? Chirp. At that moment, the school bell rang, and the crow's hair pulling became more frantic. Chisato didn't hesitate. If it wasn't something important, the crow wouldn't be this agitated. Ignoring the ringing bell, he followed the crow's lead and quickly descended the stairs, heading toward the club building. When he reached the top floor, the crow left his head and flew straight to a classroom at the end of the corridor. As Chisato made his way through the cluttered hallway and stopped at the door, the crow snuggled into his chest, grabbed the remaining small packet of walnuts, and flew out through a window. Chisato watched it fly away before turning his gaze back to the clubroom in front of him. Above the double doors, large letters spelled out First Music Room. The door handles were tightly wrapped with colorful ribbons, tied into a dead knot. Chisato carefully picked at the knot with his fingernails, and after some effort, managed to untie it. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, the wind picked up, lifting the curtains by the window high into the air. In the spacious music room, the most noticeable sight was a girl lying on the piano in the center, her black hair gently lifted by the wind. Chisato walked slowly toward her and knelt down beside her. Up close, the girl's sleeping face lacked the usual cold and aloof expression, replaced by a serene, unguarded calm. After all, she was still just a girl. Chisato couldn't help but sigh inwardly. At that moment, the wind died down. Kazusa's hair, which had been fluttering, fell onto her nose. She twitched, her closed mouth letting out a small hum, accompanied by a slight wrinkling of her nose. The next moment, her hair seemed to obey her command and lifted away from her nose. Kazusa's expression returned to one of peaceful comfort. In her half-awake state, she thought she heard a distant, amused laugh. She slowly opened her eyes, her not-yet-focused pupils reflecting the face of a boy with a gentle smile. Kazusa's muddled mind gradually cleared, and her confusion turned to understanding. She continued to lie on her side, staring at Chisato without a word. It wasn't until Chisato, feeling a bit uncomfortable, stood up and moved out of her line of sight, his gaze shifting elsewhere, that Kazusa calmly sat up. She glanced down at the piano, a small smile tugging at the corner of her mouth, feeling as if she had somehow won in this situation. You really found a great place to slack off. Next time, take me with you. It looks like it'd be really comfortable to nap here. Yawn. Kazusa let out a yawn. She didn't respond to his comment, not yet sure what to say at that moment. But her silence didn't make Chisato, who knew her well, feel awkward. He continued the conversation on his own. If this happens again, it'd be better to call for help by the window. Just napping won't solve the problem. Kazusa made a vague sound, gently rubbing the corner of her eye where a tear had formed. Only after he said that did she remember something. By the way, how did you know I was here? The warm smile on Chizato's face froze. With Kazusa staring at him suspiciously, he instinctively shot back a question of his own. How? How do you think? Chapter 79, 79, The Music Room Performance. This wasn't an answer that satisfied Kazusa. Her increasingly displeased expression made that clear. However, this displeasure only lasted a moment. Kazusa glanced towards the open window, her eyes brightening. Forget it. True to her sharp and straightforward nature, Kazusa hated unnecessary complications and couldn't be bothered to press further on something so trivial. What mattered was that she had been rescued, once again by the same person in front of her. This was the third time now. Chisato glanced at Kazusa and breathed a sigh of relief. Not having to fabricate a lie made him feel slightly more at ease. He took 2 steps forward to the windowsill, leaning against it with his hands crossed over his chest, and asked her curiously, "But if I hadn't found you, what were you planning to do?" "I would have figured something out. Wait until the teachers do their evening rounds to rescue you?" "I wouldn't have had the patience to wait that long." Caught off guard by him guessing her original plan, Kazusa averted her gaze, feeling a bit guilty. For some reason, she felt embarrassed that he had figured out her thoughts so easily, so she lied. She confidently pulled out her phone, which only had 3 contacts saved, and waved it slightly. "I could have just called a teacher to come get me." "I see, having your phone with you does make things a lot easier." Chisato nodded in understanding. "Idiot." Kazusa, feeling a wave of positive emotions welling up inside her that she couldn't control, clumsily tried to cover it up by taunting him. "It's already halfway through class. If I go back now, the teacher will definitely ask a bunch of questions. Can I stay here until class ends?" "Suit yourself." "Well, thanks for that." Chisato smiled, turning around to lean on the windowsill and gaze up at the sky. "I should be the one thanking you." For a few seconds, Kazusa stared at his back, battling the urge to say thank you that was bubbling up inside her but stubbornly keeping her mouth shut. In the end, that feeling didn't find an outlet and settled back down inside her. The bright mood she had just felt now soured into frustration and despair at her own uselessness. Sulking, Kazusa turned back to face the piano. "Hey, you can see the back of the club building from here." Kazusa took a deep breath, trying to calm the storm of emotions within her, but Chisato's words threw her off balance again. "I was just down there during lunch with a girl who had a guitar." "Did you see us, Kazusa?" "No." "Really?" "She played the guitar too. If it weren't for the accident afterward, it would have been a pleasant lunchtime." "Who cares about your conversation with that girl?" Out of Chisato's sight, Kazusa's face grew darker, and her hands slowly clenched into fists on her lap. "Kazusa, you transferred from the special music class to our class, right?" "Yeah. They say the students in that class are all pretty talented in music." "Musical talent?" Kazusa thought back carefully. She didn't really see any difference between the students in her old class and those in her current class. To her, they were all just ordinary people with heads, eyes, legs, and feet. Nothing about them was special or worth her attention. "Maybe. I heard from Hueco that you're really skilled at playing the piano, Kazusa." "Hueco? Who's that?" "Our class president. He sits right in front of you on the right. You should at least remember that. You're no better than me." Kazusa blurted out the words without realizing anything was wrong with them at first. It wasn't until she heard Chisato's quiet laughter, followed by his barely contained amusement, that she realized how embarrassing her words were. It seems that's true. Only then did she fully grasp how silly she sounded. But fortunately, the topic wasn't pursued any further. "Can I try playing the piano? There isn't anything else to play here, right?" "Sure." Kazusa, the owner of the first music room, stood up from the piano bench. As she watched with a now more curious expression, Chisato sat down. Kazusa's lips slowly curled into a smile, even though she tried her best to keep them pressed together. She couldn't help but reveal her amusement. Whether it was the way Chisato immediately pressed down on the sustain pedal with his right foot or the way his uncooperative fingers cautiously touched the keys, it was clear he was a complete novice. Kazusa became increasingly curious about what kind of tune someone with almost no knowledge of the piano would play. After several cautious attempts, Chisato finally retrieved some distant and unfamiliar memory of the piano. "All right, I'll do my best." Taking a deep breath, Chisato began his performance in an area where he clearly lacked skill. The expensive classical piano produced a soft, drawn-out sound, with little strength, making it far from pleasant to listen to. Yet despite this, Kazusa could tell that Chisato was quite serious as he continued to press the keys, using a 2-fingered technique each time. The performance, which lasted less than a minute, quickly came to an end. Chisato turned around, his eyes full of anticipation, like a child eagerly seeking approval from a parent. How was it? How was what? Could you tell what piece I was playing? Kazusa had recognized it by the second note. It was a highly simplified version of Ode to Joy, only featuring the climax, meant for beginners. It's Beethoven's Ode to Joy, right? Really? I guess I didn't do too badly then. Are you serious? Of course I am. Also, Kazusa, your expression right now is quite rude. That's because you just told a really funny joke. I see. Well then, how about you show me the skills of someone bold enough to laugh at me? You'll find out soon enough. Kazusa sat down, not waiting for Chisato to stand up. Her right foot pressed down on the pedal, and her slender hands began to glide effortlessly over the keys. It was the same piece, but in terms of complexity, Chisato estimated that even if he grew an extra pair of arms, he probably wouldn't be able to play it as smoothly, naturally, or beautifully as she did. Chisato didn't stand up. From this close distance, he could see Kazusa's expression, which was completely different from the one she wore in class. Now, she looked both serious and slightly happy. Chapter 80, Uchiha's hesitation. After Kazusa finished her performance, she brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and looked over. As she wished, Chisato's expression was a mix of shock, amazement, and confusion, frozen in place. This made Kazusa feel proud. In her mind, a cartoonish version of herself jumped with joy, hands on hips, chest puffed out, and nose held high. It was as if she had won a playful argument between friends, leaving the other side speechless and admiring her, making her feel happy and proud. Who would have thought that the person sleeping next to me all day, sometimes drooling, could be this amazing? Chisato muttered quietly to himself, just before his calf was hit by something unknown. You can leave now. Kazusa, successful in her surprise attack, quickly retreated and walked over to the window, turning her back to him. The bell had rung just as her performance was ending. If she started walking back to the classroom now, she would make it in time for the next class. Yeah, you're right, Chisato said, standing up. But what about you, Kazusa? I don't feel like going back yet. If you're going to sleep, wouldn't it be more comfortable to do so on your desk than on the piano? Are you an idiot? Who said I'd be sleeping the whole time? I'm going to practice. Alright then, see you later. Kazusa kept her back to the room, and when she heard the door close, she let out a deep sigh and sat down at the piano again. When was the last time she played with such emotions? She couldn't really remember, but she knew for sure that she liked this feeling. Practice. Practice, huh? That's what she said, but for some reason, she didn't feel like it anymore. Oh, right. Chisato suddenly burst back into the room. Kazusa immediately stood up, catching his movement with her eyes. Huh? You said you were going to practice, so why are you lying down again? None of your business. Don't you know it's basic manners to knock before coming in? If she could have managed it, the blushing Kazusa would have been tempted to pick up the piano in front of her and throw it at him. Don't worry about the small stuff. By the way, Kazusa, can I borrow your phone? Kazusa took a deep breath to calm herself down. Without asking why, she handed her phone to him without a word. Thanks. Chisato turned on the screen, and the lock screen appeared. What's the passcode? 0528. Got it. After a bit of fiddling, a buzzing sound came from Chisato's pocket. If you get locked in again and don't want to bother the teachers, just call me directly. Alright, see you. He handed the phone back, waved, and left the music room again. Kazusa looked at the newly added call log on her phone and quietly saved it to her contacts. During the break after the third period, Chisato took a sick leave and left the school. Just as he stepped outside the school gate, he received a message from Hitori, filled with apologies. Her words were overflowing with self-doubt, as if reflecting the deep insecurities of someone with social anxiety. She didn't just apologize for fainting earlier, she also sent several red envelopes, begging for forgiveness. Even though Chisato was currently low on cash, he couldn't bring himself to accept the red envelopes from this poor girl. It felt like it would make him less human if he did. After chatting for about 10 minutes, he finally managed to convince Hitori that he wasn't upset about what happened at lunchtime and had no intention of cutting ties with her. As he walked into the train station, he received another unexpected message, this time from Kazusa. If you want to sleep, you can come here anytime, as long as I'm around. She had taken over an hour to reply to his last message. Chisato wasn't sure what to make of that girl. Thanks, I'll take you up on that. Don't mention it. Her reply came quickly. People who play the piano sure have quick fingers, huh? As he thought this, a notification from the Pure Love system popped up. Love begins with communication. Kazusa has invited you to her secret base at school, a place no one else can enter. Mission accomplished. Mission rewards. 1 attribute point for free allocation, 1 random rare item gift box. Both have been stored in your temporary backpack. Since he had something important to do at the moment, Chisato decided to hold off on his curiosity and check his rewards later at home. Private Toya Inazaki Academy. After the school bell rang, Uchiha calmly packed her bag. She waited in the first-floor courtyard until Ariri, who had come down from upstairs, joined her. Together, they headed to the visual novel club. It was a rare sight to see the two top beauties of Toya Inazaki walking side by side, drawing curious looks from the other students as they passed by. Are we really going through with this today? Isn't it a bit sudden? Ariri, the golden-haired princess of the school, asked with hesitation. Uchiha glanced at her, then calmly looked ahead. Feeling reluctant? If that's the case, Iri-sensei, you can stay behind and take on my share of the work. Ariri's online alias for her jin work was Kashiwagi Iri. Who said I was staying behind? That's what you implied just now. I meant that we haven't confirmed a lot of things yet. Isn't it too heartless and sudden to submit our resignation like this? Yes, I understand. Childhood friends often feel soft-hearted about these things. Stop putting words in my mouth. I'm just saying that from a basic human perspective, what we're doing isn't right. We agreed to help with the game, and backing out now would be wrong. You don't need to worry about that. I've already thought it through. If the club president needs help, I'll hire a professional scriptwriter to handle the game's story, and I'll cover the costs. I've never intended to irresponsibly leave without paying back the help he's given me. You've thought it through that much, huh? Even though many things are still uncertain, there are some decisions I want to make as soon as possible. I never realized until now that you're surprisingly cold-hearted. Well, since you're so kind, Iri-sensei, just stand by and watch me submit my resignation. As if I'd let you have your way. Ariri sighed as she lowered her head. Though she felt a bit guilty toward Tomoya, who she'd known since childhood, the truth was that her experiences in 2 lifetimes had changed her thoughts and perspectives too much. Not only had she gained skills like cooking that a typical young girl wouldn't have, but her entire way of thinking had changed significantly. She had originally planned to continue helping Tomoya for a while longer as a friend. But since Uchiha mentioned leaving the visual novel club today, Ariri felt it would be better to speak up now as well. As Uchiha said, it's something that needs to be done sooner or later, so it's better to resolve it quickly and cleanly. Huh? Lost in thought, Ariri didn't notice and bumped into Uchiha's back. Rubbing her forehead, she looked at Uchiha with annoyance. What's wrong? Uchiha stood still without saying a word. Ariri followed her gaze toward the school gate. A man with golden hair and a woman in a familiar kimono were standing there, smiling and waving. Why are my parents suddenly here? And they came by car. Ariri looked puzzled. After a brief moment of silence, Uchiha turned to face Ariri. For the first time, Ariri saw a hint of guilt on Uchiha's face. Ariri. What is it? You're saying my name with that expression, it's creeping me out. Anyway, I'm sorry. Huh? What are you apologizing for all of a sudden? Before Uchiha could answer, Ariri's phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was her mom calling. She looked over at the school gate and responded with a few ahs before hanging up. So, what was that apology about? It's nothing. What did your mom say? She told me to hurry home. She and Dad have something important to talk to me about. Then you should go. You're acting really strange. What about quitting the club? I'll mention it today, and we can discuss the details tomorrow. Alright then. Wait. Ariri had just taken 2 steps toward the school gate when Uchiha called out to her again. What now? You. Never mind, it's nothing. Huh? Ariri looked suspicious and a bit annoyed. You're being really weird. Are you hiding something from me? Uchiha thought for a moment about what Ariri's reaction might be if she confessed what she had discussed with Ariri's mother last night. It's nothing. Uchiha decided to keep it to herself, trusting that Ariri could handle this minor issue on her own. I'm going to bed early tonight, so don't call me unless it's important. See you at school tomorrow. Humphrey, you're acting so weird. Ariri muttered as she slowly walked toward the school gate. Chapter 81, Falling Apart. Uchiha didn't tell Ariri the truth, not because she was trying to be manipulative. She just wanted to avoid causing a scene in public with an angry blonde idiot. Uchiha hated being the center of attention in that way. Besides, if that idiot got really mad, she might accidentally expose herself. What would she do then? So, even though she felt a little guilty, Uchiha decided to let Ariri handle the awkward situation on her own. After all, Ariri had lived through a lot in her dreams and was facing her own parents. She should be able to clear up any misunderstandings, even if it was embarrassing. Uchiha wished her well. Tonight, she would turn her phone to airplane mode and get some proper rest. Come to think of it, the weather forecast said it would rain tomorrow. Maybe she should take a day off and skip school altogether. Any lingering guilt quickly faded as Uchiha walked toward the visual novel club. But calling it a club might be an overstatement. There were only 4 members, so interest group would be more accurate. And this group wasn't officially recognized by the student council. The multimedia room they used was secured after much effort by the club president, but it could be taken back at any time. In a sense, it was entirely normal for this passion-driven group to suddenly fall apart. Uchiha wondered why she had been convinced to join and help out in the first place. What was she thinking back then? Why was she so easily persuaded? Like Ariri, maybe she had a soft heart, which wasn't something to be proud of. She felt a bit sorry for going back on her word, but as long as she offered a fair compensation plan, Tomoya probably wouldn't mind. And even if he did, it wouldn't matter. It was just an agreement between students, nothing legally binding. Uchiha had a feeling that her way of thinking had changed a lot recently. But she didn't resist this change. Although her experiences existed only in dreams and not reality, the paths she had walked, the sights she had seen, and the things she had gone through were very real to her. All of this had given her a stronger sense of confidence and assurance, and naturally, her perspective on many things had changed. So, when Uchiha arrived at the visual novel club and told Tomoya that both she and Ariri had decided to leave the club, she did so with confidence. Even when Tomoya was shocked and tried to ask why, with a pleading look on his face, Uchiha calmly cut him off. There's no special reason. I just think that as a third-year student, I should focus more on preparing for university entrance exams instead of making a game with underclassmen that have an uncertain future. It was a perfectly reasonable explanation, grounded in reality. Even though Uchiha didn't show much emotion while saying it, Tomoya couldn't come up with anything to convince her to stay. But. All Tomoya could do was repeat but without being able to finish his sentence. He couldn't understand why something that had been agreed upon was suddenly falling apart, and it wasn't just one person leaving, but the 2 most important members, the writer and the artist, leaving at the same time. If these 2 core members left, then what was the point of continuing with this project, this ideal, or even this club? Don't worry, I'll take responsibility and find professionals to replace me and Ariri. What do you mean? Tomoya felt a glimmer of hope. We'll pay out of our own pockets to hire a professional writer and artist. That way, your plans won't be affected. But if it's not you and Ariri, it won't be the same. Tomoya almost shouted. Uchiha looked at him calmly. Her experience from 2 lifetimes allowed her to understand the deeper meaning behind his words. But even so, she pretended not to understand, tilting her head in confusion. A writer is a writer, and an artist is an artist. They can still produce the story and artwork you need. What's the difference? Tomoya had no response. Anyway, that's all I came here to say. I'll submit my resignation along with Ariri soon. That's that. With that curt statement, Uchiha ended the conversation and turned to leave without looking back at the disheartened Tomoya slumped in his chair. The multimedia room fell into a stifling silence, heavy and suffocating. If both Uchiha-senpai and Ariri are leaving, then I don't think there's any reason for me to stay either. I'd rather focus on studying and getting into a good university. That way, my parents won't have to worry as much about my future. A girl who had gone unnoticed until now stood up from a corner of the room. Tomoya was shocked to realize there had been a 3rd person there all along. It looks like there's nothing left to do here today, so I'll be heading out. The unnoticed girl left the room as well. Tomoya sat in his seat, frustrated, scratching his head in confusion. He just couldn't understand how a club that had been working so well together had suddenly fallen apart. Did I do something wrong to make Uchiha-senpai and Ariri angry? But I didn't do anything. Still, Uchiha-senpai's expression and attitude. It wasn't just anger. It was cold, like she was talking to a stranger, completely detached and indifferent. What happened? Why did things turn out this way? Overwhelmed by confusion, Tomoya finally stood up and rushed out of the club. He had to catch up to them and get some answers. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Meanwhile, Chisato, who had taken the train and walked a bit, arrived at the gate of Toya Inazaki Academy. He was waiting for the news that the Dark Wings had been sent out earlier to bring back. Chapter 82, a person with no sense of boundaries. After this, I should go for a full-body sauna session and maybe put on a face mask. It'll be a good chance to rest. Oh, and I should trim my nails too. Since I'm still a student, I can't wear nail polish, but at least I can keep them looking neat. There's no real need for it now, but I might as well trim my toenails too just in case. As Uchiha left the club, she quickly put the recent events out of her mind. On her way to the school gate, she kept her head down, tapping on her phone screen. She was checking out which beauty salons near her home had the best reviews. She planned to get an annual membership. Just 3 days ago, she wouldn't have even considered doing something like this. Back then, she believed in her youthful invincibility and thought that only older women needed to worry about such things. But now, she realized that taking care of her body was essential for any woman. After all, youth doesn't last forever, and spending a little money to extend it is a worthwhile investment. With her head down, Uchiha continued walking out of the school. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed someone approaching. She thought it was just a passerby, but the person came straight toward her and blocked her path. Is this some kind of pickup attempt? Ever since she started middle school, Uchiha had been approached like this many times, so she was well prepared for such situations. In moments like this, all she had to do was give the person a cold look, making it clear that she wasn't the kind of girl who enjoyed casual flirting. That would usually put an end to things. That's what she thought, and that's what she did. Taking her eyes off her phone, she put on an expression even colder than usual, and her emotionless, wine-red eyes looked up at the person in front of her. Thud. Her phone slipped from her hand and hit the ground. Many of the boys passing by were familiar with this high and mighty beauty, Kusagakure Uchiha. But when they saw the unusual expression on her face, one that mixed surprise with a hint of sweetness and a touch of anxiety, their secret crushes began to shatter. Meanwhile, the girls around them focused on the boy standing in front of Uchiha. He wasn't wearing the uniform of Toyosaki Academy, so he was likely from another school. Although there was nothing specific to indicate his status, just standing there, he exuded an air of elegance. If Uchiha wasn't standing in front of him, several girls might have boldly approached him to ask for his contact information. Chisato didn't pay any attention to the reactions of those around him. This was his first time meeting Uchiha in person, and it left him momentarily dazed. Although he had seen her many times in simulations, seeing her in real life was different. Still, shouldn't she have expected this? After all, she had secretly followed me. Didn't she think I might come find her? Chisato bent down to pick up Uchiha's phone, which had fallen to the ground. Luckily, her phone case was made of silicone, absorbing most of the impact. The only damage was a few scratches on the tempered glass screen protector. Here you go, he said, handing her the phone. Uchiha silently took the phone without glancing at it. Even after her initial shock wore off, she couldn't take her eyes off his face. She especially liked his eyes, which were both beautiful and bright, as if they held hidden sparks. She felt a faint, involuntary thrill rising within her. Thank you. Realizing that she'd been staring at him for too long, Uchiha tightened her grip on her phone and thanked him. She was about to regain her composure and say something polite to cover her earlier embarrassment when a voice called out from behind her. Kusagakure-senpai. Please wait a moment. The bustling school gate fell silent as a student with glasses made his dramatic entrance, causing everyone to pause. The sight of two boys and a girl in this situation made the onlookers wonder if they were about to witness a love triangle. The kind that's awkward for those involved but thrilling for onlookers. Some curious students even began recording with their phones, hoping to post the drama online later. The sound of footsteps stopped behind her, and Uchiha could hear the person panting heavily. It was Ecchi Tomoya, who had run all the way from the club room to catch up with her at the gate. Uchiha's expression darkened instantly. She didn't turn around immediately but instead glanced at Chisato, relieved to see that he wasn't angry or annoyed. However, this relief quickly gave way to frustration. Why aren't you reacting at all? Another guy is calling out to me. I don't expect you to punch him, but at least show that you care. Wait a moment, Uchiha said to Chisato, who nodded in response. She turned to face Tomoya, her irritation with Chisato now directed at him. As a result, she spoke more coldly than before. What is it? Well, I wanted to hear your reasons for what you said earlier. You must have had some unavoidable reason to say those things, right? No, I didn't. Is there anything else? Uchiha's clear intent to end the conversation made Tomoya's face twist into an awkward smile. Not knowing what else to say, he glanced at the boy standing behind her. Is this a friend of yours, senpai? The curious stares and murmurs from the surrounding crowd amplified Uchiha's annoyance. Did you really chase after me just to ask that? No, it's just that. If the decision you made earlier was because of some other problem, we could talk it over and find a solution together, couldn't we? Tomoya's pleading, almost pitiful smile did nothing but frustrate Uchiha further. She couldn't help but wonder, is my communication that bad, or is your comprehension really this poor? Did you not understand what I said earlier at all? Chapter 83, you can call me sister from now on. Did you not understand anything I just said? Don't assume what others are thinking. I believe I made myself quite clear earlier. After saying this, Uchiha turned around, ready to leave. But there must be a reason. Why else would you suddenly decide to leave the club? It doesn't make any sense. Ecchi Tomoya suddenly became emotional, his frustration growing as he reached out to grab Utaha's shoulder. Chisato, who had remained silent until now, extended his hand and gently grasped Utaha's wrist, pulling her slightly towards him, causing Aki's attempt to fail. Utaha stared at her hand in Chisato's grasp, lost in thought. She repeatedly told herself to stay calm, but when he let go, she felt a brief moment of disappointment. She couldn't help but wonder why he hadn't just held her hand. Tomoya, you need to learn about personal boundaries. People who lack a sense of boundaries are disliked wherever they go. This was the last thing Utaha said to Aki Tomoya as she turned back to face him, trying her best to remain calm. Afterward, she softly said let's go to Chisato, and the two of them left the school gate together. The onlookers, expecting to witness a dramatic showdown between two equally matched sides, were disappointed. Instead, they watched someone embarrass himself by overstepping his boundaries. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Aki Tomoya was left standing there alone, his face pale. He stood there for a long time, lost in thought. On the street, Chisato glanced at Utaha beside him. The wind played with her long, jet-black hair as she tucked a strand behind her ear, holding her bag in one hand. She met his gaze with a look that was warm and smiling, completely different from the cold and stern expression she had worn at the school gate. Chisato, who usually observed situations from a distance during simulations and only switched to a first-person perspective at critical moments, now found himself in an awkward position. To be honest, he wasn't sure how to interact with the girl beside him. The one thing he knew best about her wasn't her personality, but something much more specific: her body, and the places she liked and felt shy about. While those moments were enjoyable, he hadn't expected they would lead to an actual meeting in real life. It was a bit embarrassing. Let's find a place to sit, Chisato suggested. Wandering aimlessly like this wasn't going to solve anything. Sure, Utaha replied with a faint smile, one that made Chisato linger on her face for an extra couple of seconds. I know a place nearby where the coffee is pretty good. Then let's go there. With Utaha taking the lead, Chisato had no objections. He mentally calculated how much money he had left, confident that he had enough to cover the coffee. As for the days ahead, he figured he could take on some part-time jobs to make ends meet, and if things got tough, he could consider using his points to exchange for cash. They entered the train station and got off after just 2 stops. Chisato noticed that the area they arrived in didn't resemble a commercial district, it was much more relaxed. His confusion grew until, 5 minutes later, they stood in front of a house with the name Kasumijoka engraved on the front. Utaha had brought him straight to her house. Looking back, he realized that she hadn't specifically mentioned a restaurant, she had simply said a place. It was a subtle but clever choice of words, designed to lead him to a certain assumption, a classic move by a writer. Stop staring and come in, Utaha said, lightly tapping Chisato's leg with her bag as she opened the gate and walked inside. Chisato hesitated. I didn't bring any gifts for visiting. You don't need anything. My parents aren't home. If you're concerned, you can make up for it the next time you come. Utaha opened the door and placed a pair of slippers neatly in front of Chisato. Thank you. You're welcome. You can put your bag on the sofa. Sit here for a bit while I make some coffee. Chisato wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but Utaha had already gone into the kitchen. So he decided to be a good guest and quietly sat on the sofa to wait. In the simulation, Chisato had once visited Utaha's home, but the layout he had seen then was completely different from what he saw now. He understood, though. Since each simulation started with him in a different role, it made sense that the circumstances in the simulation wouldn't exactly match reality. Utaha soon returned with the coffee. When she saw Chisato blowing on a hot coffee and taking a small sip despite its temperature, a familiar action, she couldn't help but smile. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. That's true, but since we're sitting here face to face, I feel like we could skip that part, don't you? Utaha crossed her legs and leaned forward, resting her chin on her left hand. Ever since she had served the coffee, she had maintained a relaxed posture, her gaze fixed on Chisato, as if she didn't want to miss a single expression or movement of his. You're right, but this is our first time meeting in real life, after all. Alright then, I'm Kasumijoka Utaha. It's nice to meet you, Chisato Suzumiya. Utaha extended her right hand with a friendly gesture. With Utaha leading the conversation, Chisato shook her hand. As they let go, her pinky lightly grazed the palm of his hand. How old are you, Chisato? 17. Is that so? I'm a year older than you. If you like, you can call me sister in private. Is that a hobby of yours? No, but I think it's something you'd enjoy. I wouldn't. Chisato averted his eyes as he responded. Really? Are you sure? Utaha looked down, hooking her finger under the top of her knee-high socks, letting it snap back to press into her thigh. And what about this? You don't like it either? Chapter 84, 84, the simulation you see is their entire life, not even this. Yuta asked playfully, her smile growing more pronounced. Chisato, on the other hand, started to regain some of the familiarity he had with her from their time together in the simulated life. As the unfamiliarity faded away, he began to feel less constrained. You're really not afraid I'll pounce on you in the next second? There's no one else in your house, Chisato said, putting down his coffee. Yuta's smile deepened. It's because I know you won't do that I brought you home. Oh, and by the way, you're the first guy I've ever brought home. You're really confident in your judgment, but what was with that added explanation? Don't play dumb. You're smiling pretty widely. Do you need me to bring you a mirror? Ahem. Back to the point. I came here to discuss something serious with you, but seeing you like this, I've confirmed some of my thoughts. You mean that unusual dream? Chisato nodded. Yuta adjusted her posture, crossing her hands on her lap, her fingers tapping lightly on her thighs from time to time. We really do need to talk about the unnatural things happening to us. Can you tell me about your dream? I don't mind. As he had planned, Chisato didn't mention the system he had, presenting himself as innocent and clueless, just like Yutaha and Sawamura Ariri. He briefly described the story of his dream from the last few days, explaining how he learned about the school Yutaha and Ariri attended from other students and how he decided to verify things today. After about 20 minutes of explaining, Yutaha's remaining wariness disappeared completely. As she suspected, he remembered the events of the dream, just like her. The coffee had gone cold, so Chisato finished it in one gulp. Yutaha watched him drink it, noticing how his habits and mannerisms matched those of his dream self. Her eyes softened. If it's not enough, you can have mine. I haven't touched it. No, thanks. I see. But if you insist on drinking my leftovers, I wouldn't mind. Kasumajoka. Call me Yutaha. Just Yutaha is fine. Meeting her smiling gaze, Chisato felt a bit flustered. He had prepared himself for the possibility that they might be too deeply immersed in their dreams and might act in ways he couldn't handle. But no matter how much he anticipated, he hadn't expected things to be this intense. Her legs, wrapped in knee-high socks, were tapping quickly, and her flushed cheeks revealed an uncontrollable excitement. Since she sat down, her eyes hadn't left his face for a moment. At this moment, the seemingly harmless girl, with her particularly good figure, resembled not a restless house cat, but more a predator locking onto its prey. In a way, she was exuding a strong sense of aggression. And there was no question about who her target was. Kasumajoka, this is our first time meeting. Chisato took a deep breath, putting on a serious expression and speaking in the most formal tone he could muster. He hoped she would face reality, recognizing that they had just met and understanding the difference between dreams and reality. Yutaha pouted slightly but reluctantly toned down her emotions a bit. I understand. Good. I'd like to hear your thoughts on all this. I don't have any special thoughts. The content of the dreams we experienced was nearly identical, which means the dreams were the same for both of us, with the only difference being our roles and perspectives. She shared her theory. The situations, living places, schools, and relationships in the dream world are vastly different from reality, so I guess that this unnatural dream isn't connected to time, the past, or the future. It might be events that happened to us in another dimension, now being projected into our minds as dreams. A parallel universe hypothesis. It was a rather reasonable explanation. But it wasn't the answer Chisato was hoping for. If possible, he wanted to guide these dream-obsessed girls back to reality, helping them focus on what mattered in the real world. So, Chisato offered a different perspective. Have you considered that these dreams might be illusions, all just made up? Yutaha looked at him intently. You're saying that everything we experienced in the dreams didn't really happen? I just want to consider more possibilities. There's no such possibility. It's all real, without a doubt. Why are you so sure? Because I can cook now. Yutaha stood up and sat down beside him. Their eyes met at a close distance, and their warm breaths mingled. 3 days ago, I didn't even know how to hold a kitchen knife, but now I can make a 3-course meal in 40 minutes if the ingredients are available. I also know how to take care of a baby, like testing milk temperature with the back of my hand, or how to hold a baby so she can drink milk peacefully without burping. I'm confident I could be a competent mother if I got pregnant right now. If you say that suddenly learning all this is just a coincidence of natural talent, then the fact that even Ariri, who's a bit of an idiot, learned it too proves that the dreams we experienced aren't fictional, as you suggested. Besides, you have a mole under your right shoulder blade, don't you? And if I'm not mistaken, right now, you're leaning slightly to the left, aren't you? Chisato gulped quietly, shifting slightly to the right to avoid the hand that Yutaha was reaching towards his lap. Facing this black-socked girl, he was drenched in cold sweat, feeling completely overwhelmed. Chapter 85. 85. We are different. Chizato's unexpected retreat made Uchiha feel pleased. In their dreams, Chisato was often the aggressor, a villain who would bully Uchiha, who found herself in a submissive position most of the time. Only rarely could she turn the tables and briefly experience the thrill of being on top, but those moments were fleeting. Now, the situation had reversed, and she was experiencing a pleasure she hadn't felt before. She thought this approach might be quite nice. Perhaps in the future, she could continue interacting with him as a proactive, somewhat villainous older sister and enjoy maintaining control. That seemed interesting. Chisato didn't know what Uchiha was thinking, but his eyes conveyed clear information. The girl's flushed cheeks and rapid breathing were just the beginning. More importantly, her overall demeanor was evident. Although her expression remained composed and elegant, her wine red eyes showed a hint of confusion. Her lips were slightly parted, and she was nibbling her lower lip with her sharp little canines. She had bent forward, resting her hands on the sofa cushions and knees, and was slowly crawling towards him. Outside the side window of the living room, a black crow that had been still and staring in was now silently turning away, its head lifted to look at the sky. Even crows couldn't handle it. Let alone Chisato, who was in his teens and could probably punch through ice when excited. Please wait a moment, Kasumijoka. I have something to say. Chisato extended his right hand to block Uchiha's advance. At this moment, he needed to stay calm and not forget why he had come today. Although what she had said seemed persuasive at first glance, making one almost want to nod in agreement, everyone's situation is different. Tsk Uchiha clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction. She had felt that the atmosphere was good and was about to move closer, planning to remove the tie around his neck as a memento of their first real-life meeting. What do you want to say? She straightened up but didn't move farther away. But this was enough, as long as she could calm down and stop looking at him with those dangerous, predatory eyes, it would be fine. Chisato took a deep breath to steady himself. It's about the unnatural dream we had. Uchiha smiled easily. Even after hearing what I just said, do you still think her dream is false? No, after hearing what Kasumijoka. Call me Uchiha. After hearing Uchiha's words, my thoughts have changed slightly. Only slightly? Yes. Uchiha tilted her head. I'm not surprised. You've always had strong opinions and aren't easily swayed by others. However, even someone like you, I'm confident I can change your mind. After all, I can be considered one of the people who understands you best in the world. Well, maybe one of them. Give me a little more time, and I believe you'll fully accept my perspective. Chisato shook his head. It's not that simple. Huh? What do you mean? It's not about you, it's about me. Upon hearing this serious statement from Chisato, Uchiha's once confident and beautiful face showed a look of fear. She almost immediately turned her sharp gaze towards Chisato's lap. You. It's not what you think. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Chisato realized and used his hands to block Uchiha's gaze. Phew. Uchiha closed her eyes, gently patting her chest with her right hand, and slowly exhaled. Don't show that obvious look of relief. I mean, my situation is a bit different from Kasumijoka. Uchiha. He had already corrected her multiple times, and his expression was now slightly annoyed. My situation is different from Uchiha's. What exactly are you referring to? You mentioned before, Uchiha, that you gained abilities from the dream, like cooking skills and child-rearing techniques and experiences. That's correct. I'd like to ask, how much do you remember about what happened in the dreams? This question made Uchiha fall silent. Seeing her frown in thought, Chisato wisely remained quiet, allowing her the space to think. This was something he had anticipated before coming, and in a way, it wasn't a lie. If things went as he had predicted, what he was about to say might shift Uchiha's thoughts, who seemed excited. I experienced 2 complete dreams, both very happy but entirely different lives. I can't remember many small details, but some important things are etched in my mind and will probably stay with me until I die. Meeting Uchiha's suddenly resolute gaze, Chisato thought, as expected. The difference between Uchiha and me is right here. Chisato remained rational throughout, and this was especially true when he spoke these words. For the first time after meeting him, Uchiha felt uneasy. What's different? Uchiha has fully experienced the dreams and gained the skills and experiences from them, but I am different. Uchiha's unease grew as she looked at him. What I told you about my experiences in the dreams isn't a summary of what happened. It's really all I remember. That's it. Besides that, unlike Uchiha, I haven't gained any corresponding memories or abilities from those dreams. Chisato stopped speaking. His eyes showed some helplessness, and Uchiha, looking a bit flustered, clearly understood the deeper implications of what he was saying. Chapter 86, 86, sorry for making you cry. It's like comparing 2 versions of the same film. Uchiha sat on the sofa, Snacks and drinks prepared, watching from start to finish. Fully immersed in the experience, Uchiha could accurately recall most of the plot and details of the film. But Chisato was different. He hadn't watched the original film. Instead, he opted for a condensed and simplified version, a long film compressed into just a few minutes. Afterwards, he could say he had watched the film, and could recount the main plot, character relationships, and key moments. But that was about it. Many details were omitted in the simulation. 1 day later, a week later, a year later, 10 years later. You were born, you grew up, you died, and you were buried with your loved one. The simulation ends. When nothing important happened, the simulator showed text like this. Simplified to the extreme. But a towering building isn't just praised for its magnificent appearance, it's supported by countless steel bars, concrete, and bricks buried deep within. Day after day, the companionship and interactions are those inconspicuous stones and bricks. Without them, could the building still stand strong? We went on a road trip to the seaside during college. I got a sea urchin spike in my foot, the car broke down, and you carried me for nearly 10 kilometers to find a small town where a doctor bandaged my wound. Don't you remember that? After initial hesitation, Uchiha began to recount those unforgettable scenes and moments, seeking confirmation. Chisato shook his head under her earnest gaze. Sorry. I didn't see such a scene in the dream. Then. What about the night you stayed over at my house after drinking too much and losing consciousness when you met my parents for the first time? I don't remember that either. When you proposed to me and discovered I was pregnant, and the first time I called you Dad. Did you? I'm sorry. Chisato sighed and deliberately looked away from her. Uchiha's eyes, now dull and full of disappointment and sadness, made him feel heartbroken just by looking at them. Wait. Heartbroken? Chisato slowly placed his right hand over his heart. The feeling under his fingers was a strong, powerful heartbeat, different from usual. When he looked up again, Uchiha had changed her position, no longer kneeling with her legs under her but sitting normally, facing the TV. She bowed her head, her face devoid of the previous liveliness, replaced by despondency. That wasn't the expression Uchiha should have, she should be more proud and spirited. However, I do remember some things quite clearly. She wasn't initially going to mention this, but her heart softened. Don't leave anything out. Tell me everything. Uchiha's eyes regained their bright light. She had even imagined herself as the heroine in a classic Korean drama, the amnesiac male lead's love interest. Fortunately, Chisato's words reignited her hope. It didn't have to be all remembered. If there were just some memories left, that was fine. She could fill in the rest later. But Chisato hesitated, seeming reluctant to continue. It's not that important. It's fine if I don't say it. Uchiha frowned in dissatisfaction. Even so, I still want to hear it. Is it difficult? It's not really difficult. I just thought you might find it a bit awkward to hear. Awkward to hear? Uchiha looked at Chisato's expression and, considering his words, had an inkling of what he was getting at. She remembered the morning she woke up, the wet stain on the sheets because of her body, and tentatively asked, on our wedding night, do you remember what happened? Yeah, I remember. Can you tell me the details? A total of 4 times. The first time you initiated it, but you quickly ran out of energy. After that, I took the lead. Sorry, I shouldn't have gone against your will the last time. Your eyes were red from crying. Chisato sincerely apologized. A faint blush spread across Uchiha's cheeks. But with her experience as a wife in 2 lives, she didn't show the shyness typical of her age. Also, she hadn't actually resisted much during the last time on their wedding night. She had unexpectedly felt like playing the role of the tragic heroine being forced, and had gotten too into it. But there was no need to explain this now. So, besides what you just mentioned, you still clearly remember those things. I remember them, but not everything. However, the important moments when emotions ran high, I remember them clearly. Those important moments were preserved as CGs, so they could be recalled any time if needed. The situation became a bit awkward. Even Uchiha was feeling a bit confused, and the atmosphere between them became strange. The aroma of coffee filled the living room, but there was also a faint, almost undetectable scent that somehow made the atmosphere feel intoxicating. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Chisato checked it. It was a message from his mother asking if he had been eating well. After replying briefly, he put his phone back in his pocket. Having achieved his goal for today, he decided to take his leave. Are you leaving now? Yeah, since it's getting late. The sky outside had changed from bright to dark red. It was already evening. Chapter 87, Teacher Kumikawa's harm. There's no rush, so why don't you stay and have dinner? Uchiha offered, trying to keep him there. The situation felt familiar. It might not be convenient. Chisato glanced at the clock on the wall. It's already past 5. Your parents should be coming home soon. They usually come back around 7. We have over an hour, which is enough time for me to prepare a full meal. It would be just right for you to eat and then head home. Even if they come back, it won't be a big deal. You're already in high school. You should be past the age where you feel awkward meeting your friends' parents, right? I'm not awkward, just worried about how you'll explain things later. There's nothing to explain. I'll just say you're a friend. They probably won't ask any more questions. So, it's settled. No, it shouldn't be just settled. Alright, stop sitting there and come help me. I don't really know how to cook. That's the truth. Even though Chisato received a basic cooking skills reward from the Pure Love system, which claimed he could handle everyday home cooking, he hadn't had a chance to practice much. Given the Pure Love system's track record of failure, he was skeptical of his cooking skills. You don't need to cook. Just stand by my side in the kitchen and watch me cook. Is there any point in that? Not really, but it makes me happy. Is that reason enough? Uchiha took off the apron from the kitchen corner, put it on, and turned her back to Chisato, handing the ties to him. Help me tie this. Chisato obediently complied. The ingredients in the fridge aren't many, so there aren't many choices. But you're not picky, so it should be fine. As Uchiha spoke while taking out the ingredients from the fridge, it seemed like she was talking to herself. I'll help. I think I can manage some simple tasks. Great, then could you cook some rice? Electric rice cooker. Found it. Where's the rice? Over here. Uchiha, busy washing vegetables, pointed with her toes to a nearby cabinet. Chisato squatted down, opened the cabinet, took out the rice, and then moved to the sink to rinse it, standing close to Uchiha. The scene was oddly charming, like a couple working together in their kitchen. Uchiha had likely anticipated this, which is why she invited Chisato to create this situation. In the dreams, you often liked to sneak up behind me while I was cooking, hugging my waist and resting your chin on my shoulder. While Chisato was cooking the rice and shelling peas, he froze at her words. What's she implying? That he should hug her now? Did that remind you of anything? Luckily, he didn't misunderstand. Not really. That's fine. If you want to hear about it, I can tell you more later. If you don't want to hear it, I won't bring it up again. We can experience real life and create wonderful memories and moments together at our own pace. Oh, and about Ariri, I don't know how she'll react when she finds out about your situation. From what I know of her, she might be conflicted for a while, but she'll probably accept it in the end. But whatever she decides, it doesn't affect me. Don't worry, I won't stray or leave you. Let's continue to get along well, Chisato. As Uchiha spoke casually while preparing the food, her expression seemed calm, but the words carried a significant amount of emotion. Chisato stopped shelling peas and looked at her, feeling a bit dazed. He took a deep breath and pinched the bridge of his nose. I'm sorry, Uchiha. What you just said. Does it mean? Please don't misunderstand. Uchiha looked at him with a serious and determined gaze. Yeah, I must have misunderstood. There's no way it's the kind of meaning. What you're hoping for should only happen after I officially accept your confession and we become a couple. We'll go through various experiences together, and when you truly develop feelings and dependence on me, not just physical desire, then we can take that step. Chisato was stunned by Uchiha's words. He couldn't understand why she suddenly said all this. Had he ever shown an extreme eagerness or desperation? Chisato found it amusing and unfair, so he protested. Uchiha, I admit you're a very beautiful girl, but honestly, I don't have the intentions you might think. You can rest assured about that. So, you're saying I misunderstood you? Chisato met her questioning gaze and nodded. Without a doubt. I see. Uchiha stopped her task, turned off the faucet, and dried her hands with a towel. As Chisato watched her, she reached into her skirt pocket and pulled out something, holding it out to him with her palm up. So, what's this? A mischievous smile and a teasing tone accompanied Uchiha's words. Chisato stared at the small, square package in her hand. 3 packages connected together with a cartoon banana wearing a transparent hat, looking smug. Chisato was stunned into silence by the familiar packaging. Looks like you figured it out. Yes, this is what fell off the sofa when you took out your phone earlier. Uchiha didn't seem embarrassed as she put the packages back into her pocket. So now you can't make excuses. But don't be embarrassed. I know teenage boys are eager for that kind of thing, but for girls, even 1 is pushing it, let alone 3. I'll keep these for now. Aim to use them soon and work hard. What a confusing mess. Teacher Kumekawa, you've caused me trouble. Chapter 88, System Update. Watching Uchiha hum a cheerful tune and resume chopping vegetables after saying all that, Chisato was too tired to explain anything. Don't get the wrong idea. It was the school nurse who insisted I take those. I couldn't refuse, and I forgot about it later. Please don't misunderstand. Even if he explained, Uchiha probably wouldn't believe him and might even give him a look of "Oh, you're so cute," trying to deny it when your thoughts are so obvious. Chisato didn't want to seem pathetic, so he channeled his frustration into eating. After Uchiha finished preparing dinner, he devoured 3 bowls of rice. So delicious. Well, you're a boy after all. Your appetite is great. Let me serve you another bowl. Uchiha rested her chin on her hand, watching him eat with a smile. She barely touched her own food, finding satisfaction in watching the person she liked enjoy the meal she made. That's enough, thank you for the hospitality. Chisato finished his miso soup, let out a satisfied sigh, and said, Uchiha, your cooking is really great. I'm glad you think so. The ingredients were limited, so what you had was only half of my skill. Since you love meat, next time I'll make you beef curry with fried chicken. Also, you can drop the 'san suffix. We've been interacting for hours now. You should be used to calling me by my first name. Well, that's a bit. Chisato was momentarily at a loss for words. Uchiha's gentle smile turned mischievous as her eyes narrowed. Thinking about doing that with me, but getting shy about addressing me properly? Or is this a deliberate game of pushing and pulling? Either way, it's fine. I don't mind. She's completely convinced I want to do that, isn't she? It's getting late. I should head home. Chisato said his goodbyes. Yes, indeed. Uchiha glanced outside. The neon lights were on, and it was completely dark. How will you get home? By train. Be careful on your way back. Got it. Oh, and let's exchange contact information. After swapping contact details, Uchiha showed her phone screen to Chisato. His contact was marked with a special tag at the top, accompanied by a small red heart. This gesture felt like she was running her soft hair across his chest, making his heart race. Chisato suppressed his restless thoughts, grabbed his backpack from the sofa, and headed towards the entrance. Uchiha followed him. After he changed his shoes, she called out to him again. When he turned around, she walked up to him, extending her hands towards his neck. The girl's fair face was quickly closing in on him, her rosy lips enlarging in his view. Wait a second. Don't move. Instead of a kiss, Uchiha simply untied his tie. Can I keep this? You've already untied it. So that means you agree. I'm so happy. As a return gift, let me give you something too. Uchiha lifted her right foot and reached down with her right hand, hooking her finger around the top of her over-the-knee sock. After removing the sock, she stopped and looked up. You chose not to stop me, didn't you? As expected of Chisato. Whether in dreams or reality, your preferences are quite unique. But let's leave it for today. The socks have been worn all day, so they're not very clean. I'll wash them and give them to you next time. Uchiha, are you really listening to me? Just kidding, don't take it too seriously. How about a hug instead? Uchiha dropped the sock, stepped forward, and wrapped her arms around Chisato's waist. Ignoring his stiff reaction, she tiptoed and whispered into his ear, her warm breath escaping from her slightly parted lips. Next time you come over, I can take you to my room. You'd probably like me in pantyhose even more than these over-the-knee socks, right? She stepped back, hiding the sock behind her, and puffed out her chest. I wasn't joking before. Be careful on your way home. Good night. Thanks for the hospitality. Good night. Feeling a mix of emotions, Chisato wanted to say so much more but ended up saying only a polite farewell before leaving. As he walked home, about to turn left at an intersection, he glanced back instinctively. Though the distance made it hard to see clearly, in her uniform, and waving gently as he looked back, there was no doubt it was Uchiha. Back home, after taking a shower, Chisato saw Uchiha's message asking if he got home safely. He replied briefly and then lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, sighing quietly. Things were slowly drifting away from what he had expected. Uchiha's feelings for him felt real and substantial. Being near her, hearing her voice, made his heart race uncontrollably. He was unsatisfied and craved more interaction with her. His mind was a mess, with things seeming to change or not change all at once. Chisato closed his eyes, rubbed his temples, and then slowly got up. He opened the Pure Love system interface. He had completed a task earlier that day and hadn't used the reward yet. With an extra attribute point to distribute, Chisato thought about the embarrassment of being outpaced in the long run by Kazusa and the hardships he endured on the way to the nurse's office. He decided to allocate the attribute point to his physical constitution. Now, his basic stats were, Physique, 7, Sharpness, 6, Mental, 6, Charm, 8. The -1 mark next to his charm value had disappeared due to the increase in physique. He went to the bathroom to check himself in the mirror. He indeed looked a bit more rosy and no longer had that delicate, youthful appearance. He could also feel that his body was a bit lighter overall. The change was subtle but noticeable. Next, it was time for the random oddity gift box. Even though Chisato was prepared for the embarrassment of the Pure Love System's gift box, he still had low expectations for the reward. But after a burst of light, he was speechless for a while at the sight of the golden reward that appeared. Congratulations to the host for receiving a Supreme-level swimming skill experience card, 1 hour. This is a top-quality golden item with a 1% drop rate. The host's luck is incredible. He ignored the system's congratulations. If this reward were permanent, he might have had a different opinion about the Pure Love System. But with only 1 hour, he just shrugged it off. However, it could be useful as an emergency measure in case of a drowning accident. Even though the experience card isn't physical, it can be stored in the Pure Love System, so he decided to keep it there for now. Chisato didn't plan to use the simulator again tonight, but out of habit, he opened the Evil Path Simulator's interface. To his surprise, the CG feature of the Evil Path Simulator was functioning normally, with the unlocked CG scenes displayed and ready for review. But the most important simulation screen was prominently marked with the word System Update. The simulator was getting an update too? Chapter 89, Changing Mindset. The next morning, Chisato woke up before 6 a.m. After finishing his school assignments last night, he went to bed early, and with many thoughts running through his mind, he fell asleep without realizing it. He changed clothes, skipped his usual morning routine, and headed out. On the sidewalk, he started with a brisk walk and then switched to a slow jog. As dawn broke, the air was humid, and the green foliage along the roadside reflected a soft light. Birds chirped around Chisato, and today, the dark-winged bird seemed particularly cheerful, flying around him in the sky. Chisato started to sweat, and his breathing became heavier. The increase in his physique last night didn't instantly transform him into a muscle-bound superhuman, but it did have some effect. He had jogged nearly 4 kilometers without the previous exhaustion or the feeling of his lungs about to burst. On his way back, he stopped at a ramen shop and spent 800 yen on a bowl of miso ramen. Perhaps because he was hungry, the rich, flavorful broth, the enticingly colored char siu and bamboo shoots, and the smooth, chewy noodles were all satisfying, and he finished quickly. When paying, the cashier shyly handed him 2 candies as change. After thanking her and leaving the shop, Chisato went to a convenience store to buy a pack of walnut kernels for Crow's breakfast. Back home, he took a shower and changed into his school uniform. Since Uchiha had taken his tie, and he couldn't find a spare one, he decided to skip it and head to school without it. Haozu University-attached high school wasn't very strict about dress code, otherwise, Hattori wouldn't be able to wear his pink tracksuit around school all day. On the train to school, Chisato, now in his 4th day in this world, looked out at the retreating cityscape and silently resolved to make the most of his time, improving himself through the system's support and his own efforts. The simulated life had provided him with significant insights. The everyday workers and the top financial elite experience entirely different worlds and lives. One's life is consumed with thinking about how to earn money and survive, while the other is carefree and able to act according to their desires without worries. It's clear which of these lifestyles is happier. Chisato's parents are typical employees, and unless they win the lottery, he's unlikely to become a rich second generation. However, through hard work, he could make his future children wealthy. Studying hard is essential. Attending a better university means better future opportunities and choices. At the same time, he needed to pay attention to his health, exercising regularly to stay fit. If he could become an excellent person in the future, maybe he could achieve something similar in reality. The train stopped, and Chisato joined the crowd exiting the station. With a determined look, he walked up the shaded incline, a gentle breeze fluttering his clothes and pushing him forward. Arriving so early today is rare, and it's even rarer that you didn't sleep, Kazusa. Early in the morning, are you trying to provoke me? The girl sitting next to him, showing a defiant expression with clenched fists, made it clear she was not to be trifled with. No, just a casual remark. I brought some candy. Do you want some? Chisato offered a lemon mint-flavored candy from his palm. Kazusa dislikes sour and bitter flavors, and with her personality, she would never choose to try something with these tastes mixed together. But after a slight hesitation, she reached out and took a piece. Thank you. You're welcome. Chisato unwrapped the remaining candy and put it in his mouth. Kazusa followed suit, albeit slowly. She had expected not to like the taste, but once the candy melted in her warm mouth, it wasn't as unpleasant as she had imagined. After school today, I'll start looking for part-time work. I'll pay you back once I get my first paycheck. What? Didn't you forget? I borrowed money from you in the nurse's office. Such a small thing, and you still remember it so clearly. If Chisato hadn't brought it up now, Kazusa would have forgotten about it. Though her wealthy mother lacks companionship and concern for her, she never skimped on money. With no worries about basic needs, Kazusa didn't value money much. Chisato smiled. Maybe for you it's a small matter, but for me, it's different. Owing money for a long time without repaying it brings a sense of debt and embarrassment. Oh. Kazusa, resting her chin on her hand, seemed thoughtful. Are you short on money? Yeah, right now I am. I mismanaged my living expenses and overspent. I don't want to ask my family for money, so I need to figure something out myself. What kind of work are you looking for? I'm not picky. Convenience store, restaurant staff, distributing flyers, anything that fits around my school schedule and has decent pay. Isn't that tiring, with no time to rest? Part-time work is just a temporary measure to get through this difficult period. Once it's over, I'll stop and consider other options. Other options? Are you thinking of joining a club? Not at the moment, but it's not out of the question. I want to explore various ways to discover my potential. Chisato trailed off, and Kazusa's eyes, fixed on him throughout, showed dissatisfaction with his incomplete thoughts. Why did you stop? Chisato smiled kindly. Kazusa, you can actually communicate well with others. You're so talkative. Kazusa, blushing and losing interest in the conversation, quickly slumped onto the table as usual. Kazusa has developed feelings of shyness, affection +10, Kazusa has developed feelings of joy, affection +20, Kazusa's affection level is now maxed out. Current affection level increased to new points, 1,500. Current total, 3,300, sweet dreams, Kazusa. Kazusa changed her position, facing the window, and didn't reply. Kazusa has developed feelings of reassurance, Chapter 90, do you want me to keep you company? During lunch break, Chisato left his classroom and walked towards a narrow space at the end of the hallway. His destination was a cramped area, barely over 2 square meters, filled with clutter. If Hitori hadn't asked him to meet here, Chisato wouldn't have set foot in this place. He always felt like bugs might emerge from some dark corner. At the end of the hallway, Chisato walked in, head down. Hitori was oblivious to his arrival, her eyes unfocused, staring off into the distance, lost in thought. Chisato sat cross-legged beside her, his gaze falling on the open bento box resting on her lap. He picked up a piece of fried chicken and ate it, still feeling unsatisfied, so he took another piece of octopus sausage. He wanted to show the girl in front of him that when you're out, you need to stay alert, or else you might be taken advantage of by people like him. What's on your mind, Hitori? After wiping his mouth and fingers with a tissue to clean up any crumbs, Chisato spoke. Like someone pressing the start button, the girl snapped out of her daze, her mind starting to function again. Chisato-kun. When did you get here? I came a while ago. I noticed you were spaced out for quite some time. You even had a satisfied smile on your face. Were you thinking about something naughty? Chisato's smile turned mischievous. I wasn't. Hitori quickly denied it, covering her cheeks with her hands. When she was spacing out, she was indeed troubled by yesterday's events. But now, with Chisato's comment, her thoughts uncontrollably drifted towards more provocative ideas. She recalled the scent she had smelled up close the day before and the vague feeling of the boy's back while she was unconscious. Her pale face turned bright red. I see. If not, then forget it. By the way, it's the first time Hitori-san has taken the initiative to ask me out like this. Because I wanted to discuss something with you, Chisato-kun. But if you're not interested, it's okay. During lunch break, Hitori cautiously said her piece and then slowly lowered her head, her bangs hiding her eyes as she secretly watched Chisato's reaction. There's nothing wrong with it, but I need to explain something first. Seeing Chisato's serious expression, Hitori grew a bit nervous and sat up straight. You don't need to be so formal with me. We're friends now, so there's no need to be so polite. It's okay to be more relaxed around each other, like this. Chisato reached into Hitori's bento box without asking and took a piece of fried chicken, eating it. He hadn't intended to demonstrate this but couldn't resist the delicious fried chicken in her box. He ended up indulging his taste buds. I understand. Hitori quickly nodded her head. However, when she looked down at her bento box, she was startled. There were supposed to be many more pieces of fried chicken. Now only one remained. Had she subconsciously eaten them while spacing out? So, what's the reason you invited me out today? Chisato asked, bringing Hitori's focus back to the conversation. It's about what happened after school yesterday. Chisato nodded, indicating he was listening. Hitori looked at him, feeling both reassured and shy. Having appear like Chisato listened to her seriously, without showing any irritation or urgency, was something she'd only imagined before. Indeed, Chisato was a kind and gentle person. Even with her lowly self, he could still be friendly. If she worked a bit harder and improved herself, perhaps their friendship could evolve into something even more significant. Hitori's thoughts wandered as she smiled vaguely. Chisato watched her, waiting for her to continue. After several seconds of silence, he cleared his throat to get her attention. Ah. Sorry. It's fine. Please continue. What happened after school yesterday? After school yesterday, I went to a nearby park to clear my mind, and someone came up and started talking to me. A creep? Chisato's mind jumped to this possibility. Despite Hitori's odd behavior and gloomy demeanor, she was undeniably a beautiful girl with delicate features. Not a creep. It was a girl. A girl? Yeah, she saw me with my guitar and started talking to me. She then invited me to a nearby underground performance hall. She invited you to start a career as an idol? Not an idol, a band. She wants to invite me to join her band as a guitarist. That's great. You've met someone with similar interests. You should seize the opportunity. Chisato thought about the task from the pure love system. To make the timid Hitori win the admiration or respect of 100 people. Respect might be difficult, but gaining affection was manageable. Originally, he planned to wait until he had some savings from working part-time and then try to take Hitori, dressed normally, to a welfare home or a senior care facility to do some volunteer work. The children and elderly would get candy and help, Hitori would receive their affection and gratitude, and he would get task rewards, a win-win situation. However, it seemed that the current situation might render that elaborate plan unnecessary. Joining a band and performing on stage would naturally help complete the task. But Hitori, like a frantic hamster, shook her head vigorously with her eyes closed. I can't do that. Why? It's a rare chance to make new friends. No. Just thinking about stepping onto a stage with all the lights makes me feel like I'll faint. So, you want me to accompany you? Hitori's fingers fidgeted, her eyes darting around anxiously. Chisato had a good idea of what she meant. Chapter 91. The inevitable Hitori quickly nodded in response to Chisato's question. But after nodding, she looked worried and hesitantly asked, Is that okay? There's nothing wrong with it. Chisato's plan after school today was to find a suitable part-time job, which wouldn't conflict with spending some time with Hitori. The sooner he could resolve it, the better. Thank you. So, what does Hitori-san plan to do next? Huh? What do you mean by what to do? There's still plenty of time before afternoon classes. What do you plan to do after lunch? Oh, I see. I'll stay here until class starts. Stay here alone? Yeah. I'm not used to staying in the classroom. This place feels more comforting, so I'll take a nap with my headphones after lunch. The floor is so hard. Can you really sleep here? It's fine, I have this. Hitori pulled out a rolled-up blanket from among the clutter. Chisato was astonished. Why would such a kindergarten nap tool appear in a high school? Misinterpreting Chisato's shocked look as praise, Hitori shyly explained, I brought it from home. No one usually comes here, and it's warm in winter and cool in summer, so I often take naps here. Chisato didn't know what to say. He took the blanket from Hitori's hands and felt its softness. Can I join you for a nap? KKK. Hitori covered her mouth as she coughed repeatedly, filled with excitement and nervousness. The idea of sharing a nap meant their bodies would be close together in this tiny space. Just kidding. Hitori-san, continue with your lunch. I won't bother you anymore. Chisato placed the blanket aside and got up. He still needed to buy lunch from the store. A few pieces of fried chicken wouldn't fill him up. Ah. Okay. Hitori watched him leave, listening to his footsteps fade away. A sense of disappointment and loneliness spread within the small space. I could endure the darkness if I had never seen the light. Oh right, we'll meet at the school gate after school. Contact me by phone if anything comes up. Bye. Chisato, having returned to say this, left again. Yes, they would see each other again after school. There were still less than 5 hours left. Hee hee. Her disappointment turned into joy, and happy laughter came from the unnoticed corner of the stairwell. A girl student, who happened to be going upstairs to collect and deliver homework, heard the eerie laughter and immediately thought of the school's ghost stories. She became terrified, her previously calm pace turning frantic as she hurriedly left the area. Meanwhile, in the school's club building, in the first music room, Kazusa stopped their piano practice. She glanced at her phone and saw that lunch break had been over for almost half an hour. She looked up at the half-open door again, but no one was coming through. Notably, today's music room was a bit different from usual. In addition to the piano, there was a small table awkwardly placed next to it. It was brought from the pile of clutter outside, meant to hold the food she bought today. hot dogs, burgers, fried noodles, and various drinks and milk. Since she didn't know what the guy liked, she bought a little of everything. She remembered the cashier's astonished look when she paid, which still made her blush. Buying so much food for a girl was indeed a bit excessive. That idiot. If he wasn't planning to come, he shouldn't have said things like "I'll come here to rest later" that could easily be misunderstood. Kazusa clenched her teeth and pressed the piano keys heavily. During this lunch break, the passionate piano music, filled with the performer's anger, echoed through every corner of the club building. When Kazusa walked into the classroom just as the afternoon class bell rang, she ignored Chizato's greeting, dragging her chair noisily and slumping over the desk in silence. Chisato was puzzled, trying to understand what had made her so upset. The sky outside had turned from the morning's clear blue to a cloudy gray, indicating rain was likely coming soon. As Chisato gazed out the window, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out to check and saw a message from Uchiha with just 2 short words. "Good morning." The message included a selfie. Though her face wasn't visible, the focus was on the exposed, deep neckline of her disheveled nightgown. Chisato silently replied with a "It's already afternoon" message, then put his phone back in his pocket and started paying attention to the class. Uchiha smiled as she read the reply. She had planned to chat more, but realized it was now class time, so she decided to stop. She didn't want to be a distraction while she was being lazy at home. In the past, her single room had always made her feel secure. Now, even though she still felt safe, she found it a bit unusual to instinctively reach out for someone beside her only to find nothing when she woke up. However, since he's already brought the tools for the job, this situation probably won't last long. 6 months to a year is not an unbearable wait. Given his behavior, it's not a problem to move the timeline up a bit. After getting a good night's sleep, Uchiha lazily stretched on her bed, then got up, washed up, and had a quick bite before sitting down at her desk to read. Around 3 p.m., it started raining heavily outside. She collected the clothes she had hung out to dry and, as she returned to her room, was about to ask Chisato if he had brought an umbrella. But then she reconsidered, realizing her nagging concern might seem overly motherly, and decided against it. It didn't really matter if a young guy like him got caught in the rain. If his health was good, he could handle it. Even if he caught a cold and got a fever, that would give her a chance to take care of him, which could be a great way to increase his affection for her. By 4 p.m., the rain had gotten heavier, and the sky grew darker. As Uchiha went downstairs to make herself some coffee, the doorbell rang. Who would come to visit in such heavy rain? Curious, she went to the entrance and checked the electronic peephole. The next moment, she slowly closed her eyes, pinched the bridge of her nose, and sighed heavily. It was Ariri, looking as if she were a frustrated puppy about to pounce and bite something in anger. Chapter 92. Let me explain. Uchiha didn't want to open the door. She knew the consequences of letting Ariri in. But after Ariri rang the doorbell 3 times and stood stubbornly in the rain holding an umbrella, determined to wait there until she was let in, Uchiha had no choice but to open the door. Seeing Uchiha at the door, Ariri walked in without hesitation. She put her umbrella aside and, with wet hands extended, charged straight at her. "You schemed against me. How despicable. Do you know how long I had to explain to my mom last night just to convince her I wasn't out messing around with boys? Calm down." "Calm down? This morning you swore you wouldn't do anything behind my back. You even said, 'Have I ever broken a promise?' How could you be so shameless, Uchiha? This idiot is surprisingly strong." Uchiha struggled to hold on to her wrist. "It's not what you think. We can talk this through, and I can explain." "There's nothing to explain. If I don't deal with you today, you'll think I'm a pushover. You're just a rotten woman, right?" Once a charming princess admired by many boys, Ariri was now showing her frustration with eyes wide open and her chest heaving from heavy breathing. "Are you insane? My parents are resting in the other room. Do you really want to wake them up?" Feeling guilty about her actions, Uchiha tried to use the presence of others in the house to calm Ariri down. This had some effect. Ariri wasn't afraid, but she was subconsciously reluctant to display her angry side in front of others. She was a girl who cared about her image. She released Uchiha's hand, then turned to place her shoes and umbrella properly. "Go to your room. Don't think about running away. I need to settle this with you." Imitating the provocative stance and tone from movies, Ariri approached Uchiha, sneering as she clenched her small fists and then turned to head upstairs. She had been to Uchiha's house before and knew where her room was. Uchiha watched her go upstairs, rubbing her wrist, and sighed when she saw the water stains on the floor. She went to the washroom to get a dry towel and poured a cup of hot water before heading upstairs to her room. After Ariri's outburst, she seemed to have calmed down a lot. It was a relief not to have the intense confrontation from earlier. Uchiha sighed and handed her the dry towel. Airi, not one to harm her own body, took the towel and first dried her damp hair. Don't think you can just get away with some small favors. You wanted to explain, right? Fine, I'll listen. But if you don't give me a satisfactory reason, I'll spread rumors about you messing around outside. Uchiha found Airi's bluster somewhat amusing but held back her laughter. If she laughed now, she'd probably be attacked by the furious idiot and wouldn't get out of it for a while. First, I need to clarify that I did talk to your mother, but that was before we had that dream together. So what? At that time, we hadn't done anything intimate. In a way, we were still enemies. The two of them, one explaining and the other listening, exchanged looks in the room. Uchiha kept her explanation brief. Even though she had labeled Airi as a blonde idiot in her mind, she figured that Airi, having experienced the dream world, should understand this explanation. Their gazes met, and after a moment, Airi stopped drying her hair and smiled. So you're saying, after last night, you haven't done anything else? Absolutely not. Then why did my mom ask me so seriously if I like those kinds of things? Airi's face turned red. Like what? Uchiha frowned. Handcuffs, blindfolds, and stuff like that. Do you dare say that's not what you told her later? I swear I didn't. What kind of idiot would tell someone's mother that her daughter has such submissive preferences? Can you imagine that scene? But my mom asked so seriously. At first, she carefully asked if I had been feeling bored lately, if I ever felt lonely, or had trouble falling asleep alone at night. Think about it. She was testing if I was dissatisfied. What kind of nonsense is that? That's what I need to ask you. Uchiha sat on the bed and sighed deeply. I can tell you clearly that I didn't say those ridiculous things. Do you think I'll believe what you're saying now? Uchiha fell silent, and the situation grew more complicated. Without giving her much time to think, there was a vague noise from downstairs, followed by her mother's loud voice. Uchiha, do we have guests? It's Airi. Don't worry about it. After answering loudly, she looked at her closed bedroom door and then at Airi. By the way, how's the soundproofing in your room? Why are you suddenly asking that? Airi realized the implications of what she had said during their earlier scuffle. It seems the misunderstanding has finally been cleared up. But the fact that you schemed against me hasn't changed. I'm not denying it, do whatever you want. Humphrey. Shameless. Since you're here today, there are some things I need to clear up with you. What? About Chisato. He came to see me yesterday. Seeing Airi's sudden look of tension and concern, Uchiha smiled slightly and added with a hint of malice, just shortly after you left school. Chapter 93, Host and Pet at 5:30 p.m., they arrived at Shimokitazawa Station after taking the train. Chisato and Hitori, each holding an umbrella, walked towards their destination. Shimokitazawa, located in Setagaya Ward, is a small but popular area with young people. The streets are lined with fashion shops, cafes, and bars. Many years ago, a certain infamous individual single-handedly tarnished Shimokitazawa's reputation, making it a somewhat ironic hotspot, sadly. For a long time, many people gathered to see the filming locations of a particular work. They would line up, shout incomprehensibly at a building in Shimokitazawa, and eagerly record and post it online. But in recent years, that trend has faded. It's rare to see people playing along with those old memes anymore. Perhaps the hype has died down, or maybe the people who were so enthusiastic back then have moved on with their lives and can't bring themselves to do such embarrassing things anymore. As they walked, Chisato noticed several exhibition halls with eye-catching signs and walls adorned with trendy English letters and graffiti. He saw a vinyl record store and wondered if Kazusa, who studied piano, might be interested in such a shop. It's just up ahead. Turn the corner and you'll see it. Hitori pointed ahead. Okay. Chisato nodded. Can you tell me more about the person who invited you to join the band yesterday? What was your impression? Well, she has golden hair. And? She seems very cheerful, not like someone as introverted as me. There's no need to add that last part to put yourself down. Is there anything else about her? Also, when she spoke, it felt like she used some kind of magic, making it impossible for me to refuse her. Oh, I can definitely say that's your own issue. As they spoke, they had already turned the corner. It's right there. Hitori pointed to a sign not far ahead. Chisato touched his chin. The shop's name is Starry. That's a great name, sounds gentle and dreamy. Thank you. As Chisato admired the name, a girl approached them, her voice bright as she thanked them. Hitori, startled by the new arrival's voice, quickly ducked behind Chisato, as if her brain had detected some sort of danger signal. Who are you? Chisato looked at the girl who had approached. This shop is run by my sister. I overheard what you said, and I appreciate your praise for the name Starry. The girl with golden hair had a sunny smile that felt warm and full of energy, even on a rainy day. Even though her approach was a bit abrupt, it didn't come off as annoying or intrusive. If friendliness were a stat, she'd definitely have it maxed out. Oh, isn't his Hitori-chan? You brought a friend along today. Thank you. Ah. Yeah. Hitori, timidly peeking out from behind Chisato, twitched her little hair strand and, like a snail sensing danger, quickly pulled her head back after a quick glance. Hitori-san, since you know each other, at least come out and greet her properly. Chisato tried to boost the shy snail's confidence with some encouraging words. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Haha, it's okay. I don't mind. I know Hitori is shy. The cheerful girl waved her hand dismissively, showing she wasn't bothered. It's raining outside, so let's head in. Alright. Chisato followed the blonde girl, trailing behind her, and they climbed the stairs beneath the starry sign. The performance hall was located one floor down. After opening the door, they had to descend another flight of stairs to see the full view of the hall. The lighting was not very bright but had a cozy atmosphere, with a simple bar area serving as both a water bar and cash register. Behind the bar sat a mature woman with blonde hair. Besides that, there was a prominent but currently unused stage, an open space, and 6 or 7 small tables at the edges. As it was Chisato's first time in such a place, he was quite interested and looked around eagerly. The blonde girl guided Chisato to an empty table and quickly brought over drinks from the bar. It's still early, so there aren't many people. It'll get much busier later. If you're interested, you can stay and watch. There's a band performance tonight, it'll be quite lively. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. Hi, I'm Ecchi Nijuka, a second-year student at Shimogatazawa High. Hi, I'm Suzumiya Chisato, a second-year student at Hojo University Attached High School, just like Hitori-san. Chisato shook hands with Nijuka, and his fondness for the energetic girl grew. Although he had promised Hitori to help her decline joining the band during lunch, he secretly thought that if the person was nice, letting Hitori join might not be such a bad idea. Chisato-kun is very cool. Are you Hitori-chan's boyfriend? PFFT. Neither of the two involved in the conversation reacted much, but Hitori, who had been silently sipping her drink with a straw, couldn't hold back and spat it out. I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry. She kept nodding apologetically and hurriedly pulled out some tissues from her pocket. Oh, it's fine, Hitori-chan. I'll just get a cloth from the bar. After wiping the table, Nijuka's curious gaze shifted back and forth between the two. Chisato realized he couldn't always be the only one talking, so he turned to Hitori, signaling her to answer the previous question. Chisato-kun is my angel, my savior. Ah. That hurt. Hitori, who had been hit with a light jab, clutched her head and shrank her neck. You're not just embarrassing yourself but dragging me into it too. Chisato withdrew his hand and, looking at Nijuka with a serious expression, said, Actually, I'm Hitori-san's owner. Nijuka's face turned bright red in an instant, revealing her pure, innocent nature. Nijuka, you really believe that? Chisato realized Nijuka was another one of those who couldn't handle jokes. Woof? Hitori hesitated for a moment and then made a sound like an animal. Don't cooperate with me at a time like this. Chapter 94, I'm serious. Chisato put in a lot of effort explaining and finally convinced Nijuka that there was no inappropriate relationship between him and Hitori. So, it's really just a friendship. Nijuka let out a huge sigh of relief and gently patted her chest. It's okay if it's not just a friendship. Chisato looked at Hitori curiously. Hitori-san, what are you mumbling about? Did I say something just now? Yes. Hitori, flustered, tried to cover her face with her hand but realized that even doing so didn't hide her from the curious gazes of the other two. She ended up crouching under the table. Chisato, understanding her shyness, could only sigh in resignation. Nijuka showed a confused yet gentle smile and looked down, trying to coax her out. Hey, Hitori-chan, your skirt is on the floor. It'll get dirty. It's fine. I'm just tying my shoelaces. You two keep talking. Before you use that excuse, maybe you should check what kind of shoes you're wearing right now. Nijuka raised her head and looked anxiously at Chisato. She placed a hand near her mouth and leaned in. Chisato-kun, did I do something wrong that made Hitori-chan upset? The girl's proximity brought a refreshing citrus scent, reminiscent of a summer orchard. It was a pleasant and natural aroma, and even though her face was right in front of Chisato, it didn't evoke any desire. If anything, the older sister at the bar with blonde hair seemed more aligned with Chisato's preferences. This is just how Hitori-san reacts. You'll get used to it. Chisato waved off her concern. At this moment, he felt a tug on his pants. Looking down, he saw Hitori nervously pointing towards the exit of the performance hall. She seemed eager to have Chisato refuse Nijuka's invitation and leave quickly. Honestly, it felt like Hitori was a shy kid being dragged to an unfamiliar place by her parents. Chisato pulled Hitori out from under the table and addressed Nijuka about their visit. "Nijuka-san, did you invite Hitori-san to join the band yesterday?" "Yes." Nijuka clasped her hands lightly, looking quite excited. "Yesterday, I was walking and worrying about our band's lack of a guitarist. Then I saw Hitori-chan playing on a swing in the park. I went up to talk to her and found out she wasn't part of any other band. It was like a fateful encounter arranged by the heavens. Isn't that right?" The youthful enthusiasm from Nijuka made Hitori, who was used to lurking in the shadows, feel uncomfortable. She moved closer to Chisato and instinctively grabbed his sleeve. "Hey, Nijuka, come here for a moment." At that moment, someone called from the bar. "Sorry, I'll be right back." Nijuka left with quick steps. This allowed Hitori, who had been tense since entering the performance hall, to finally relax and take a deep breath. Chisato looked at her and said, "What should we do?" Nijuka used such heavy words as fateful encounter. She seems really eager. If we actually refuse her, she might end up crying and looking pitiful. Don't you want to reconsider? She might cry? Probably. She's already calling it a fateful encounter. Why not try a bit harder? Nijuka is a good person. Maybe she could become your new friend? Do you think someone like me can really be friends with Nijuka? If you can be friends with me, there's no one in this world you can't make friends with. After Chisato's somewhat arrogant statement, Hitori seemed to waver and looked towards the bar. Chisato, considering both her and his own situation, intensified his persuasion. Besides, you've always been making music alone, and sometimes it must feel a bit lonely. Joining a band would be different. Not only could you make friends with the other band members, but you might also gain a lot of fans who will admire you and ask for your autograph or photos. The simple words painted a vivid picture in Hitori's mind. She recalled her initial ambitions when she started learning guitar, being welcomed by others, making more friends, and becoming a shining, popular figure. Imagine you're performing on stage under the spotlight, fans holding up glowing signs with your name, shouting your name just for a moment of eye contact because you're their idol, the person they admire. What are you talking about? Nijuka returned with a chalkboard in hand. Hitori, still looking a bit scared and with a confused gaze, seemed to have made up her mind. She suddenly stood up. Nijuka-chan. Please. Let me join your band. I'm begging you. Didn't we already talk about this yesterday? And why are you suddenly using formal language? Nijuka was taken aback. In any case, please take good care of me from now on. Sure. Watching the two girls bowing at 90 degrees, Chisato smiled with a sense of satisfaction. If every girl around him was as easy to handle as Hitori, he'd probably be smiling to himself every night. Nijuka-san, what's the chalkboard for? Oh, this. My sister, the owner of this shop, asked me to write a job posting on it. We're planning to hang it up tomorrow when the weather clears. A job posting? Chisato's interest was piqued. Yes, the student who used to work part-time left, so we're short on staff. The shop is looking for a new part-timer. The usual hours are from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m., mainly for ticket checking and drink preparation at the bar. The pay is 1,300 yen per hour, and it's paid weekly. Do you have any friends to recommend? It wasn't a difficult job, the hours fit well around school, and the pay was decent. Plus, Chisato's home was not far from here, just a half-hour train ride. Not a friend, but can I apply? Chisato pointed to himself. Nijuka looked at him and suddenly laughed. You're joking again, right? You don't look like someone who needs a part-time job. I'm not joking this time. I'm serious. Chapter 95, you should leave the group. Exit. E-exit. E-exit. The single word kept stalling on Ariri's flushed face, and she couldn't get the last two words out, looking quite distressed. There's no one else here, you don't have to act so innocent. Uchiha took the small, neatly wrapped package from Ariri's hands and put it back in her drawer. Who's acting? I'm really just a bit surprised. It's hard to believe that a hentai artist would stutter and freeze up at seeing such a thing. Considering how often you've probably drawn these, it's likely your count is well over 100 by now. Who would draw such things? Oh, sorry, I forgot you're into humiliation and not really into drawing safety products. I don't recall you ever having Chisato use them in dreams, you always just let him go straight in. Stop. Don't say such things out of the blue. Aren't you embarrassed? Ariri's face turned red as she almost spat out a curse word. Uchiha, crossing her arms, continued to dig up old issues. It's not me who was tied up and blindfolded with a ball. I was just a bystander. Why should I be embarrassed? It was just a blindfold. No ropes. And no ball. Facing the agitated Ariri, Uchiha calmly covered her ears. Shout louder if you want. It'd be great if my mom heard our conversation and then mentioned it to your mom when they meet next time. You. Ariri stomped her foot in frustration and then went to sit at the edge of the bed, crossing her legs. Your skirt stamp. Don't sit on my bed. There's a chair over there. Uchiha's comment made Ariri huff and then plop down in the middle of her bed, rolling around twice in a dramatic fashion. Immature. They both exchanged a glance and sighed in unison. After a moment of silence, Ariri asked, was that thing you showed me really brought by Chisato? Yeah. It wasn't put away properly and fell onto the sofa, which I noticed. Uchiha walked to the window and looked out at the gloomy sky. Ariri's face still had a flush of red. Uchiha's response made her think about it more. What did Chisato say when he came to see you? I know what you're trying to find out, but you don't need to be so indirect. He didn't mention you. Humphrey. What's important is not that but that his situation is a bit different from ours. Different? What do you mean? Ariri sat up on the bed. To put it simply, he's missing some parts of his dream. He knows us and has an idea of our interactions in the dream, but he's completely unaware of specific details, like the small things of our daily life together. In short, our relationship with him could be summed up in one phrase, the most familiar stranger. Uchiha didn't turn around. Ariri stood up and walked to her side, looking at her with suspicion. That sounds so suspicious. Are you up to some trick? I knew you'd react like this. Uchiha returned to her desk, picked up her phone, and tapped a few times. Ariri's phone then pinged with a notification. It's pointless to say more. I've already sent you Chisato's line account. It's better if you ask him directly for details. Ariri stared at her phone screen. The fact that Uchiha had said so much made her start to believe the information, despite her reluctance. She still hoped that Chisato would remember things about their dream life just as clearly as she and Uchiha did. Reuniting in reality with memories of their dream life and fulfilling regrets would be romantic and wonderful. For example, visiting places they had never been, holding hands and showing off, having more than one child, or even 3. When I first learned about this situation from him, I was surprised too, but I quickly came to terms with it. Uchiha's comment, while looking out at the steady rain, brought Ariri out of her thoughts. What do you mean? Appearance, figure, scent, habits, gaze, walking style, smile, taste in food. Except for being less proactive, everything else feels completely the same. I know he's still him, and that's enough for me. Are you trying to comfort me? No, I'm just sharing my thoughts honestly. But if you can, it would be best if you voluntarily left the group. You know that's impossible. Why say that? Some things become clear with just one meeting. Hiding it doesn't make sense. Well, thanks anyway. Ariri gave her a sidelong glance. Uchiha shrugged, consider it an apology for my past misdeeds. Don't worry about it. Ariri sighed and lay back on the bed, burying her face in the soft pillow. This was an instinctive action. The impression from the previous dream had made her less averse to Uchiha's things. After all, they had shared a bed for a lifetime in the dream. Of course, they wouldn't sleep together. They would always be holding on to Chisato's arms, one on the left and one on the right. Uchiha didn't say anything further about Ariri's actions. She sat at her desk and opened the novel she had been reading. Hey, Uchiha. What is it? Did you really mean what you said about Chisato? About the feeling he gave you? Yes, without a doubt. Even his aura, which is something intangible, felt incredibly familiar. I really want to see him too. Go ahead. But my feelings are so mixed right now. After hearing what you said, I don't know how to face him or what to say when we meet. That's the trouble of a young girl. It's not like someone who's had a child. You should know that in reality, Chisato might lack many memories compared to us. Do you know what that means? What does it mean? Ariri raised her head. Uchiha sighed lightly. It means your IQ might not be quite enough. All those years of experience as a mature woman seem wasted. It's better for you to take the initiative to leave the group this time. Chapter 96, Shiny and Sparkling Kairakira. As the manager of the Starry Performance Hall, what does Ecchi usually need to do? Cleaning the shop, selling drinks at the bar, adjusting stage lights and microphone sounds. These tasks are handled by staff members, so she doesn't need to worry about them. As a manager, her role is more comprehensive. In addition to ensuring the store's profitability and timely salary payments, she occasionally has to deal with things like this. At a small table, The two sat facing each other. Suzumiya Chisato, a second-year student from Hueco University attached high school, right? Yes. Did your parents agree to you working? And are there any restrictions from your school regarding working? My parents are fine with it. They encourage me to experience life more. The school has no issues either. Our school culture is quite open and independent. Got it. Do you have any previous work experience? Yes, I've handed out flyers and worked as a waitress at a restaurant. Although these were from a past life, Chisato spoke naturally, without lying. I see. Smile for me. Chisato was momentarily surprised but quickly complied. The smile on the young man's face was like ripples spreading out from the center of a lake, touching the heart. Sayaka quietly sipped her strawberry milk and slowly bit the straw. She felt a mix of emotions. She thought of the boy she had a crush on in middle school, the idol she was obsessed with during her band days, and the nights spent singing karaoke with friends. All the memories of youth and happiness were brought back by this young man's casual smile. At 29, she felt somewhat embarrassed, as if a high school student had made her shy. Sayaka reflected on herself internally and reminded herself that this was her sister's friend, and she shouldn't entertain any thoughts. Well, since this is recommended by Naruto, I don't have any other questions. If you've decided, you can start work tomorrow. Chisato stood up and bowed slightly. Thank you very much. If you're free today, feel free to stay here a bit longer. Familiarize yourself with the environment and explore a bit. It will get lively later. Go ahead. Sayaka didn't dare look at his face any longer. She returned to the bar and put on her headphones. The interview ended smoothly and Chisato was in a good mood. He came here with Hitori and ended up resolving his work issue as well, which was a pleasant surprise. Tonight, he planned to treat himself to a chicken leg and get some different nuts for Darkwing, maybe a small bag of pine nuts to try. With this plan in mind, Chisato headed towards the room beside the stage, a recording studio usually not open to the public. It was used by bands for practice, with soundproofing so noise wouldn't be a problem. When he was interviewing, Naruto had taken Hitori for a tour and told him to come over after finishing. As Chisato opened the door, the sound of electric guitar startled him. However, he quickly set aside his surprise. When Naruto noticed him, she put her finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. Chisato nodded and quietly watched the only performer in the studio, Hitori, who was fully immersed in playing the guitar. Unlike the clumsy and slow impression she usually gave, her left hand showed impressive dexterity. Each fingertip seemed to have its own awareness, dancing lightly on the guitar neck, while her right hand strummed the strings with precision. Chisato remembered Hitori's performance during the afternoon break, when he had jokingly said that unplugged electric guitar playing sounded like cotton candy. He had unspoken praise at the time. Even from an outsider's perspective, it was clear that Hitori's guitar skills were quite skilled. More noticeable than the sound of the guitar was her expression, completely absorbed in her beloved world, both serious and somewhat joyful. Just like Kazusa playing the piano, shining brightly and full of charm. The melody in the recording studio gradually faded. Hitori's chest rose and fell slightly, and a fine sweat beaded on her forehead. She had put a bit too much effort into her performance in front of others for the first time. But it should be fine, right? Even though there was a section where the tempo sped up, she quickly adjusted, so it probably wasn't noticed. She carefully raised her head. The moment the performance ended, the vibrant guitarist disappeared, replaced by her shy, introverted side. Great solo. The rhythm was perfect. So captivating. Hitori-chan, you're amazing. Naruto's eyes sparkled as she ran over and grabbed Hitori's hands, bouncing up and down with excitement and joy. I'm so sorry for assuming that Hitori-chan's guitar skills were just average. This is truly a fated encounter. Where are Ryo and Ikuyo-chan? I really want to introduce you to them quickly. Oh, yes. Although Hitori was confused, seeing Naruto's reaction made her think she must have done well. Hitori, still unsure, bounced along with her. Once things calmed down a bit, Chisato approached and shared her thoughts. Hitori-san's performance was great. Oh, it was nothing. Hee. Hitori touched the back of her head, feeling shy. Chisato continued to boost her confidence. I'm an outsider, so I can't give a detailed critique, but listening to Hitori-san's performance made me think of the morning breeze, flowing streams in the forest, the night sky, and the morning sun. What does that mean? Naruto asked on behalf of the puzzled Hitori. They're all beautiful and irresistible things, just like Hitori-san's performance. Chisato smiled widely and gave a thumbs up. I really liked it. Gah. Hitori's face turned bright red instantly, steam seemed to pop up from her head, and her mind was filled with the word like. Then, her legs gave out, and she collapsed on the ground, still smiling foolishly even in her unconscious state. Ah. Hitori-chan. What should we do? Is something wrong with Hitori-chan? We need to call for emergency help right away. Don't worry, it's just her normal reaction. She'll get used to it. Chapter 97, Task Progress. This is Kita Ikuyo, our band's vocalist. This is Yamada Ryo, our band's bassist. Around 6 in the evening, thanks to Nijuka's introduction, Chisato and Hitori met the remaining 2 members of the band. Ikuyo, like Nijuka, was an outgoing and cheerful girl with a knack for making friends easily. When excited, her eyes sparkled with tiny, contagious stars. Ryo, on the other hand, was much more reserved. Her expression remained calm and unchanged throughout the introductions, maintaining a steady demeanor. The young people quickly warmed up to each other after a few exchanges. Later, Nijuka and the others held a simple welcome party for Hitori, and Chisato took the opportunity to enjoy some takeout cake and burgers. By around 7, more customers began arriving at the venue. Although the manager had said Chisato could just get familiar with the place today and start working officially tomorrow, seeing the bar staff struggling a bit, Chisato decided to help out. Pouring drinks and alcohol into glasses, adding ice, and handing them over wasn't too difficult. The manager handled the payments, so it was manageable. Chisato followed the manager's instructions, maintaining a friendly demeanor and interacting with customers. One group of older women, charmed by his smile, lingered at the bar, chatting and asking for his contact information. The manager jokingly told them, "He's still a student, and you all have boyfriends," which eventually sent them on their way. Nijuka then looked at Chisato and retracted her earlier comment. Try not to smile too much in the future. It might give others the wrong idea and impact your work, especially if you're constantly asked for your contact info. Got it. And you don't need to smile at me either? Chisato didn't pay much attention to the manager's strange reaction. He focused on his tasks and occasionally glanced at the band's performance on stage. At first, it was a bit noisy, but he got used to it and found himself getting absorbed in the music. The enduring appeal of band culture made sense to him. By 9 o'clock, the bar was quieter with fewer customers. Saga patted Chisato, who was at the register, and told him to head home early. It's not too late, it's fine if I stay a bit longer. No need. You should go home and rest. Here's something for you. Saga handed him 4 1,000 yen bills. Chisato refused. I'm not starting officially until tomorrow, and isn't the pay weekly? You did well. I wouldn't shortchange a student. Take it and get some late-night snacks on your way home. Thanks, manager. Chisato accepted only 2,000 yen. My appetite isn't that big, 2,000 yen is enough for me. Saga smiled and didn't insist further. Suit yourself. Take care on your way back. Will do. When Chisato arrived at the recording studio, the band had finished their practice and was happily chatting. Hitori, still a bit shy, hadn't fully integrated into the group, but she was much better than at the start. She could answer questions without stuttering and didn't hide under the table anymore. Despite this, as soon as Chisato entered, she quickly stood up and walked over to him. The unfamiliar environment and new acquaintances were stressful for her, and having a familiar person nearby was a relief. Thank you, Chisato-kun. Are you done with work? Hitori, speaking softly and looking up at him with hopeful eyes, made Chisato almost reach out to pat her head. Such a cute animal. He changed direction and lightly touched her cheek. Yeah, I'm done. I'll head home soon. If you're finished, let's leave together. Ah, yes. Hitori felt relieved. After saying goodbye to the band members, she grabbed her guitar and backpack and left with Chisato. The rain had increased, and puddles formed on the brick street, splashing high when stepped on. Ah. Sorry. Hitori's heart raced again when she saw that Chisato's pants had gotten wet from her mistake. Her momentary calm turned into anxiety. It's okay. The clothes will be washed anyway. How are you finding the new friends you've made? Chisato, while appearing to look ahead, checked the love system panel. The task progress bar for gaining respect or affection from mothers had moved to 4 out of 100. He guessed the 4 people were likely the other 3 band members and the manager. The hardest part is always the beginning, but it's a start. Ikuyo and Nijuka are really nice and take good care of me. They're great people. And what about the bassist? With Ryo, I think we get along well. She seems quiet and reserved at school, just like me. Then keep it up and get along well. Yeah. Thank you, Chisato-kun. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to overcome my shyness and join the band. Don't mention it. It's actually thanks to you that I found a decent part-time job. They reached the train station, and since they were heading in different directions, they waved goodbye. After getting home and taking a shower, Chisato saw a message from Hitori saying she had arrived home safely and felt relieved. Before bed, at midnight, he checked the system panel. The update was still in progress. The progress bar had barely moved throughout the day, so the update would probably take about a week to complete. Chisato stopped thinking about it, snuggled into bed, and quickly fell asleep. Chapter 98, 98, More Possibilities for Darkwing. The weather has been getting warmer. This afternoon, the sun was blazing, making the classroom increasingly hot. The ceiling fan whirred above, creating a warm breeze that kept the air circulating but didn't provide any real cooling relief. It only prevented the room from feeling stuffy. Although there was an air conditioner in the classroom, the teachers wouldn't allow it to be turned on, saying it wasn't hot enough yet and that the fan was sufficient. It was absurd. If it's not hot now, then what's causing the sweat on my forehead and neck? Kazusa, for the third time that afternoon, straightened up from her slumped position and wiped her sweat with a tissue. The classroom was stifling, and the teacher at the podium was writing notes on the blackboard. The students below were silent, seemingly attentive and disciplined. However, a closer look revealed that most of them appeared lethargic and drowsy. Kazusa cupped her mouth with her hand, pretending to yawn while sneaking a glance to the right. Chisato was focused on the blackboard, occasionally looking down to take notes in his textbook. His profile was as handsome as ever, but seemed to have become even more spirited, with brighter eyes, giving off a healthier and more vibrant impression. What happened to him in such a short time? He used to look sickly and had even been overtaken in a long run. Chisato seemed to sense her gaze and looked over. Kazusa quickly turned away, resuming her slumped position on the desk as if she had just accidentally looked his way. Chisato didn't show much reaction. He continued looking at the blackboard, occasionally jotting things down in his notebook. 5 minutes later, while the teacher was still writing on the board, Chisato tore a page from his notebook and slipped it onto Kazusa's desk. Kazusa, already unable to sleep due to the heat, looked up at the noise and saw Chisato's pleased smile. She was puzzled and turned the page over, only to be stunned the next moment. The page was a sketch of a girl with long hair playing the piano. The long hair was blown by the wind, delicate fingers resting on the keys, and the girl's eyes were slightly closed, her beautiful profile showing a serene and happy smile. The entire picture was both beautiful and clean. Kazusa's heart raced. The familiar face and hairstyle made it clear that the girl in the sketch was her. Boring. She tilted her head and quietly gave this comment before pressing the sketch under her book, then immediately resumed her previous position. Is that all the reaction I get? Chisato felt a bit disappointed. His superb drawing skills had only elicited such a reaction from her. Next time, I'll have to do something more stimulating, like drawing her in a more interesting context. With his current drawing skills, that wouldn't be too difficult. In fact, drawing scenes related to female nudity is his strong suit, given that he has inherited the talent and skills from Professor Ariri Kashiwagi, who specializes in adult content. Just thinking about it, inspiration and ideas flooded his mind. Imagine a highly anticipated piano concert where he becomes invisible, whispering dirty words into her ear while touching her body from angles unseen by others. She would be unable to act out in such a public setting, overwhelmed by shame and desire, and would only be able to grit her teeth and continue the performance. By the time she stumbles backstage, alone with him, her reason would be entirely consumed by desire. He could then reveal himself and, after a bit of teasing, she would eagerly lift her elaborate evening gown. In that case, he seems to have a talent for being a hentai artist. With his skills and imagination in place, he just lacks practical experience. But it's probably best to avoid it. While imagining it is pleasant, actually drawing it might lead to trouble. After this class, Chisato glanced at Kazusa, who was still slumped over her desk, showing no signs of getting up. He left the classroom and quickly made his way to the rooftop. On the rooftop, a few boys were gathered smoking. They left quickly when they saw someone else had arrived. This is a common phenomenon in every school, and Chisato had no intention of reporting it to the teachers. He walked to the edge of the rooftop, where a group of crows, about 20 or so, were perched on the iron railing. One crow with particularly smooth feathers flew over and landed on his shoulder. A week had passed, and Dark Wings had grown significantly, now nearly the size of an adult crow and no longer able to fit easily in his pocket. Chisato took out 2 bags of cookies from his pocket. He broke off a small piece and fed it to Dark Wings, then crumbled the rest and scattered it on the ground. The crows flapped their wings and landed at his feet, eagerly fighting for the food. With his stable income, Chisato could easily afford to buy some inexpensive food for Dark Wings' friends, or rather, his subordinates, without any financial strain. Moreover, it wasn't an unappreciated task. Last weekend, when Chisato returned home after an evening run, he was surprised to find a group of crows on the floor as if holding a meeting. In the center was Dark Wings, surrounded by his open wallet, with scattered bills and coins around. Since then, every night when he came home, he'd find coins or bills covered in dust or mud by the window. Some bills were too damaged to use, but most were still in good condition. Over the past few days, the crows had collected a total of 750 yen. Not a huge amount, but definitely not insignificant. Even though Chisato had always valued dark wings, this incident made him realize he might have underestimated it in some way. The possibilities with dark wings might be far greater than he had imagined. Whoosh! The crows suddenly took flight, with dark wings blending in among them. Chisato turned around to see Kazusa approaching him, eventually standing 3 steps away. From Kazusa's perspective, the boy facing her was bathed in golden sunlight, making it seem like he was glowing. "Hey, Misan." Chisato was surprised but not alarmed. He took out another pack of cookies from his pocket. "Want to join me in feeding them?" Chapter 99. What a romance comedy. Do you come up here to the rooftop every day just to feed the crows? Kazusa's appearance here wasn't coincidental. She had been lying in the classroom all day, not studying, and lately, the heat had made it hard for her to sleep. She had noticed in the afternoons that Chisato would leave the classroom during the break between the first and second periods, and always return just as the bell rang. She rarely saw him during those 10 minutes, and it didn't seem like he was just going to the bathroom. Her mind wandered back to the pink-haired girl she saw during lunch break, and she wondered if he was meeting someone. After seeing the drawing he gave her earlier, Kazusa was restless and anxious. Driven by her frustration, she left her seat and followed him up to the rooftop from a distance. She had planned to just pass by casually and take a quick look without interfering, no matter what he was doing. But when she passed a group of students going downstairs and smelled the smoke on them, she thought of another possibility, which only increased her frustration. So, she peeked out from the rooftop stairs. Finding only him and no sign of the smoky scene she feared, her worries dissipated, and her mood lightened surprisingly. Yes, crows are one of the smartest birds in the world. If you treat them well, they will repay you within their capabilities. Chisato nodded and answered calmly. His answer was sincere, but he quickly picked up on an important piece of information from Kazusa's words. "How do you know I come here every day?" Kazusa moved closer, taking the cookies from his hand and looking at the crows far away on the railing. She asked, "How do I feed them?" The question was ignored. "Can't do anything with you. Just tear open the packaging and crumble the cookies on the ground." Kazusa followed his instructions, but despite the cookie crumbs scattered all over, no crows came to eat. She looked at Chisato in confusion. Crows are very intelligent and understand order. If you, as the feeder, don't give them a command, they won't come. Chisato said with a serious tone, making up an explanation. Kazusa, who was a genius in music but knew little about biology, believed his dubious words. "How do I give the command? Do I just tell them it's time to eat? They don't understand human language. You need to try making their sounds, like caw-caw." Chisato couldn't help but show a slight smile, which Kazusa noticed immediately. She remained silent for a moment before saying, "Chisato, do you think I'm an idiot? I'm not lying. You'll see for yourself. If you're lying to me." Kazusa gave him a fierce look. Chisato shrugged and then looked at Kazusa with an expectant expression as she prepared to make the sounds. Caw. Caw-caw. The crows looked at the female biped making their sounds, but remained indifferent. PFFT ha ha. Seeing Kazusa standing there dazed, Chisato couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. How to say it, believing his words so easily and following his instructions with such an expectant expression was a rare and cute sight. Kazusa's reaction was so different from her usual demeanor, creating a maximum contrast that was simply adorable. "I knew it. You're such a jerk, Chisato." Kazusa, blushing with embarrassment and anger, walked over and grabbed his collar. At that moment, the crows cawed, and all of them flapped their wings, landing at their feet. Under the clear sky, on the rooftop, surrounded by crows, the two of them. The scene froze at that moment. Kazusa, still holding onto his collar with one hand, had lost her previous anger. She looked down at the crows hopping around and eating the crumbs at her feet, her face showing a mix of novelty and happiness, like a child receiving a new toy. Chisato reached out to move her hand from his collar. "Don't move, you'll scare them away," Kazusa said softly. "No, even if you shout now, they won't leave." Chisato didn't say that out loud. He followed her advice, staying silent and still, becoming a wooden statue. This action was not motivated by wanting to be close to a beautiful girl. It wasn't until Kazusa's curiosity about the crows was satisfied that she noticed Chisato's hand had been resting on the back of her hand all this time. She quickly looked up, and Chisato looked back, his expression neutral. Kazusa pulled her hand back, feeling a bit of loss as the warmth disappeared. She kept that emotion hidden inside. She crumbled the remaining cookies and scattered them on the ground, looking flustered. "I'm going back now. Let's go together." Chisato reached out for her hand. Kazusa flinched, quickly pulling her hands behind her back, her delicate face flushed. What? What are you doing? Chisato looked at her in confusion. Nothing. Just give me the cookie wrapper. Oh, or could it be? Kazusa cut him off in a hurry. Here. You annoying guy. You should have said so from the beginning. Her brain felt like it was about to explode as she handed the cookie wrapper to Chisato. As she turned to leave, her sudden movement startled some crows, causing their wings to catch on the hem of her skirt and lift it up. Even though Kazusa immediately grabbed the back of her skirt to pull it down, Chisato had already seen an unexpected view. The surprising white fabric with pink ribbon patterns. As Kazusa turned back, Chisato quickly exclaimed, I didn't see anything. You. Ah. A flaw. Dark wings, blending in with the crows, took off from directly below Kazusa as she turned. The front of her skirt lifted again, losing its basic coverage. Chisato saw a different view this time. The pink bow in the center, small and somewhat cute. Kazusa's pink lips trembled, her slender eyes glaring fiercely at Chisato. But her currently adorable and shy expression greatly diminished the usual aloofness and intimidation she conveyed. Without another word, she hurriedly left. After she left, dark wings flew back to Chisato's shoulder, gently tapping his chin with his beak, as if to show off. Chapter 100, Waiting. Am I an idiot? Why am I blushing? Why do I need to blush? Wouldn't it be better to act more nonchalant? Pretend to be mature, show a calm and indifferent reaction instead of being so flustered and embarrassed, and then fleeing in panic. Isn't that, in a way, admitting that I feel shy because of him? He must have noticed it. He might even be secretly laughing at me. Kazusa lay on her desk, appearing still, but her toes, wrapped in black stockings, were awkwardly tapping out a pattern in her white indoor slippers. She was reflecting on her actions. Even after the second and third periods, when Chisato initiated a conversation, she didn't respond at all. She completely shut herself off from the outside world, pretending to be asleep. She hoped that if she just didn't bring up the incident today, he would forget her embarrassment. She planned to quickly escape through the back door after the last period. She had resolved to do this, and indeed, as soon as the teacher announced the end of the fourth period, she grabbed her backpack with just a few books and headed for the exit. But Chisato was already waiting and stopped her. Move aside. Wait a minute, Ma. I need to talk to you. I don't have anything to say to you. Kazusa avoided looking at him and turned her gaze away. It's important. Give me a little time, let's talk properly. We. Two. You're saying, alone together. Do you know what kind of ridiculous thing you're saying right now? I don't have time. Kazusa, extremely shaken, was about to give in but managed to control herself and refuse again. Just then, the teacher, who had already left, returned with teaching materials. Chisato, could you come to the office with me for a moment? The teacher waved her hand gently and smiled warmly. Okay. Chisato replied loudly, then turned back to Kazusa, and briefly explained, wait for me here. I'll be back quickly. Don't leave. After saying this, he stepped aside and walked toward the waiting teacher at the front door. Kazusa watched his figure leave the classroom and silently exited through the back door. Why would I follow his ridiculous request? That would make me look as foolish as him. Kazusa stomped down the stairs with heavy steps, changed her shoes, and walked toward the school gate. Her previously firm resolve and steps began to waver as she neared the school gate. When she reached the gate, just a step away from leaving, she stopped. After a few breaths, she slowly turned around and walked back in the direction she came from. Chisato's homeroom teacher, Ms. Yuki, who teaches classical literature, was happily shaking his right hand. The results from the recent test are out, Chisato. You did great, 6th in the grade. To achieve 6th place was unexpected. Chisato was surprised, not because he was bragging, but because the previous owner of this body had only average academic knowledge and had ranked below average in the first year. Since taking over, he had been studying diligently. Although he expected his grades to be decent, he was still surprised to have made it into the top 10. With a bit more effort, maybe he could aim for 1st place. Here's your report card. It was supposed to be distributed tomorrow morning and posted on the school bulletin board, but since this is good news for you, I'm telling you early. You must have worked hard during the break, so show it to your parents and let them reward you with something nice. Chisato took the report card from Miss Yuki and glanced at it. The scores in modern literature, classical literature, world history, and geography were so high that they seemed like cheating compared to math, English, and physics. The talent he got from Uchiha was truly effective. Being a top student was incredibly useful. Keep up the good work. If you maintain these results, you'll definitely get into a great university after graduation. Thank you, teacher. Miss Yuki encouraged Chisato a few more times and advised him not to become arrogant about his results before signaling that he could leave. As he bent to leave, the history teacher, a stern-looking middle-aged woman with glasses, called him. She had also taught him in the first year, and seeing his remarkable improvement from a lower middle rank to the top 10 was astonishing. Miss Azu? Ms. Yuki showed a hint of discomfort, probably sensing the history teacher's intentions. She stood up, ready to say something. It's all right, Ms. Yuki. Chisato, unafraid, remained calm. There was nothing to worry about if he was on the up and up. Moreover, on his way to the office, he had seen Kazusa walking toward the school gate. Since she had left before he could return, he would just schedule another meeting with her tomorrow. For now, he could focus on dealing with the challenging teacher. Kazusa sat in the classroom. The setting sun's orange light streamed through the window into the empty classroom where only she remained. The floor, freshly cleaned, was a bit damp, and a faint, unpleasant smell lingered in the air. He said he'd be back soon. Does soon really mean this long? Kazusa wondered. She checked her phone for the 6th time. It was now 5 o'clock. She had been sitting in the classroom, which she only came to out of obligation and didn't particularly like, for a full hour. 3 times, impatiently waiting, she stormed out the back door, only to circle the hallway and return to where she had started. Her frustration was steadily building up. She looked to her right, where the disorganized books had once been. When she had waited for 30 minutes, she had even tidied up his notebook and textbooks and carefully placed them into his backpack, zipping it up. Looking back now, why did that idiot deserve such consideration? He left with just a careless remark and didn't even come back as promised. An hour had passed. Is there anyone more annoying than him? Bang. Growing angrier, Kazusa stood up and kicked the desk on the right side with force. The classroom echoed with a loud noise. The desk fell over, and the backpack hanging on the side hit the floor. Afterward, Kazusa grabbed her own backpack and, without a second thought, left through the back door. The force with which she closed the door even made the windows shake. Chisato thought that perhaps the original owner had offended the history teacher in some way. He suspected this because the teacher didn't exchange any pleasantries but instead handed him world history and Japanese history exams to complete on the spot, with a rather overbearing attitude. Recalling the school nurse, Miss Umekawa, and homeroom teacher Miss Yuki, Chisato reflected on the differences among teachers. But despite his reflections, he followed the instructions, knowing that students naturally had a lower standing compared to teachers and didn't want to create any trouble. Chisato's speed and approach to solving problems were efficient, but it still took him nearly an hour to finish both exams, and another 10 minutes for the grading. When the history teacher showed her disbelief after grading the papers, Chisato felt more amused than satisfied. As he was about to leave, the teacher quietly apologized, and she gave a polite bow before leaving the office. With the noise from the playground subsiding and students gradually leaving, he considered going home to change clothes before heading to his part-time job. However, since time was tight, he decided to have a quick dinner, planning to get a beef bowl with the money from the crows. He would also buy some chicken breasts on his way home to improve their diet. Chisato. As he pondered these little things, a voice came from behind. Miss Yuki. Here, take this. Miss Yuki didn't mention what happened earlier in the office. She simply took Chisato's hand and placed a piece of chocolate in his palm. Eating something sweet will make you feel better. Also. She stood on tiptoe and gently patted the top of his head, which was much higher than hers. It's better if you smile more often. Don't always have a serious face, it makes you less handsome. Chisato couldn't help but smile. Alright, head home now. Be safe on your way. If you can keep your top 10 ranking, I'll treat you to a meal next time. I'll do my best. After bidding farewell to his homeroom teacher, Chisato walked toward his classroom, examining the chocolate in his hand. It was a rich milk chocolate, which he found somewhat unpalatable, but someone who liked sweets might enjoy it. He pocketed the chocolate, planning to give it to her tomorrow. As he pushed open the classroom door and walked in, the evening breeze lightly ruffled his hair. He looked at the girl slumped over her desk, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 101, 101, The Distance Between Us. Chisato walked quietly into the classroom and eventually stood beside Kazusa. From his elevated vantage point, he couldn't see many details, so he decided to crouch down, his face unconsciously moving closer. He had seen Kazusa sleeping more than once before. After all, she slept in the classroom every day, and a slight tilt of her head was enough to see her. Whether she did it intentionally or it was just a habit of sleeping on her stomach, he wasn't sure. Usually, she slept with her face turned toward the wall, leaving Chisato with only a view of the back of her head, making it impossible to see her sleeping expression. But today was different. He had seen Kazusa's unguarded sleeping face once before, in the first piano room, but this was the first time in the classroom. Her face, usually so aloof and distant when she was awake, appeared delicate and beautiful in her sleep. Her usually proud demeanor was replaced by a softer, more vulnerable girl-like appearance. Her tender lips seemed to convey a direct and fragile vulnerability. The aloof armor had been removed, revealing a delicate flower underneath, making one unconsciously want to approach and touch her. Chisato watched her quietly, his emotions rising and falling, feeling content just watching her without doing anything. But another emotion was also stirring inside him, seeking attention. He didn't want to just stay at a distance. Instead, he wanted to move closer and gently kiss her unguarded lips, even if it meant she might later bite him hard enough to draw blood. He wanted to express his feelings, to make her understand that his seemingly caring gestures were not just out of simple goodwill but to gain her deeper attention afterward. The evening breeze flowed into the classroom, blowing softly and persistently. Kazusa didn't want to open her eyes. She wasn't asleep, just resting with her eyes closed because she was bored of waiting. At first, she heard the classroom door open and then sensed someone approaching. She could clearly smell the familiar and pleasant scent of the person. Her finely tuned ears could also catch his deliberately slowed breathing. She had initially planned to punch him hard when he returned, to teach him a lesson and show him how angry she was after waiting for so long. She wanted him to understand how unforgivable his actions were. But now that the moment had arrived, she couldn't make her body react to any thoughts she had. She didn't want to act out, especially after sensing him crouching down next to her. She felt that he was very close, watching her. He had walked over quietly and was now watching her in silence. Would something similar to a manga scene happen next? Kazusa's heart began to race with these unfounded guesses, but she maintained her composure, revealing no hint of her inner turmoil. She could feel his skin touching hers as he gently made contact with her cheek, but only lightly for a few seconds. Kazusa's lips, which had been slightly parted, slowly closed. Her toes, wrapped in black stockings, curled tightly together, and a silent anger began to rise within her. She slowly opened her eyes and grabbed Chisato's finger, which was poking her face, and bent it back. Do you think this is fun? I'm sorry. My finger is about to break, really. Humphrey. Kazusa released his finger and walked out silently. Chisato quickly grabbed their bags and followed her out. It would be too foolish to let her leave just like that. Sorry, I got held up in the office with some paperwork. It took longer than I expected. You don't need to explain what you were doing in the office. Since you waited for me this long, I thought I should at least explain. Stop being so self-important. I was just a bit sleepy and ended up dozing off at my desk. Your mistake was in playing a prank on someone who is asleep. Indeed, I apologize. Chisato didn't press further on whether Kazusa had waited for him. He was just glad to know she had been waiting for him in the classroom. Kazusa seemed quite displeased with Chisato's apology. She suddenly stopped, turned to glare at him, and extended her hand. Give me my bag. Chisato shook his head. I want to talk to you. I don't have time. At least walk with me to the station. We can talk while we walk. I'm not interested. Do you dislike me, Tma? Chisato's voice suddenly softened. Yes, I do. Kazusa's fierce gaze lost some of its intensity and slightly shifted away. Do you find me troublesome? He continued. Yes. So what? Kazusa was getting impatient. Then it's fine. Since you already have such a low opinion of me, I have no reason to hold back. Your bag is with me. If you don't want me to keep it, you'd better follow me. Are you a child? How childish. Say whatever you want. Chapter 102, I want to go to at 5:30. The sky had not fully darkened yet, but the streetlights had already turned on, casting a white glow. Looking up, a few stars were already visible, quite noticeable. Chisato felt quite satisfied as he glanced at Kazusa, who looked somewhat disgruntled beside him. Indeed, handling this stubborn person required more than just gentle methods. From the moment they left the school until now, Kazusa had glared at him several times, clearly showing her displeasure and anger. But despite her visible irritation, Chisato could still see occasional notifications about rising affection levels from the pure love system. By the way, he had figured out in the classroom that Kazusa was pretending to be asleep. It's simple logic, it's unlikely she'd be constantly thinking about him in her sleep, especially given the frequent affection notifications that were like a barrage of messages. So, even though he had been very tempted to act on his instincts, he had managed to control himself despite his deep yearning. It wasn't just a fleeting kiss he was after, he wanted more. He wanted to see Kazusa display both shyness and impatience in front of him, to have her shed her cold and aloof exterior and reveal her delicate, astonishingly appealing self. Many decisions are made in an instant, simple and quick. When he saw Kazusa's fingers dancing over the piano keys in the first music room, her dark eyes radiating brilliance and charm beyond her years, he was deeply captivated. He wanted to hold her hands, lift her delicate feet to meet his shoulder. These thoughts had surged in his mind in an instant, and when he saw the girl who was supposed to have left waiting patiently in her seat after returning to class, certain things became fixed and unchangeable. As they walked towards the station, they passed by a yakitori shop, an izakaya, and the smells of meat and food wafted out. "Want to have dinner?" Chisato asked Kazusa, adding, "I'll treat." Kazusa, with her arms crossed, shot him a cold glance. "This is what you wanted to talk about today?" "Of course not." Chisato shook his head. "It's about your life and my dreams." "My life is fine, no need for you to worry. As for your dreams, why should I care? Please keep talking like this." Chisato seemed quite pleased. "Huh?" Kazusa found this hard to understand. Did he enjoy being treated with disdain? She hadn't realized he had such a preference before. "Just keep talking like that. If you do, no one else will befriend you, and to some extent, only I will truly know and understand the real Kazusa." The feeling of exclusivity was quite wonderful. "What are you babbling about? If you think it's nonsense, then just consider it nonsense." Chisato didn't intend to explain further to the confused Kazusa. He stopped in front of a dessert shop and asked Kazusa, "How about having dinner here?" "Go eat by yourself. Give me back my bag, I'm going home." Kazusa turned away from him and extended her hand. Chisato ignored her request and walked into the shop. "Hello, you two. Two of you? Please come this way." Kazusa, fuming, wanted to turn and leave, but after a few moments of deep breaths, she walked into the dessert shop. The staff, seeing the indifferent boy and the visibly upset girl, assumed they were a quarreling couple and played the mediator, recommending a couple set. Kazusa, chin resting on her hand, looked out the window, showing no intention of speaking, so Chisato did all the talking with the staff. "What's in the couple's set?" "Lime flower tea, cold drink, tiramisu cake, sour date cake, peach sauce pie, all in double portions." "Sour date cake and peach sauce pie might be a bit sour?" When Chisato asked this, Kazusa shot him a sideways glance. "Yes. Then never mind." Chisato reviewed the menu and ordered a ring cake for himself, and for Kazusa, he ordered the signature milk pudding and banana pancake tower. These desserts had no extra flavors, they were just plain sweet. After the desserts arrived, Kazusa took a small spoon and silently began kneading the pudding, finishing it quickly. "Are you satisfied? Would you like another?" Chisato's cake remained untouched as he watched Kazusa eat the pudding. "No need." Kazusa drizzled maple syrup over the pancake tower, cut a piece with a fork and knife, and ate it. Whether the dessert had improved her mood or she was just too tired to resist, she now seemed quite docile. Chisato thought with satisfaction that his plan to use sweet food had worked, allowing them to have a calm conversation in a quiet setting. "Since I have to go to work later, I'll briefly tell you why I wanted to see you today, which is what kind of work are you doing?" Kazusa interrupted him. Chisato was taken aback for a moment, then answered honestly, "I'm helping out at the exhibition hall, handling drinks and collecting tickets." "What's an exhibition hall?" "Well, it's a place where bands and underground idols perform. You can think of it as a starting stage for young people to achieve their dreams." Kazusa nodded thoughtfully, though it was unclear if she understood. "So the reason I called you to wait for me today is that I wanted to discuss something with you." "I'm coming too?" "What's going on here?" "No, why would you come to where I'm working?" "Who says that only you can be reckless?" Kazusa grabbed the ring cake from Chisato and cut a big piece, stuffing it into her mouth. After swallowing, she looked at Chisato's somewhat troubled expression and gave a triumphant smile of revenge. Chapter 103, Sweet Things. Kazusa wasn't just talking. After leaving the dessert shop, she followed Chisato onto the same train, even though he had already returned her backpack. "My workplace is noisy and filled with adults drinking alcohol, so it's very smelly. You probably won't like it there." It was around 6 in the evening, and the train was crowded with people getting off work. Chisato managed to grab a good spot near the corner and pulled Kazusa over, letting her lean against the wall while he used his arms to create a small space around them, preventing anyone from intruding. "I'm not going there because I like it, I just want to visit your workplace as a customer to repay you for the humiliation you gave me." "But you've already had 3 of my milk puddings, and you cut my ring cake in half." Kazusa's face reddened slightly, but she quickly shot a glare back at him. "A person who says they're treating you but doesn't pay has no right to complain. Rich lady, the reason I didn't pay is that you put down a 5,000 yen bill at the checkout and told the cashier to keep the change. I felt so awkward that I didn't even try to get the money back. You're so generous, why not keep it for yourself?" These thoughts remained unspoken in Chisato's mind. Still, Kazusa looked pretty cool when she paid. It was almost too impressive. Forget it. Focus on making money and becoming as cool as her someday. Chisato changed the subject. "About what I mentioned at the shop, you should think it over." Kazusa turned her head. Forget it. I won't consider it. It's something that would benefit both of us. Please think about it seriously. We can talk during lunch breaks or after school. I hate men who talk to themselves. You're like an old man with stiff fingers. Why should I teach you piano? I said it's mutual help. You help me, and I'll help you get rid of that bottom of the class reputation. I don't have that reputation. I just said you do now. You're so childish. Kazusa grabbed Chizato's face, pinching it as he struggled to keep his hands in place to resist the pressure from the crowd behind them. Looking at Chizato's face being pinched and unable to fight back, Kazusa's frustration from waiting so long had disappeared, though she still put on a facade of annoyance. You have limited talent and a poor music foundation. You're 17 this year, and if no miracle happens, you won't achieve much in piano. As they walked out of the station and along the side of Chizato, Kazusa suddenly started speaking seriously after a long silence. She had been reflecting on what Chizato had said at the restaurant. I also want to play piano as well as Kazusa, and I'd like you to teach me. As for his offer to help with her studies and improve her grades, she didn't see it as that important. What mattered to her was the earnest and passionate look in his eyes when he asked for help. He had helped her several times, so it didn't make sense for her to refuse when he needed her help. Plus, even without those reasons, she didn't want to say no to him. If she could teach him piano, she'd get to spend time with him every day as his guide. But even so, some things were clear. Although she only saw him touch the keys for a few seconds, she could still assess his level and the reality of his situation. If possible, Kazusa didn't want to crush his enthusiasm with discouraging words. She just wanted to give him a heads up and avoid seeing him disappointed after putting in a lot of effort without getting the results he hoped for. But Kazusa's concerns seemed to be unnecessary. I'm not aiming for professional level or to make a living from piano. I just want to learn to play well enough to entertain myself and my family. That's all. His words suddenly made Kazusa very angry. If you're just messing around, you could buy a book at the bookstore and practice on your own. Why bother asking me? It's not just messing around. Since I've asked, I absolutely will not give up. The subject was deliberately omitted. And why ask you, Kazusa? It's because in my inexperienced eyes, your piano skills are the best in the world. Why wouldn't I want the best person to guide me? Even though she knew he was exaggerating to make her happy, Kazusa's mood brightened remarkably. In his eyes, my rusty piano skills are considered the best in the world? After walking side by side for a while, Chizato pointed to a set of stairs as they rounded a corner. Starry. Kazusa glanced up but quickly lost interest, forgetting the original reason for coming along. I'm going back. Are you mocking me? Yes, mission accomplished, so I'll head back and rest. Kazusa, with a satisfied smile, turned and walked away. Since you've decided to leave, don't wander around here. Shimokitazawa has a lot of bad people and host clubs. Don't follow anyone who invites or hits on you, and don't easily eat any candy offered by strangers. Chizato's advice didn't annoy Kazusa, but she still looked back after walking a bit, giving Chizato a disdainful smile. Idiot. Chizato read her lips. That night, as his shift was ending, Chizato received a message from Kazusa. Are your academic skills really that impressive? He replied cheerfully. Yes, I'm top of the class in the upcoming monthly exam, chapter 104, Bachi-chan. You're smiling so happily. Is she your girlfriend? Ijechi Siaka, walking over, asked Chizato, who was the most good-looking at the store. Chizato put his phone back in his pocket. No. She's going to be my future wife. Manager, business was good today. We sold a lot of drinks and alcohol, and we don't have much stock left. Oh, I see. Don't worry about it. I'll arrange for someone to bring more stock tomorrow morning. It's almost time, so you should go home and rest after we close. Chizato agreed but didn't immediately leave. Instead, he continued with his work, cleaning the counters and drink equipment. When it was 5 minutes past closing time, he finally said his goodbyes, grabbed his backpack, and headed toward the recording studio. Hick, hee, what a great kid. Handsome and well-behaved. If I were 10 years younger, I'd definitely consider pursuing him. He seems like the type who would take good care of his girlfriend. Ms. Kikurihiro, a junior from the manager's school days and a regular supporter of the store, said this while holding a can of beer and appearing a bit drunk. Ijechi Siaka gave her a disdainful look. With the way you look now, there's no way he'd be interested in you. Ha ha ha, but I said if. People can dream, right? Anyway, as long as I have alcohol, I'm fine. From now on, I'll be a parasite at Starry, so please take care of me in the future. Cheers. Cheers, my foot. Stop hanging around here and go to bed. Chizato walked into the recording studio. Because the manager was his sister, this room was usually occupied by the end band, Led by Aizen, when no one had it reserved. The band members would practice or perform together inside. Over the past week, Chisato had watched Hitori, who was once shy and nervous with many peculiar behaviors, gradually open up and integrate into the small team, engaging in communication with others. Last Saturday evening, they had another performance. It was Hitori's first time performing under the spotlight, and perhaps due to nerves, she didn't perform as well as expected. The performance didn't go well, and the audience's applause was sparse. However, there was a twist. After the performance, Hitori, afraid of being scolded by the other three for not doing well, lost consciousness and collapsed on the floor, shaking like a dog begging for belly rubs. A customer found the scene amusing and took a video, which quickly went viral online. Afterwards, Saga contacted the video uploader to have it removed, but the impact remained. At least some people learned about the Starry store in Shimogatagawa and found out about the interesting girl and her band. Chisato's progress on the task related to Hitori had reached 78 out of 100. He hadn't done anything actively, and the progress bar was increasing on its own. Completing the task seemed to be just a matter of time. When Chisato walked in, the bassist, Ryo Yamada, was discussing the performance's shortcomings with the others. Chisato waved them off, indicating to continue without him, and naturally sat down, pulling out his English vocabulary cards to study. Having promised Kazusa to be the top of the class in the next monthly exam, he didn't want to see the mocking expression she had in the infirmary when she said she was overtaken in a long-distance run, even if it was more teasing than malicious. Wanting to show off one's skills in front of someone you like to gain their affection and admiration, and thus fulfill the task of reproduction, is a natural instinct. Animals and humans alike cannot avoid it. After another half-hour of practice, the band members packed up and prepared to head home. Hitori, having packed her guitar, quickly approached Chisato. "Finished?" "Yes." Hitori nodded, now more composed in conversations than at the beginning. "All right, let's head back." In the evening, Shimogatagawa has many lively youngsters around. Given Hitori's social anxiety, Chisato was worried that she might be forcibly taken away without being able to refuse, so he always walked with her to the train station at night. Chisato's concern led to him being privately teased by the manager as having a father-daughter vibe with Hitori. Miss Kakurihiro thought the senior's comment was off. She believed their relationship resembled that of a perfect owner and a shy pet. Bachi-chan, is Chisato-kun going too?" As Hitori was about to say something while packing up his vocabulary cards, Aizen voice asked. Bachi-chan was a nickname given to Hitori by the other band members, meaning lonely, which suited her personality well. She herself liked the nickname. However, regarding the nickname, Chisato initially misunderstood. He spent his days mishearing those girls calling Hitori Bachi-chan over and over. At the time, he thought to himself, are girls these days really this open? They were using a term related to male physiological reactions as a nickname and boldly calling it out like that. Looking back now, he was glad he had kept silent and didn't show any signs of confusion. Otherwise, it could have turned into a real mess. "Want to join us?" "I was just about to tell you, everyone's feeling a bit hungry and planning to grab a late-night snack before heading home. They wanted to invite you." Hitori glanced up at Chisato, nervously fidgeting with her dress. "A group meal, huh?" Chisato scratched his head. "The manager bought some pizza, and I've already had a few slices, so I'm not hungry. I think I'll pass this time. Once we're done, follow Ekuyo to the station, alright?" "Yes, I understand. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Chisato gave a quick wave to the others and then turned and walked out. Chapter 105, Missing Energy? After getting off the train, Chisato didn't head straight home but instead went to a nearby supermarket. He needed to buy some groceries to prepare dinner for tonight and store it in the fridge, so he wouldn't have to cook in the morning. Generally speaking, it's better to shop in the morning because the vegetables that have just been delivered and stocked are fresher. However, shopping in the evening, like Chisato was doing, had another advantage. Unsold perishable items are usually marked down with discount labels. Trading a little bit of freshness for a 30%, 50%, or even 70% discount seemed like a great deal to him. A pack of carrots and potatoes was only 120 yen. Maybe he'd grab some chicken thighs and make a simple curry. While wandering through the supermarket with his basket, Chisato received a phone call. It was Uchiha. It wasn't too surprising, as she had been calling him more and more frequently lately. After answering, her elegant voice, laced with a smile, came through. "Have you finished work?" "Yeah, I just got off not long ago. I think I can hear people talking around you. It's the supermarket staff promoting sausages." "Is that so?" Her soft, lazy tone caused Chisato to involuntarily imagine her lying on her bed, legs crossed and swinging back and forth, while she twirled a strand of her hair between her fingers. "I'm out as well." "Oh?" Chisato picked up a pack of onions, checked them, and then tossed them into his basket. "I've been chatting with my editor at a cafe, and we just finished." "Ah, the life of a popular light novel author, huh? Always so busy." "Only once a month. Usually, after school, I just head straight home. Hardly what you'd call busy." Uchiha was hinting at something, but Chisato just smiled lightly without responding. "Are you heading home after your grocery shopping?" "Yeah, I'll make my lunch for tomorrow, read a bit, and then go to bed. Living alone must be tough." "I've gotten used to it, it's not so bad." There was a brief silence before Uchiha abruptly shifted the conversation. "Where do you live?" "You already know that, you even followed me to my doorstep." Chisato truthfully gave her his address. "Wow, what a coincidence." Her tone held a hint of surprise, but if Chisato hadn't already known the truth, he wouldn't have realized she was faking it. Her acting was flawless. He found it amusing and decided to play along. "What do you mean?" "I'm nearby. How about returning the favor for the meal you had at my place last time? Why not invite me over for a drink?" Ever since Chisato had visited her house that one time, he hadn't made any further advances. Whether it was through line messages or phone calls, it was always Uchiha who initiated contact. This wasn't how she had expected things to go. She thought that, since Chisato had brought a peach-flavored treat with him when he visited her, he must be interested in her. She had imagined that, after that day, he would make more moves to try and get closer to her. But the reality was different. After that visit, he didn't make any advances at all, which only made Uchiha more and more anxious with each passing day. "Fine, if you won't take the initiative, I'll do it myself." With that clear intention in mind, Uchiha made her suggestion. "Right now?" Chisato glanced at his phone. It was already 9:40 p.m. From a normal perspective, it was getting late. "Is it inconvenient?" "Not really. I'll finish shopping and send you the address of a nearby place." "No need for that. Let's just go to your place. I've never been to a guy's apartment before, and it'll be good material for my writing." Uchiha had slowly laid out her plan, and now her true purpose was revealed. Alone, late at night, with a beautiful girl who clearly had feelings for him, just thinking about that made Chisato's heart race. Having played through life simulations before, Chisato knew just how flexible Uchiha's body could be. He could easily lift her legs and slowly push them forward until her toes touched the bed. Even in that position, she would still have plenty of flexibility. Chisato took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He reminded himself, "She'll be yours eventually. Don't mess this up. Keep your cool." "All right," he said. "I'll pick up some drinks." "What do you want?" "Anything is fine. I'll be there soon." After Uchiha hung up, she jumped out of bed, tossed off her pajamas, and began searching her wardrobe for the right outfit. She hadn't planned to be so forward, but the moment she heard his voice on the phone, she felt an uncontrollable urge to press her legs together. Her Chisato energy was running low, and she needed to meet him, feel his touch, and breathe in his scent to replenish her energy and ease the restlessness inside her. She gave her mom a simple excuse, saying she was heading to the nearby library to gather materials, and then left the house, hailing a taxi. On the way, she called Ariri. What's up?" Ariri answered the phone, slightly out of breath, as she was at home hula hooping. Hearing her panting, Uchiha frowned slightly, then sighed helplessly. "Next time you're, generating electricity by yourself, maybe don't pick up the phone. Don't you think that's a little weird? What if I had you on speaker?" "Huh?" Ariri paused her exercise and glanced at her rapidly rising and falling chest. After 3 seconds, she realized what Uchiha was implying. "What are you talking about? I wasn't doing that. Do you think I'm you? Just tell me what's going on." "I'm going to see Chisato." "What?" "I'll be at his place in about 20 minutes. "What?" Ariri couldn't believe it. "Wait a second, you shameless woman. Didn't we agree to wait until I lost some weight around my waist and you adjusted your routine to make yourself look healthier? We were supposed to meet him this weekend in our best form. That was the plan, but when I talked to him on the phone just now, I don't know why, but I ended up suggesting we meet." "Suggesting? Are you really going to seduce him into doing that kind of thing?" "I wasn't planning to, but now that you mention it, maybe I should. Anyway, I just called to let you know ahead of time, so you don't complain later. That's all." "Wait, you beep, beep, beep." Ariri stood there, staring blankly at her phone for a few seconds before running over to her wardrobe. Chapter 106, Realization after the fact. "Anything is fine," she said when he offered to get her a drink. With such a vague request, Chisato walked through the supermarket drink aisle, picking up a large bottle of tea and a bottle of milk. On his way home after paying, He called down his black-winged crow, which had been waiting on a nearby tree. As he fed it some pistachios, he reminded it to return home later tonight. Once he got home, he tidied up a bit. After taking a shower and changing into fresh clothes, the doorbell rang. She arrived faster than he had expected. "Come in," he called. Standing at the door, Uchiha was momentarily speechless, watching as droplets of water slid down Chizato's damp hair, across his face, and disappeared down his neck. The phrase "a feast for the eyes" didn't just apply to women. "Thanks for having me." She quickly regained her composure, her slightly damp eyes shifting to the side, not daring to look directly at him for too long. "Here, put these on." Chisato took out a pair of slippers from the shoe rack. "Thank you." "Ah, sorry." Uchiha hurriedly apologized as her foot brushed lightly against his hand. Chisato placed the slippers in front of her, feeling the light touch of her foot against the back of his hand. He smiled, unfazed. "No worries." Unlike last time, when Uchiha had worn her school uniform, today she wore a white dress with a light blue jacket. As for her legs, she wore black stockings, semi-transparent, revealing glimpses of skin, a style that perfectly matched Chizato's preferences. She really knew what she was doing. Catching Chizato's appreciative glances at her legs several times, Uchiha felt secretly pleased. The 5 minutes she spent debating in front of her wardrobe before leaving the house had been well worth it. Invited into Chizato's small apartment living room, or rather, the space that was called a living room, Uchiha realized how tiny the apartment was. You could almost see everything just by standing at the entrance. The layout of these small apartments was all quite similar. To the left of the entrance was the bathroom, which doubled as a washroom, and on the right was an impossibly tiny kitchen, with just one stovetop and a sink. The narrow hallway only allowed one person to walk through at a time, leading to the one area that served as a room, living space, and balcony. At least here, you wouldn't feel too cramped. The desk was placed by a window with a decent view of the night sky. Still, despite that, Uchiha couldn't help but feel a bit sad. The last time she and Ariri had secretly followed him here, they hadn't actually gone inside. She hadn't realized Chizato's living conditions were so harsh. She glanced at the walls, yellowed by age, and could feel the uneven and hard tatami mats beneath her slippers. When they passed the bathroom earlier, she noticed the simple showerhead. There wasn't even a bathtub for soaking and relaxing. Not to mention, since she arrived, she faintly heard the sound of a TV from the neighboring apartment. Can he really rest properly in such a harsh environment? "I haven't added much furniture, so there's no coffee table. Just sit on my bed." "Okay." Uchiha gently adjusted her dress and sat at the edge of the bed, pressing her hands down to check its softness. Thank goodness, the bed was at least still soft. "I bought milk and tea. Which do you want?" "I'll have the milk." Chisato poured her a glass of milk and handed it to her, then sat down at the edge of the bed, keeping some distance between them. "So, how does it feel, a high school boy's solo apartment?" "It's much better than I expected. I don't see clothes thrown everywhere, and I haven't spotted any suspicious adult magazines. As for the trash can..." Uchiha laughed as she leaned over to check. "Nice. No suspicious crumpled tissues either. What kind of image do you have of me?" "Just joking." Uchiha glanced toward the kitchen, where meat and vegetables were laid out on the small counter. "Are you planning to cook?" "Yeah. Eating out every day gets expensive, so I thought I'd cook now, have breakfast tomorrow, and pack a bento for lunch. Am I bothering you by coming over so late?" "Not at all. Even though you say that, I still feel a bit guilty. If I'd known, I wouldn't have been so selfish, coming over this late. As compensation, let me help you cook." Without waiting for a response, Uchiha took a small sip of milk and set the glass on the desk. "I can handle it myself later. It's fine. I've got nothing else to do, and I just came over to talk. Cooking and chatting aren't mutually exclusive." As they talked, Uchiha took off her jacket, revealing her white dress. The fabric above her chest was minimal, with only 2 thin straps running over her shoulders. Her soft pink shoulders were exposed, and as she stood up and walked toward the kitchen, her smooth, bare back was fully visible to Chisato. Chisato couldn't help but suspect that Uchiha's motives for visiting tonight weren't entirely innocent, but he had no proof. Uchiha naturally tied on an apron and began inspecting the ingredients they had bought, moving with such ease that she seemed like the lady of the house. "Chicken, carrots, onions, and potatoes. So you're making curry?" "It's late, so I figured I'd make something simple." Chisato walked over, about to peel the potatoes, but Uchiha stopped him with a hand. "You don't need to help here. Go dry your hair so you don't catch a cold. I'm not that fragile." Despite his grumbling, Chisato listened to Uchiha and went into the washroom. After the door closed and the sound of the hairdryer began, Uchiha looked at the small, basic kitchen and sighed. She realized she had been a bit careless and regretted not coming over sooner. Although Chisato's habits, his behavior, and the overall feeling he gave her matched her dreams, reality was still slightly different. There were many things about the real Chisato that she didn't yet know. What had she been doing for the past week? Still, it wasn't a complete waste of time. From now on, she would put aside her arrogance and get to know him sincerely. With Uchiha operating at full power, there was no way she could lose. Chapter 107, Can you help blow on it? Anyone who's ever cooked knows that preparing a meal in a small space can be quite uncomfortable. Uchiha was now facing this exact problem. The cutting board was tiny, barely bigger than her 14-inch laptop, and if she wasn't careful, the chopped vegetables would roll off onto the floor. Since there wasn't a specific container for the cut vegetables, she had to place them on plates. Then, when it was time to light the stove, things got even more awkward. She twisted the knob, and while the gas hissed out, the stove wouldn't ignite. She tried several times, but without success. Oh, the stove's igniter seems to be broken. You have to use this. Chisato took out a lighter from a cupboard above, leaned in, and lit the gas, successfully starting the flame. That's really dangerous. You get used to it. If you move quickly, it's fine. Chisato put the lighter back. How about I do it? I know you're good at cooking, but the space is too small, and it seems like you're not used to it. No, just watch me. If I've started something, I'll finish it. Uchiha's competitive spirit flared up. In the past, she wouldn't have been so focused on cooking, but after playing the role of a wife twice, she now understood how much a woman who can cook scores points in the eyes of a man. And just as she thought, it was working. Even though Chisato knew that Uchiha's visit wasn't purely spontaneous, he couldn't help but feel an attraction as he watched her busying herself at the tiny stove in his small apartment. A girl smiling and cooking for you while wearing an apron, it was hard not to be charmed. Chisato. Now that I think about it, I don't know why you're living alone. There's no particular reason. I just wanted to live on my own when I started high school. My family couldn't say no, so they agreed and rented this small apartment for me. They send me money each month. I see. I had a similar thought once, but my parents didn't agree. Well, you're a girl after all. But after I graduate next year, they probably won't object if I bring it up again. By then, I might rent a proper 2-bedroom apartment and maybe find a roommate to help split the rent. After sautéing the onions and adding water, Uchiha tossed the remaining ingredients into the pot and covered it, leaving it to cook for a while. She turned to look at Chisato. She had mentioned finding a roommate to gauge his reaction. But she was destined to be disappointed. Chisato simply smiled and said that sounded great. Uchiha felt a bit deflated. From a girl's perspective, inviting a guy to be a roommate, even if she liked him, seemed a bit too forward. But ever since stepping into this tiny apartment, Uchiha had felt a constant wave of sympathy for Chisato. In her opinion, though this living environment wasn't terrible, it was far from ideal. If she could, she really wanted to rent a larger apartment for him, one with better furnishings, appliances, lighting, and ventilation, just to make him more comfortable. The light novels Uchiha wrote under her pen name, Kasumi Utako, were steadily increasing in sales, and her income was rising as well. She was now a bit of a rich girl, so renting a better apartment wouldn't be much of a financial burden. She would even be happy to do it for Chisato. But such a direct approach would be inappropriate. Considering Chisato's personality, he wouldn't accept such a proposal without saying anything, which is why she subtly tested his thoughts by framing it as her own idea. Yet, he didn't seem to notice, or maybe he understood and simply wasn't interested, so he played dumb. Either way, Uchiha's plan was foiled. Forget it, she thought. I'll think about it later. I can't forget the main reason I came here tonight. Uchiha lifted the lid of the pot, and the enticing aroma of curry wafted out. It's missing a bit of seasoning. I wonder how it'll taste. She pretended to be concerned. Chisato leaned in to take a look. It looks great, perfect color and aroma. It definitely looks appetizing. I'll need to bring extra rice tomorrow. Let's taste it first. If it's not good, I'll adjust the flavor. I don't think that's necessary. Despite his words, when Uchiha blew lightly on a small piece of chicken and brought it to his mouth, Chisato opened his mouth to take a bite. How is it? It's really good. No need to adjust the seasoning. Really? Uchiha, still doubtful, tasted the broth herself from the same spoon Chisato had just used. Just barely passable. Chisato's gaze made her body heat up slightly. After cleaning up the stove, the two returned to sit on the bed. As expected, cooking while wearing so much is a bit hot. I've worked up a sweat. Uchiha looked at Chisato while fanning herself with her hand, tugging at the collar of her dress. Do you have any tissues? I'll get you some. After taking the tissues Chisato handed her, Uchiha pulled out a few and wiped the non-existent sweat from her neck and chest. Can you do me a favor? What is it? Here. Uchiha leaned forward, closing the gap between them until only a fist's width separated them. But her leg, wrapped in black stockings, accidentally brushed against Chizato's thigh. She tilted her head back, exposing her pale neck, and pointed to the center of it. While I was sautéing the onions, I think some oil splattered here. It hurts a bit, can you check if it's red? Uchiha's usually clear voice now trembled slightly, her eyes glossy with a hint of confusion. Chizato's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. The dagger's finally out of the sheath, huh? I knew this woman didn't come here late at night with pure intentions. But seeing how far she was going, it would be rude to keep acting distant. He extended his finger and gently touched her neck, pretending to check for any redness from the supposed oil burn. Is it here? Uchiha's voice was barely audible, and then she slowly closed her eyes. It hurts. Can you blow on it for me? Chapter 108. The mood lightens in the narrow space, with the two of them alone and sitting close together. Their breathing had unknowingly quickened. Uchiha, dressed in a strappy long dress, was exuding a captivating allure. She slightly lifted her chin, shyly revealing her pale skin and a tantalizing cleavage as she leaned toward Chisato. She had seamlessly transitioned from a skilled chef to a seemingly naive, defenseless older sister, completely naturally, without any awkwardness. The atmosphere had turned intimate. Chisato felt his throat go dry, and the hand he had stretched out now rested on the bed. Uchiha, too, placed her hand on top of his, her eyes half closed as she leaned in, their upper bodies slowly touching. Just as the mutual attraction between them was about to lead to something more intimate, Uchiha's phone, placed to the side, rudely rang. The romantic mood shattered instantly. Chisato's desires subsided, and he regained his composure, slowly pulling away. But Uchiha bit her lip in frustration. Her desire to get closer to him had been bubbling inside her for days, and now she was desperate for intimacy, whether it was through hugging or kissing. She wasn't about to let this moment slip away. Without even looking at the screen, she hit the lock button to hang up the call. Boldly, she leaned back toward Chisato, closing her eyes once more, ready to pick up where they had left off. Then, the doorbell rang. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The sound was urgent, someone pressing the doorbell repeatedly and quickly. Chisato looked toward the entrance. Ariri. Uchiha gritted her teeth in frustration. Of all times to show up, why did it have to be now, ruining her moment? Holding Chisato down as he tried to stand, Uchiha spoke up. I think I know who's here. I'll get the door. Huh? Without explaining further to the confused Chisato, Uchiha walked to the entrance and opened the door. As expected, it was Ariri. Dressed in a fitted skirt and over-the-knee socks, with her signature twin tails tied neatly with ribbons, it was clear she had made an effort before coming over. Why didn't you pick up your phone? Seeing Uchiha at the door surprised Ariri, but it also gave her a chance to voice her frustration. And why are you dressed so? So? Ariri's voice wavered as she stared at Uchiha, whose exposed shoulders and chest were barely covered by her skimpy outfit. You idiot. With a cold, frustrated expression, Uchiha turned and walked back inside. Talking at someone's doorstep isn't proper. Come inside. You. Ariri swallowed her irritation, closed the door behind her, and followed her inside. Chisato's eyes immediately fell on the blonde girl. He stood up involuntarily. It was their first face-to-face meeting in reality. When Ariri and Chisato's eyes met, the anger she had felt on the way over began to melt away, and her heart raced. She suddenly had no idea what to say or do in this situation. Oh. Standing between them, Uchiha let out a playful laugh. She glanced at Ariri, who was looking down shyly, then turned her gaze back to Chisato. Do you two need an introduction? Chisato took a deep breath. No, that's not necessary. He stepped forward and called out her name. Ariri. Ariri blushed, fluttering her big eyes as she stole a glance at Chisato, only to quickly avert her gaze. Realizing this might seem rude, she forced herself to look at him again, but the result was that her blush deepened, spreading down her neck and behind her ears. Humphrey. The intense eye contact between the two was interrupted by a sharp laugh from Uchiha, who had been observing them. At first, she didn't think anything was wrong. But after a moment's reflection, she realized what was bothering her. I had to prompt you so many times just to get you to reluctantly call me by my name, and now, on your first meeting with this idiot, you say her name so naturally. What makes you treat me so disrespectfully? Uchiha, you're too close. And you're standing on my foot. I know. I'm doing it on purpose. The small commotion quickly passed. Chisato invited both girls to sit on the bed while he poured Ariri a glass of milk. He pulled over a chair from the desk and sat in front of them. Uchiha held Chizato's pillow in her arms, still annoyed, staring out the window as she stood over the earlier incident. But this gave Chisato and Ariri, meeting in real life for the first time, a chance to talk without interruption. "Can I call you Chisato? Sorry for just showing up like this." "It's fine. About what happened in the dream, we were married. You remember?" "I don't remember everything, but I know most of it. Ariri was my wife." Chisato looked at her seriously, adding quietly, more than once. Ariri was stunned by his intense gaze, her mind swirling and her heart fluttering. Her brain in a daze, she could only manage the simplest of responses. Meanwhile, Uchiha, listening to their conversation and sensing the growing warmth between them, finally shifted her gaze from the window. She looked at the expressions on their faces and said coldly, "Maybe I shouldn't be here right now. Should I leave?" What infuriated her wasn't that Ariri gave a firm nod of agreement, but that Chisato looked at her with mild surprise. Just when she thought he understood her bad mood and was about to offer some comforting words, he said something completely unexpected. "Be careful on your way home. Let me know when you get there safely." As Ariri turned away, shaking her shoulders in laughter, the mood in the room suddenly became lighter and more cheerful. Chapter 109, Poor Uchiha. Uchiha understood that everything had to progress step by step, so she could also comprehend why Chisato, who had lost parts of her memory in the dream, was distant and unfamiliar with her. But still. Shouldn't there be some fairness? Why was he distant and unfamiliar with me, yet warm and close to that Ariri girl? Who in my position could keep a cool and calm demeanor in a situation like this? The more Uchiha thought about it, the more irritated she became. She picked up her coat from the bed, intending to maintain the last shred of her dignity. Just as she was about to put it on and leave, she suddenly recalled her first dream experience. In that dream, her married life had been blissful, but due to her own stubbornness and inability to let go of certain thoughts, she caused irreparable harm to herself, Chisato, and even her daughter. The tragic ending was nothing short of a human tragedy. Because of that difficult personality, she ruined what had been a happy life and dragged down those who loved her. With such a painful lesson in mind, was she really going to throw a tantrum and repeat her mistakes? Thinking of this, Uchiha calmed down a little. She had done something so excessive before, what right did she have to get upset over something so trivial now? After putting on her coat, she didn't get up and leave as Ariri had expected. Instead, she yawned lightly in front of the two, kicked off her slippers, hugged Chisato's pillow, and lay down sideways on the bed. "I'm a bit tired. I'll take a nap. Ariri, remember to wake me when you leave." Her sudden and unexpected action left the two of them dumbfounded. Ariri noticed Chisato's gaze and hurriedly tidied up Uchiha's skirt, covering what needed to be covered. Uchiha didn't move further. She rested her head on the blanket, smelling the same scent as Chisato's, and slowly closed her eyes. Her behavior left Chisato at a loss. Most of what he had said earlier was meant as a joke. He didn't really want Uchiha to leave. He just wanted to see her cute, slightly angry face, so he could then take back his words and make her smile again. But to his surprise, before he could even start to coax her, she had already calmed herself down, obediently lying down on the bed with her eyes closed, as if to say, "No matter what you two do or say next, I won't hear or see it." It was strangely considerate. But wait, was she really the kind of person who'd act like this? Chisato found himself questioning her behavior. Ariri was also shocked by how different Uchiha's reaction was from her usual self. She nudged her lightly. "Hey, get up. You don't have to pretend to be asleep." Uchiha, with her eyes closed and her breathing soft, didn't respond at all, as if she had really fallen asleep. This made Ariri feel awkward. She even began to suspect that this troublesome woman had done this on purpose. "Uchiha seems genuinely tired. Let's let her rest," Chisato said, prompting Ariri to stop her nudging. She wanted to continue the conversation with Chisato, to pick up where they left off. She opened her mouth slightly, but for a moment, didn't know what to say. After struggling for a while, she finally managed to speak, sharing details about her school, her parents' jobs, and similar topics. Chisato followed her lead, giving a brief overview of his real-life situation. Listening to their conversation, Uchiha couldn't help but laugh to herself. What is this, a blind date? It's so awkward. But jokes aside, nearly half an hour passed, and surprisingly, the atmosphere between Chisato and Ariri gradually improved. They were chatting happily, despite the dry and trivial nature of their conversation. Not only did they exchange contact information, but the topics also became more personal, and they even started reminiscing about the events that had happened in their dreams. They were reminiscing about their 10th wedding anniversary trip to the seaside hot springs and the luxurious resort they had enjoyed together. Uchiha felt that she should probably wake up now. If she continued to let them chat like this, These two, who were clearly having way too much fun, might soon veer into topics that were far from appropriate for all audiences. Is this really something you should be discussing when you've just met? And why is it that when he's with Eri, he seems like a completely different person? So happy, so proactive. No. I can't get upset, I even ruined his life once. Even though she kept telling herself this in her mind, Uchiha couldn't help but feel unsettled when faced with the person she truly liked. Sorry. Eri, looking a bit embarrassed, pressed her legs together slightly. May I use the bathroom? Go ahead, it's just through the door near the entrance. After she left, Uchiha opened her eyes, sitting up with a gloomy expression. Her eyelashes trembled as she stared at Chisato with a mournful gaze. Do you hate me? Her direct question took Chisato by surprise. The Uchiha he knew was more of an elegant, playful, and confident older sister type, not the soft-spoken, meek girl sitting in front of him now, looking as though she had been abandoned like a helpless puppy. He couldn't quite grasp what kind of emotion was behind her words at that moment. Was she overwhelmed, or was she acting? Chisato got up from his chair and sat down beside her, speaking seriously. How could I hate you? Uchiha's eyes brightened slightly, but she still pressed on. But you treat me differently. How am I different? You're so natural with Eri, but with me, you're distant. I'm not. You are. Chisato fell silent. He took Uchiha's hand, awkwardly averting his gaze. Doesn't the thing I left on your couch last time already prove something? Ugh. Uchiha hadn't expected him to bring that up. Her cheeks instantly flushed red, and her entire demeanor quickly regained its usual radiance. Chapter 110, A Well-Deserved Reward. I still don't believe it. Uchiha's words were fragmented, like a soft feather gently brushing against Chisato's chest, leaving him feeling an itch he couldn't quite scratch. Well, this should prove it, right? Chisato extended both hands, first gently touching her palms with his fingertips. When he noticed she didn't pull away, he boldly went further, intertwining their fingers tightly, their palms pressing firmly together without any space between them. In the dream, I remember more about Eri. I guess that's why you got the wrong idea. Is that true? Uchiha's breathing quickened, the warmth of his hands much hotter than hers, causing her heart to race. Yeah. Then from now on, treat me the way you treat her. I won't get mad no matter what you do. Okay. Promise me. I promise. With Chisato's words, all of Uchiha's previous worries and dissatisfaction seemed to dissipate like a puff of smoke, vanishing without a trace. She remembered something, and though reluctant, she gently let go of his hand. Do you remember what I said to you before you left my house? A confused expression crossed Chisato's face. He frowned in thought, and then his expression turned a little odd. Looks like you remembered. Uchiha leaned back, using her hands for support to turn her body slightly. Her slender, beautiful feet, wrapped in black stockings, rested playfully on Chisato's lap, her toes wiggling a bit. I just woke up and don't have the energy, so help me take them off. Gulp. A dumbfounded Chisato let the slightly shy Uchiha guide his hand to her thigh. Since it's tights, you'll need to start from the top. You'll have to slide your hand up to my waist, begin from behind, and then carefully work your way down from both sides. Uchiha struggled to suppress the sensation of his warm hand on her skin, guiding him step by step through the process. But you should hurry, Eri will probably be out soon. Eri's face was beet red as she spent 2 minutes calming herself down in the bathroom. After ensuring her cheeks had returned to a normal color in the mirror, she took a deep breath and returned to the living room. However, when she saw that Uchiha was already awake, she froze. When both Chisato and Uchiha looked at her, they had similar reactions. It's getting late. We should probably head home now, and stop bothering Chisato. Yeah, you're right. Eri's words broke the silence, and Uchiha quickly agreed. The two girls reached a consensus. Chisato walked them to the street and watched as they got into a taxi before heading back home. First, he went to the bathroom. On the sink sat a neatly folded pair of black stockings. He picked them up and walked over to the bed, lifting the pillow. Underneath were the tights he had just taken off Uchiha. Staring at the 2 pairs of socks in his hands, which still seemed to carry the warmth and scent of the girl, he fell silent. Seeing a pair of stockings once makes you want to see them again. After the second glance, strange, exciting thoughts began to bubble up. Chisato was a normal guy, but not a gentleman. So he didn't have any thoughts of doing something bizarre like putting one sock on his head, then another, while inhaling their scent and fantasizing about a beautiful girl's figure as he furiously played video games. If he wanted to, he could do that whenever he pleased. Chisato carefully stored the 2 pairs of stockings in his wardrobe. He had restrained himself for days, not indulging in any fantasies, but today, he couldn't resist. He decided he deserved a reward. In the taxi, Uchiha and Ariri sat together in the back seat. Both were mutually silent about the smooth, bare skin of their legs. At this point, hurting the other would only hurt themselves, and neither wanted that. You should be grateful to me. If I hadn't acted on a whim, you wouldn't have had the chance to get closer to Chisato. Uchiha, thinking back on the feeling of Chisato's hands brushing over her thighs, was in a good mood and started the conversation. Ariri glanced at her, not understanding why she was so happy. Just a moment ago, she had been sulking. Don't be ridiculous. It's all thanks to my hard work. But at least now I can relax. Relax? Yeah, after this meeting, I'm sure of it. Chisato likes both of us. What are you talking about? It's not nonsense. At least now I don't have to worry about it anymore. Worried he didn't have feelings for you? No. Ariri gave her a strange look. I'm talking about that girl we saw with him that day. Since he likes both of us, that girl must be just a classmate or a casual acquaintance. Ah, that's a relief. I've been overthinking it for days. Tonight I can finally sleep well. Uchiha stared at her, stunned. Now that she mentioned it, there was that girl. The one they followed to her house with Ariri. She was the daughter of a famous musician. How had she completely forgotten about her? Probably because the dreams afterward were so overwhelming that it slipped her mind. Hey, why did you suddenly go quiet? Ariri looked at her, annoyed. Uchiha snapped back to reality, turned her head toward the window, and responded awkwardly, a beat too late. But like Ariri said, Chisato clearly liked both of them, so there shouldn't be anything to worry about. Right? No, that's not it. 5 minutes later, Uchiha suddenly spoke, startling Ariri. What? Why are you acting so crazy? We can't be careless, you idiot. Huh? What are you even talking about? I have a bad feeling about that girl. If we keep going about this so nonchalantly, something bad will happen. Ariri, finally understanding what she meant, felt her previously relaxed mood tense up again. So, what do you plan to do? I don't know yet. But spending more time with Chisato is definitely a good idea. Chapter 111, It will be romantic that night. Kazusa made a rare call to her mother. After more than 2 years of a cold war between them, this was the first time Kazusa had taken the initiative to dial her mother's number. In the past, it had always been her mother who called. Kazusa would listen quietly, only answering questions when prompted, how she was doing, how school was going, how her piano practice was progressing. Their communication had been reduced to the bare minimum, more like a routine and formal report than any genuine connection between a mother and daughter. So much so that Mayuko, who was abroad, rubbed her eyes in disbelief when she saw Kazusa's name appear as the caller ID. This had never happened before. Her first instinct was that something had happened to her daughter, and the person on the other end of the call was a police officer or teacher using Kazusa's phone to reach out to her. Kazusa? Is that you? Hearing her mother's voice on the other end, filled with urgency and a tremble as she spoke her name, Kazusa was momentarily taken aback. Still, she replied in a calm tone, yes. She could hear her mother let out a long sigh of relief. Kazusa wasn't entirely sure why her mother reacted this way, and though she was curious, she chose not to ask. This really is rare. You're actually calling me on your own. Did you miss your mother? Now that she had heard Kazusa's voice and confirmed that nothing was wrong, Yuko's tone returned to its usual light-hearted and indifferent demeanor, the one Kazusa was all too familiar with from her mother, who never seemed to take anything too seriously. She didn't respond to her mother's playful comment and instead got straight to the point of why she had called. Did the things from my childhood get moved with us? Things from your childhood? What exactly do you mean? Books, toys, photo albums, clothes, stuff like that. Not wanting her mother to know her real intention, Kazusa added a few irrelevant items to conceal her true goal. But even so, Yuko could sense something was off. Why are you suddenly asking about these things? You've never been the nostalgic type. If you need something, just go buy it. If you can't find it in Japan, send me a list and I'll have my assistant buy and ship it to you. So, it's just like I thought. I just felt like asking. Looks like you don't know either. Never mind, then. Kazusa was about to hang up when her mother stopped her. Ask Aunt Obara. After we moved, I hired her to take care of you, and she's the one who organized everything. If those things were packed and moved, she would have made sure to store them properly. Kazusa was silent for a moment. After a short pause, she heard her mother's voice, now filled with a relaxed, teasing tone. Did you really call just to ask me about that? Yeah. Nothing else you want to talk about? How's work? Thanks to you, it's going well. That has nothing to do with me. As your mother, I have to work hard to build up some assets, so my precious daughter can enjoy life in the future. You can keep those assets for your retirement. I'll take care of my own life. Still as stubborn as ever. You really remind me of myself as a kid. Makes me feel a little nostalgic. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Alright. Good night, Kazusa. Good night. Yuko hung up the phone with a smile on her face. Good night, huh? Silly girl, it's broad daylight here. Leaning back on a bench in Vienna, Yuko gazed up at the sky. Her assistant, Kudomoko, stood nearby, holding a medical report with a worried expression. President, considering your condition, wouldn't it be better to tell your daughter? Yuko casually waved her hand dismissively. There's no need. I'm not dying anytime soon. Telling her would only make her worry. She still has 2 years left of high school. Let her enjoy the time without any burdens. But at least you should listen to the doctor and take some time off to recover. If I did that, I wouldn't be able to make any money, and then I wouldn't be able to pay you, Miko-chan. Please don't joke about this. Miko stood up in frustration. I know what I'm doing. Yuko's lazy, reassuring smile never left her face. Life is full of disappointments. I've had a smooth ride for the first half of my life, so I guess it's only fair that I face some challenges now. It wouldn't be fair to others if I didn't. I'm not worried, so why should you be? No need to change my schedule, everything stays as planned. Miko turned her head away, silently expressing her disapproval. That's an order from your president. Understood. Kazusa dialed Aunt Obara's number and asked her a question. According to Aunt Obara, after the move, she had organized all the less frequently used items and stored them in the back room on the first floor. Each box had labels indicating what was inside. Aunt Obara offered to come over the next day to help find what Kazusa was looking for, saying there was no need for her to do it herself. She remembered Yuko's instructions to make sure Kazusa didn't do anything that might hurt her hands. But Kazusa couldn't wait. After hanging up the phone, she went straight to the room she hadn't entered since the move. She opened one box after another, until she found the one labeled books. Excited, she quickly tore it open and rummaged through it, eventually finding what she was looking for. Several piano lesson books, given to her by her piano teacher and her mother. These books had been her constant companions during her early years of piano practice. Some pages were creased, others marked with childish doodles. When Chisato had asked her to teach him piano, Kazusa's heart, usually hidden behind her cold exterior, had been stirred, and she immediately thought of these books. Those books, from the simplest and purest time in her life, held great meaning for her. If she could give them to the boy who made her smile and kept her engaged no matter how long they talked, she thought it would be a very romantic gesture. That was all. Chapter 112, Teacher Ma. On Friday, raindrops pattered against the window, the rhythmic sound making some feel drowsy. However, Kazusa, resting her head on the desk, wasn't feeling sleepy at all. She gazed at the cloudy sky outside, occasionally lit by flashes of lightning, silently counting down the minutes until lunchtime. Normally, she wouldn't think about something like this, but today was different. When the class bell rang, she stood up more quickly than usual, glanced at Chisato beside her, and hurriedly left the classroom through the back door. Chisato understood. Last night, just before he went to sleep, he had received a short message from Kazusa, "Come find me in the first music room at noon tomorrow." The meaning of that message was clear. Kazusa had agreed to his earlier suggestion. A simple arrangement: she would teach him piano, and in return, he would help her with her studies. A fair exchange of skills. Much simpler than he expected. "Do you like me that much, Kazusa?" Chisato usually wore a smile, always gentle with everyone, but today, his smile was especially bright, even contagious. Several girls in class had been so distracted by glancing at him that they were scolded by the teacher. "You've been getting along well with me lately, huh? Are you going to see her now?" Fubuki Satoshi turned around, curious, as Chisato finished packing up his lunchbox and prepared to leave. "Yep." With that, Chisato quickened his pace and exited through the back door, leaving Satoshi stunned at how openly he admitted it. He just admitted it so easily. I thought he'd at least try to hide it. According to a survey on love, 80% of people say that their first feelings of admiration for someone of the opposite sex, the kind that makes their gaze unconsciously follow that person, tend to happen in a school setting. The reasons for developing those feelings are often ridiculously simple. Perhaps it was just a fleeting glance at someone at a corner, or being healed by a gentle smile. Or maybe it was a kind gesture during a moment of confusion or difficulty. That pure spark of affection can profoundly influence one's thoughts. At first, you simply notice that person standing out from the crowd, becoming a special presence. Gradually, you start paying more attention to them. Observing their every move, wondering if the smile they gave to someone else held special meaning, or if the yawn they stifled in class meant they hadn't slept well. By the time you realize it, your thoughts are filled with them. You want to talk to them, be closer, longing for a more intimate connection. Kazusa was no stranger to this feeling. Today, she could still taste that anxious, bittersweet emotion in her heart. But as someone with a sweet tooth, she couldn't help but crave more of that sweetness. What's this? When Chisato arrived at the first music room, Kazusa handed him a small tote bag. He didn't open it right away but asked curiously. Piano beginner books from when I was a kid. Perfect for a beginner like you. After handing him the bag, Kazusa turned toward the window, pretending to look outside. In reality, she was watching Chisato's reaction through the reflection in the glass. Wow, these are from when you were a kid? Great, he's happy. Seeing the genuine excitement on his face, Kazusa couldn't help but let a small smile tug at her lips. Can I open it now? Those are yours now. Chisato smiled and opened the bag. Inside were several piano books. The covers were worn, but they felt more precious to him than brand new ones. Thank you. I'll study hard, Teacher Ma. Chisato's formal gratitude made Kazusa a little uncomfortable. She turned around, her face expressionless, and with a long sigh called him a dummy before sitting at the piano. Hurry up and finish your lunch. We'll start with some basics after that. Despite her disdain for being called teacher, the tone of her words carried a certain educator's authority, revealing that she was secretly enjoying it. Chisato chuckled to himself. Won't take long. Haven't you eaten yet? Want some of mine? No need, I already ate. With that, Kazusa began playing the piano, filling the room with a beautiful melody. That works, Chisato thought. Giving Kazusa the meal that Uchiha had specially prepared for him would feel strange. As he admired Kazusa's graceful piano playing, Chisato quickly finished his lunch. Sit here. When Kazusa finished her piece, she scooted over on the piano bench and patted the spot next to her. Chisato obediently sat down. The extended piano bench had room for two, but even so, their legs pressed together, and their bodies were close. Kazusa didn't show any particular reaction to this. She tapped his back to make him straighten up, then took his left hand and placed it between her arms, positioning them for a four-hand piano session. This is your first lesson. I'm not going to teach you the basics just yet. I want you to get a feel for what it's like to be part of a real performance. Teacher Ma, I have a question. Go ahead. With my current skills, starting with something this complex, I feel like I'll just hold you back. I know you're a dummy, so I don't expect much. Just press down the keys your fingers are touching when you hear this note. Kazusa played a short example and then signaled Chisato with her eyes. He gently pressed the two keys she had indicated. That's it. When the formal performance starts, you just need to focus on listening and press those two keys at the right time. Kazusa cast a deliberately disdainful look, with a light and joyful smile. Chisato, you shouldn't be unable to do such a basic thing, right? This remark immediately made Chisato unhappy, and his damn competitive spirit surged. Don't underestimate me. Don't give me something so basic. Make it harder. Let me use my middle finger too. I want to press 4 keys. Chapter 113, The Teaching Method of Four-Handed Piano Playing. Four-handed piano playing is a performance form where two people cooperate on the same piano. As Kazusa said, this form can cultivate good musical expression through mutual learning and cooperation. Beginners can also experience the joy of playing under the guidance of an instructor. But for Chisato now, he didn't experience any joy in playing because he was only responsible for 4 keys from beginning to end. What occupied most of his attention was the close proximity between him and Kazusa. Four-handed piano playing is a rather intimate performance method. Not only do the two sit on the same piano bench with their bodies close together, but their arms also cross in front of each other. As a result, Chisato's arm, which was extended in front of Kazusa, often touched her chest. This made Chisato quite restless throughout the performance. He tried to restrain himself from having too many of these heart-pounding interactions, but Kazusa seemed unaware of this. She was extremely focused during the performance, her body slightly swaying with the movement of her fingers. This instead made Chisato feel a slight sense of guilt. Teacher Ma is so serious about teaching you to play the piano, but all your attention is not on the piano but on the person teaching you. How can you live up to her? This guilty feeling persisted until such words appeared in front of Chisato. Kazusa feels happy. Favorability +10, it's understandable for a performer immersed in the piano to feel this way. Kazusa feels excited. Favorability +20, Chisato? Kazusa feels embarrassed. Favorability +20. Just playing the piano, excitement can barely be explained, but embarrassment is definitely not right. What are you thinking, Teacher Ma? Chisato suddenly turned his head to look at Kazusa. It was at this moment that he noticed some small details he hadn't noticed before. It was early summer, the beginning of summer, and the weather was already showing signs of heat. But today was a rainy day, and the rain had lowered the temperature both indoors and outdoors. But even in such cool weather, the unnatural flush on Kazusa's neck and cheeks, stained with a blush like the sunset at the edge of the sky, was clearly visible. This kind of reaction didn't seem to be caused by mere heat. Focus. Kazusa noticed Chizato's gaze and gave him a quick chop with her hand. Her expression was as cold as usual, if you ignored her unnatural face and breathing. Chizato obediently listened and refocused his gaze, but his attention was not on the piano but on Kazusa's pair of white hands blessed by the piano god. He once thought he was a leg and foot enthusiast, but now he realized he was wrong. He simply liked beautiful girls and all the qualities they embodied. He originally had no feelings for large chests, but after meeting Kazusa, he changed his mind and believed that a slender figure with ample curves was the most stunning existence. The saying "enjoy life to the fullest" really made sense, and he couldn't deny the wisdom of the great poet Lee. Too bad. After the four-handed piano playing ended, Kazusa closed her eyes to adjust her mood and then opened her mouth with such a merciless evaluation. What she meant by too bad was not the degree and intensity of their physical contact during the latter half of the performance but specifically the ensemble itself. You couldn't keep up with my rhythm even when you were only responsible for 4 keys, and this was when I deliberately slowed down the tempo. Your level can't even be described as a beginner but rather a complete outsider, even comparable to a preschooler. You didn't think the reason for my poor performance was all on you, Teacher Tma, who tests students with such methods in the first lesson. Chizato didn't argue back. He was afraid that if he did, the angry Teacher Tma would no longer conduct similar lessons in the future. So he meekly accepted her words. Yes, I also think it's very bad. Chizato's honest attitude surprised Kazusa. She thought he would argue back, but his next words quickly made her expression subtle again. Shall we continue? Chizato extended his hands in a piano-playing gesture, his eyes full of curiosity, looking like a diligent student, at least in Kazusa's eyes. Let's call it a day. Rest for a while. I need to rethink how to teach you. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Tma. I told you not to call me teacher. But you clearly enjoy it. I have nowhere to go during lunch break, so I'll stay here for a while. Suit yourself. Chizato smiled, got up, and sat on a bench nearby. He yawned, looking at the rain outside the window, feeling his body relax. It's so quiet here. If there were a place to lie down, it would be great. I could rest comfortably. The first music room is not a place for you to sleep. Tma, who sleeps in class all day, has no right to say that to me. By the way, Tma, are you free this weekend? What's up? Don't forget I also need to teach you to study. There's no need for that. Then I can't accept your teaching with a clear conscience. There has to be some return. Oh, by the way, here's the money I borrowed from you. Chizato took out his wallet and handed over some bills. Since their relationship had become closer, the borrower and lender relationship could naturally end. Kazusa didn't want to take the money, but seeing Chizato insist, she reluctantly accepted it. I'll teach you on Sunday. How about we find a family restaurant outside? I don't want to go out. Then let's do it at your place. Is there any inconvenience if I come over? Kazusa didn't answer. Then it's settled. Just as Chizato arranged the Sunday schedule, his phone rang. It was Uchiha calling, probably knowing he was on lunch break. Chizato glanced at Kazusa, got up, and walked to the window to answer the call. Chapter 114, A Certain Possibility. Are you free this weekend? Can we meet up? I have something to tell you. As soon as the call connected, Uchiha got straight to the point. I have plans during the day, but I'm free in the evening. That works, let's meet in the evening then. Can you tell me what it's about? Actually, Ayuri and I seem to have been stalked by a pervert recently. It's quite unsettling. Uchiha's tone instantly became delicate and helpless, and you could almost imagine her pitiful expression through the phone. But why does this scenario feel so familiar? Stop joking around, be serious. Chizato noticed the lightness in her tone. You caught me, I'll keep it a secret for now. Let's talk about it when we meet the day after tomorrow. Got it. At Toyosaki Academy, Uchiha hung up the phone while sitting in the cafeteria. Ayuri, who had been eavesdropping, distanced herself. Isn't this a bit too forward? Asking Chizato out for the first time and suggesting an overnight stay might make him think we're too loose. Uchiha put her phone in her pocket and gave Ayuri a helpless look. You brought the hotel vouchers and came up with a plan. Now that I've called and arranged it, you want to back out? That's quite the strategy. I just mentioned it casually. Who knew you'd call right away? Ayuri's voice weakened. Besides, after you messed things up with my mom, I explained everything and it seemed fine, but my dad is still keeping an eye on me. Even if I'm slightly late, he calls to check on me. He even skips his favorite fishing trips to pick me up first. This time, he gave me the vouchers from his friend, saying I could use them for a meal with friends, but he never said I could stay overnight. Uchiha chuckled. That's fine. After dinner, you can go home like a good girl, and I'll handle the rest. Don't worry, I'll tell you everything we talk about. Who would believe you're just talking? Ariri thought to herself. She had never wanted financial independence and freedom from her parents' control more than now. She envied Uchiha, whose parents were very lenient. She only needed to call if she stayed out late, enjoying ultimate freedom. In less than 2 years, she would go to college and move out. Ariri had already made up her mind and hoped to get her parents' permission. If not, she would drag Uchiha along. As soon as Chisato hung up, he heard a cold voice from behind. I'm going to practice the piano. Chisato turned around and looked at her, feeling puzzled but still replied, Go ahead. I don't like having people around when I practice. That was a clear dismissal. But you just said I could stay. He held back the words, feeling it would lead to unnecessary arguments. Chisato guessed her sudden mood change was related to the call he just received. Alright, good luck. He picked up his lunchbox and the piano book she had given him. Before leaving, he took a strawberry pudding from his pocket and placed it on the piano. As Chisato left the first music room and walked down the stairs, he saw some delinquents smoking at the corner. He walked past them without looking. After placing his belongings on his seat, he declined the invitation from 2 girls who asked him to go out over the weekend and left the classroom again. In the narrow space under the rarely used stairs, the pink-haired earthbound spirit remained as usual. Chisato bent down and quietly approached the girl who was fully engrossed, gently tapping her shoulder with his index finger. Ah! Hitori let out a startled sound and quickly turned around. When she saw the smiling face of Chisato, her panicked expression quickly turned into joy. She was happy about his arrival. So focused, what are you doing? Chisato sat cross-legged beside her. The familiar scent, Suzumiya-kun, smells so nice. The band is considering releasing an original song. Najika asked me to write the lyrics, so I'm thinking about the lyrics. After the initial surprise, Hitori lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Although they had known each other for a while, if she was in a small space and close to Chisato, she couldn't help but react this way. Social anxiety isn't something that can be easily overcome. So, she has started writing songs for her band. Chisato felt gratified as he looked at Hitori in front of him. Can you tell me what kind of song it is? I haven't decided yet. Can I see the lyrics you've written? I haven't started writing yet. After a moment of silence, Chisato spoke. Gota-san, are you putting too much pressure on yourself? I'm sorry. Hitori closed her eyes tightly and apologized skillfully. Chisato sighed helplessly. I think it's better to stop apologizing to people so easily. If you keep doing this, you might get bullied. Hitori was obviously startled. Are you saying that Suzumiya-kun will bully me? Chisato wanted to scare her, so he smiled mischievously. Maybe I will. Please, don't do that. Hitori glanced at Chisato secretly and quickly looked away with a flushed face. Please respect me. Why are you not afraid at all, but rather a bit excited? Am I not bad enough? Ouch. After lightly tapping Hitori's head, Chisato nodded in satisfaction, feeling that he finally had a bit of a bad guy's demeanor. Do you need my help? Huh? I mean with the lyrics, do you need my help? The current situation coincided with some of Chisato's thoughts, and he wanted to try that possibility. Chapter 115, Chisato's attempt. Chisato always felt that he had embarrassed the transmigrators. His mind was filled with a vast amount of memories from his previous life, covering a wide range of topics, but he couldn't bring them out accurately. The idea of writing novels from his previous life to make money in this world had crossed his mind, but it was extremely difficult to implement. The human brain is not a hard drive. You can't just search for information and get accurate results. Those novels with hundreds of thousands or millions of words, after reading them, you only remember the general plot. Even though Chisato now had excellent writing skills like Uchiha and could fill in his own words based on the general plot, he was still reluctant to do so. The reason is simple: writing is a very time-consuming and mentally exhausting task. It doesn't bring significant returns overnight, and there are situations where you put in a lot of effort, but the result is no one cares. Chisato's time is precious. As a student, he has to balance his studies and ensure good grades. He likes Kazusa and also has a good impression of Uchiha and Ariri. The 24 hours in a day are barely enough for him, and he doesn't want writing to imprison him at his desk. He kept thinking about whether there was a unique, non-replicable way that required less time, had a good dissemination channel, and could quickly see market feedback, a way to make money. Then, during this lunch break, Hitori, who was troubled by the lyrics of a new song that hadn't been released yet, appeared in front of him. Not Bachi-chan, but lyrics written by Suzumiya-kun? Yes. Yes. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, After receiving the news that Hitori had finished the lyrics, the other 3 members of the Kusagakure band rushed to the Starry Live house right after school. However, as soon as they put down their school bags, Hitori told them the truth. Nezuko was the first to react. Does Suzumiya-kun also play music? Hitori shook her head. He doesn't play music, and he doesn't even understand basic music theory. Not understanding basic music theory means he can't even read sheet music. Upon hearing this, the other 3 fell silent. Lyrics written by someone with no basic music theory knowledge, can they really be used? Well, haha, let's take a look. Nezuko clasped her hands together and broke the silence with a smile. Yes, maybe there will be a surprise. Ikuyo, who was a beat slower, also smiled and chimed in. Hitori nodded and took out her school bag. She carefully took out a blue notebook, treating it like a treasure. Her extremely solemn demeanor made the other 3 nervous as well. I think it's better to explain in advance. Hitori placed the notebook on the small round table without opening it and nervously spoke. The other 3 looked at each other, all showing confusion. What is it? I told Suzumiya-kun about my trouble with the lyrics during the lunch break, 20 minutes before class. Bachi-chan, what do you mean by saying this? Nezuko asked in confusion. Ryo, who was quietly thinking, spoke in her usual indifferent voice. Are you saying that he wrote the lyrics in less than an afternoon? Hitori shook her head. Not like that, actually, he only took 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Facing the shocked expressions of Nezuko and Ikuyo, Hitori nodded and added, he wrote it in front of me, humming softly while writing. Bachi-chan, Suzumiya-kun wouldn't think you were deciding on the song for our next performance and just wrote down the lyrics of another song, right? Ryo voiced the doubt in the other 2's hearts. Hitori quickly shook her head. Not like that, I checked online afterward, and there were no related entries, so I'm sure it's a brand new song. A brand new song, written in just 10 minutes. Ryo muttered softly, then sighed lightly. What you said really makes me more curious. Can we see the lyrics now? The other 2 also looked at her with eager eyes. Sure. Hitori still had more to say, but seeing their urgency, she decided not to say more and opened the notebook. The lyrics written by Chisato were revealed in front of the 3. Beautiful handwriting. That was the first thought that came to their minds. I'm sorry for being so cute. The words at the top should undoubtedly be the song title. Then they held their breath and read seriously until the end. Did Suzumiya-kun really write these lyrics? Nezuko's face turned red. She found it hard to believe. She couldn't associate the usually cool and handsome Chisato with the lyrics in front of her. The other 2 also had the same expression. Hitori quickly explained, he really wrote it, and he even recorded a demo of how the song should sound and sent it to me, saying I should play it for you. Ryo looked around. Isn't he supposed to be working today? Wouldn't it be better if he sang it himself? By the way, where is he? I haven't seen him today. He said he was too shy, so he would come a bit later, after I played the recording for you. Then what are we waiting for? Let's listen to it. Ikuyo urged, being the most impatient among the 3. Just by looking at the lyrics, she was already in love with it. It hit her right in the feels. Hitori nodded, opened her phone, and played the audio file, placing it on the table. After a few seconds of silence, Chisato's voice came through, This is just a personal demo. This is roughly how the song should sound, so please bear with any mistakes. Also, please delete it after listening. After saying this, there was a light clearing of the throat, indicating he was preparing for the demo. At this moment, the other 3 noticed Hitori showing a rarely seen, fangirl-like excited smile. I love myself, is there anything wrong with that? Are you jealous? Saying you can't stand it, it's strange. The moment the deliberately softened and gentler voice came through, the other 3 simultaneously covered their mouths. Chapter 116, sorry for being so cute. Because she had already listened to the recording 18 times on the way, Hitori couldn't help but let out a gee-hee fangirl laugh. However, she still retained some rationality and energy to observe the different reactions of her 3 teammates. Ikuyo's already bright smile became even more radiant, and her big, bright eyes seemed to be glowing as if they were overcharged. Nezuko's mouth opened wide in amazement, her expression constantly shifting between surprise and delight. Her small hands were tightly clasped together, completely unaware. Ryo was the calmest of the group, but as she listened to Chisato's singing, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she nodded along with the rhythm, clearly immersed in the music. The 2-minute recording quickly came to an end. Hitori held her phone in her hand, the screen off, and after a moment, she softly asked the other 3, so, how was it? Awesome, such a cute and gentle song. I love it. Ikuyo gave the most straightforward compliment without hesitation. Does Suzumiya-kun really not understand music? Nezuko, the team leader, retained a bit of rationality. Ryo also looked over, clearly sharing the same doubt. She had been exposed to music from an early age and had experience as a bassist in another band before joining Kesoku Band, making her the most skilled among the four. From her experience, some songs' quality is evident upon first listen. Although the melody and lyrics of I'm Sorry for Being So Cute might not be top tier, the fresh lyrics and catchy melody made it stand out. A song clearly created for a girl, sung by a boy, naturally evoked a sense of cuteness. So, what if a genuinely cute girl sang it? The lyrics were already there, ready to be used. The only thing left was the arrangement. However, since Chisato had sung it so clearly, with the main melody already set, the rest would be easy. It was like tracing over a transparent sheet. With patience, it was just a matter of time. It was hard to believe that someone who could handle more than 2/3 of a song's creation didn't understand music at all. I don't know. Hitori felt insecure under the simultaneous stares of the three, especially since two of them were unusually serious. But Suzumiya-kun did tell me that he doesn't understand music. He said he could write lyrics and hum the melody based on his thoughts, but he couldn't help with the arrangement and instrumentation. He said we would have to figure that out ourselves, and he could only give some suggestions after hearing our arrangement. Is that exactly what he said? Yes. Nijika and Ryo exchanged glances and fell silent again. Their rare reactions made the timid Hitori feel scared, so she hid behind the usually cheerful Ikuyo, gently holding onto her sleeve. Ikuyo patted her head like comforting a puppy and turned to the silent two, Ryo-senpai and Nijika. What's wrong? Isn't the song great? I think it would be very popular if we performed it. We didn't say the song was bad, we were just shocked by how good it is. Nijika had a puzzled smile on her face. Ryo crossed her arms. Indeed, it might not just be popular. If you, Ikuyo, go all out and unleash your cuteness while performing this song, it could go viral online at an unimaginable speed. Is that a compliment? It's about the song. Don't bully Ikuyo-chan. Nijika knocked on Ryo's head. I'm not bullying her, but I'm most concerned about when Suzumiya-kun will come over. I have something I want to ask him in person. Yeah, it's amazing to create such a great song in just 10 minutes. I really want to ask him how he did it. No, I was just thinking that since he got paid today, maybe I could borrow some money. Chisato went home to change clothes after school, had a bowl of ramen on the way, and arrived at the store just 10 minutes before his shift. As expected, as soon as he entered the store, he was dragged and pushed into the recording studio by the 4 members of Kesoku Band. Sayaka, sitting at the bar, was left with a head full of questions. After sitting down at the table, Chisato first leaned over to Hitori and whispered, "Did you delete my recording?" Hitori's ears turned red, and she hesitated, her uneasy and anxious gaze frequently darting towards the other 3. Someone coughed, but when Chisato looked over, the other 3 simultaneously looked away in perfect sync, either looking at the ceiling or kicking the air, with one even whistling meaninglessly. Chisato roughly understood what was going on. He said to Hitori, "Forget it." With a long sigh, he didn't bother asking further. If his plan worked and brought him benefits, then a 2-minute black history wouldn't matter. I have less than 10 minutes before work. What do you need? Seeing Chisato take the initiative, the others quickly got serious. Ryo was the first to come forward, holding out her hand. "I'm hungry, can I?" Smack. Ouch. Nijika, holding a paper fan from who knows where.